Well, hopefully if you're tuning in from at home, around the country, or around the world, wherever you're joining us from, you can hear us and not just see us. Oh, and I hear some audio here at our finish line, so I'm going to assume that that is a good sign. Good morning from beautiful Vancouver for the 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon Race Weekend. Vancouver's only marathon event is organized annually by the local nonprofit Run Van, with a vision to be the top destination marathon and home of the best running events in Canada. I'm Kate Van Buskirk, and along with Adam Dunfee, Steve King, Dave Doherty, and the entire Run Van crew, we are pumped to bring you a jam-packed day of coverage of this event, featuring the 8K and, of course, the half and full marathons throughout the day. And we are set to kick things off in just a few minutes' time with this first of 5 waves of the half marathon. That's going at 7 a.m. local time, about 2.5 minutes. The full marathon will get underway at 8:30 a.m. local time, and our 8K race starts an hour later at 9:30. And Adam, good morning. Welcome back to Vancouver. It's your first year joining us here in the broadcast booth for the BMO Vancouver Marathon Weekend, but of course you have a lot of familiarity with this part of the world, and I'm wondering what it feels like to be back under beautiful conditions here for this event this year.
You know, typically when you think of Vancouver, you think of rain. However, today it looks like the rain's going to hold off until about 1:30, so it's overcast here. Just checking the temperature quickly, about 11 degrees right now. There's a little bit of a wind, so really, you couldn't ask for better conditions to at least begin the day, which, as you mentioned, will begin momentarily with the half marathon. And really what is so outstanding about this event is just the scenery of the course. I mean, Vancouver, if you haven't been here, it's right on the water. You're surrounded by mountains, lots of water. And for competitors in either of the races today who haven't been here, perhaps not just to run, but just visited at any point before, they're really in for a treat, and they will get things going, as I mentioned, momentarily with the half marathon. And there you see everyone at the start line, and they will kick us off here on race day.
Well, a great shot of that start line. You can see the crowds going all the way back to the end of your picture there if you're watching at home. And again, perfect conditions. You can see our elites up front, not wearing the arm sleeves, not wearing the gloves that you sometimes see at this time of year in Vancouver. Of course, this race has taken place annually for the last 52 years. And it's always the first weekend in May, and that means that weather can be a little all over the place. But again, we've been blessed with beautiful conditions here to kick off our spring racing series. And we're set to get underway, as we said, with wave 1 of 5, right at 7 a.m. sharp. So that's just about 30 seconds away now. And there will be 5 waves progressing throughout the first 20 minutes of the race. And then, as I said, we'll move into the full marathon coming up at 8:30. And our runners are set to take to the start line. And Adam, they are underway here in the 2024 BMO Vancouver Half Marathon.
And you can track your favorite runners online at bmovanmarathon.ca. And it is a very full start list again this year, with over 22,000 participants spread out through our 3 races. And well, you can see someone right on the right side of your screen there who has a bit of a funny run, but that's Evan Dunfee, the race walker.
That's right. Well, and good point. We should go over a few of our top contenders here in this half marathon to kick things off. Again, our full marathon jam-packed with talent and ability, but also true for this half, which is a stunning event in and of itself. So on the men's side, we have to keep our eye on Dylan Alick. He's out of Mississauga, Ontario, and also on David Mutai, who was actually second in the full marathon at this event last year. And then on the women's side, a couple of names to keep your eye on is, first of all, defending champion in this half marathon last year, Natalia Allen, formerly Natalia Hawthorne. She's a 1,500-meter Olympian from Tokyo 2020 who's really moved up in distance after, she said she retired, Adam, coming out of those games in Tokyo, and she's had a great comeback on the roads, again winning this event last year, and she's back here to try to defend her title, and she'll have good company. She's going to be joined also by Samantha Jory, who was 6th in the full marathon here in 2022 and has great pedigree in the half as well. And you just mentioned, of course, a man who is very familiar to those here in the Vancouver running and walking community, and that is your brother, Evan Dunfee.
Yes, so he's doing the half marathon here today ahead of the Canadian 10,000 meter championships, which will take place next weekend out in Coquitlam, that part of the Pacific Distance Carnival, which serves as a Canadian championship for the longer events. So it's a really exciting time right now. We're getting into the thick of things in the track and road racing community, not just here in Vancouver and BC, but across the country, as we're leading up to the Paris Olympics. And what are we, about 3 months away from that now?
Absolutely, and again, such a great opportunity for all of our runners, those who are trying to, or already set to compete in Paris, to have a great competitive experience here. But also, it's just an exciting year in general. Anytime it's an Olympic year, it gets all of our runners and walkers across the country really energized, and you're seeing that again in the numbers. This is record-breaking for the second year in a row here at the BMO Vancouver Marathon Weekend. You spoke a bit to the numbers earlier, and just really exciting to see how much this event has continued to grow since, as we said, kicking things off in 1972, with only 32 participants total, only 2 women competing, and of course we've just expanded enormously since then. So great to see all of these competitors out there of all ages and abilities taking to the roads of this gorgeous city. It really is stunning running here in Vancouver.
So the first few kilometers of the course takes place on the Cambie Heritage Boulevard, has 2 flanking one-way streets with beautiful street edge boulevards, and they run between King Edward Avenue, King Ed local parlance, in the north to Southwest Marine Drive in the south, and Cambie Street, a major north-south transportation corridor for both private and public modes of transportation. It also has the Canada Line route, which made going to school around that area in the 2000s a bit of a nightmare during construction, but it's all good now. As we get ready for our second wave in the half marathon.
Well, as we mentioned, we'll have 5 waves total going off in 5-minute increments. So at 7:05, again, just seconds away here, we'll have wave number 2. And again, just the masses. You can see how many participants, record-breaking numbers in both the half and the full marathon this year. And it really is Canada's largest marathon event. And there's going to be a treat for some of our runners who are trying to run around that 2-hour mark in the half marathon, because of course there's a great pacing program here. There's pacers set at many of the sort of key moments that you would want to try to hit. So, you know, the 1:30, the 1:45, the 2 hours. And this year, our 2-hour pacer is none other than defending champion in this event, Yuki Kauchi, who is just such a well-known name, Japanese runner, but really an honorary Canadian at this point, and won this event back in 2019, set the course record of 2:15:01, and also won, as I mentioned, at this marathon last year in 2:17:05. He's just a gem of a person and such a great ambassador for this race. Unfortunately, has been carrying a bit of an injury and wasn't feeling 100% this year, but said, I want to come back. This is my other home, and I really want to contribute to the race. So he'll be carrying the 2-hour pacing sign, and I'm sure he'll have a big pack around him.
And he's a bit of a rock star here in Vancouver. We saw him yesterday at the Elite Athlete panel, and it was a pretty good line. Looking to get a photo with Yuki or get an autograph. So it's great to see, and it was a great Athletes Elite panel yesterday. Later on in our program, we'll have one of the speakers from yesterday in Rob Watson, and he's not competing this year, but a name that's certainly well known in Canadian running circles, and he gave perhaps the best breakdown of a course that I have ever heard. And I was almost tempted to run this marathon myself, but then I sort of came back down to earth.
Well, it's never too late, and again, as we mentioned, this event just is growing and growing. It's sold out in record time this year as well throughout all of the events. We should mention we did have the Kids Fun Run yesterday, and that was hugely successful again here in the streets of downtown Vancouver, and great to see so many of our future competitors and maybe the half and the full, maybe even some of our future Olympians out on course, really testing themselves and trying to just have a really great time in the process. So, you know, Adam, I would love to see you out here maybe running the half or the full next year. And we should mention that if you are going to do the half, maybe alongside your brother, you do have a pretty good history of beating him. It's been, over 10 years since Olympic medalist Evan Dunfee beat broadcast superstar Adam Dunfee. So you do have the track record to maintain. I
am a little wary, though, of putting that undefeated streak on the line right now. I was peaking in terms of my fitness. He was coming off an Olympics. And I guess he was walking, I was running. But let's not get into the semantics of the thing. But I still was just only able to edge him out. But I think he was holding me back for the first 2 kilometers. Make it dramatic. But then I'm like, no, I'm feeling good. And although for the rest of the race, it was like I was in Jaws. I was always sort of like looking around, like just worried he was just lurking there.
Yes, of course.
But I guess perhaps that helped to keep me motivated, and obviously you need to do whatever you can to keep yourself motivated. Obviously a 10K, a little shorter than what these individuals are doing out here. And you see in the middle of the screen there, that appears to be a banana costume. And there are some interesting records that have been set at this event, and some interesting records that people are attempting to set at this event, Kate.
Well, absolutely. And, you know, that's interesting to see that banana, because over the years, I will say, fastest half marathon or fastest 10K, fastest run dressed as a piece of fruit has become one of the hottest records to try to take down. And I understand why the banana costume is the costume of choice if you're going to be a fruit. I think it's probably the most aerodynamic of all the fruits. We'll have to have some conversation. Maybe folks can tune in with what their thoughts are. Again, we should mention you can hit us up with the hashtags BMOVM and hashtag RunVan. We're also at BMO Van Marathon. So if you are tuning in and trying to engage with us on social, let us know what you think about dressed as a banana or any other piece of fruit, or trying to get after some of these really fun records that we'll continue talking about throughout the event.
And we're getting set for wave 3 at the start line. I have to go back, just the incredible numbers for the registrations here. And of course the Vancouver Sun Run, which was held last month. It's another event that just really does numbers here. It's a great running community in BC, the Lower Mainland, and this is just proof of that here, as just far as the eye can see. And of course, if you've got a friend running or a family member, you can track them at bmovanmarathon.ca/live. So there you see it, the live track available there.
And if you are in the Vancouver area, it is not too late to come down to our great finish line here. We've expanded the stands this year. There's double the bleachers, and although things are a little quiet at the moment, we expect that those bleachers and this whole finish line area is going to just get rocking as our half marathoners and then of course our full marathoners start making their way here to our finish line, again under what could be described as near perfect conditions here, Adam.
So we should begin to see our first finishers in the half marathon probably about an hour or so from now, because it's a scenic course, but there's also some hills that you have to contend with here. So the first wave that included the elites, that kicked off 7 o'clock. So in the 8:05, 8:10 range, then we should start seeing those elites cross the finish line here.
And again, just incredible, the masses. You see there one of our pacers holding the 2-hour, 10-minute sign. We mentioned earlier that Yuki Kauchi is out there pacing our 2-hour half marathoners, and several of these runners will surely pack up around those pace bunnies and try to do all they can to, on this, again, challenging course. There's strength in numbers, and that's in full display here. These numbers are sensational. But we should also give a shout out to everything that happens behind the scenes, really to make sure that this is one of the premier running experiences, not only in Canada, but around the world. We should thank all of our volunteers and all of the folks who work really tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure a positive experience, not just for our spectators, but of course for our runners as well. Again, over 60 countries represented on this marathon weekend. There's more than 10,000 destination runners taking part as well. So folks coming to Vancouver specifically to run this marathon from around the world and really take advantage of all that the tourism and local sights and scenes have to offer. Again, it's a point-to-point course. You mentioned the hills, and you can kind of see that there's a bit of a downhill at the start and then right into an uphill, which can seem a little mean right off the gun, but of course these runners will be full of adrenaline and absolutely pumped to get underway here. So the crowd's really not thinning out at all, as we are, as you said, only in wave 3 now, 2 waves to go in this half marathon.
Just checking in now on some of our elites. We'll start off with Natalia Allen. She's at the 3.4 kilometer mark in about 12:48. So we continue to check on some of our front runners as the day goes on.
Well, and speaking of that course, we'll have an opportunity here to take a look at exactly where these runners are going to be contesting the half marathon, of course, kicking things off at a point-to-point course. And Adam, I really like a point-to-point. I think that sometimes a loop, or if you have kind of branches of a course, it can slow you down just a little bit. You're making more turns and you're kind of coming back on yourself. Having point-to-point, it really feels like you're running with purpose. You're running from somewhere to somewhere. And I've always really enjoyed that about point-to-point courses, and it's a bit unusual. There's not many point-to-point races of this magnitude that take place, certainly within Canada and again globally. So this half marathon course, as you mentioned, some rolling hills, but that keeps you honest, and it, you know, metaphorically, you appreciate the downhills a lot more after you've scaled some of these uphills. And again, to be able to do it with the numbers that we have on screen here and on the streets of Vancouver makes all the difference. So I'll do our best to come back to that course map in a little bit, but still taking a look at the competitors in wave 3 of our half marathon. And Adam, you were starting to mention some of our elites and some of our leaders up front, and you had mentioned Natalia Allen, again, as I mentioned, an Olympian from 2021, and actually my roommate in Tokyo at those games, and great to see her back here. She spent a lot of time in Ontario, but has strong ties to this part of the country as well, and wonderful to see her moving up in distance, as we see with so many people. So many, you know, how many friends do you know who say, oh, I ran track in high school and now I'm a marathoner or a half marathoner? It really is a relatable thing as we look now to the start of wave 4. They are coming fast and heavy here, Adam.
On just the sheer humanity that you can see throughout your screen, it's wonderful to see. And you mentioned, Kate, Natalia Allen, a 1,500 meter Olympian, moving up to the longer distances. And you athletes have a different definition of the word retirement than most of us people. We heard that word thrown around a lot at the elite panel yesterday. Luc Bruchet mentioned the same thing, and I was really trying to figure out what athlete retirement meant when you're still out here, you know, running at such a high level. But again, mentioning the middle distance runners moving up to the half marathons and the marathons, yourself included. You were an Olympian in the 5,000 meters at the Tokyo Olympic Games, and you've just come off your first ever full marathon in Nashville, where you were the top female finisher. You were second overall, so apparently just 5,000 meters isn't enough punishment for you?
Well, I'm thrilled to now be able to call myself a marathoner. It's been a long time coming, but thank you for that, Adam. It was a lot of fun. It was the Nashville Rock and Roll Marathon, and just a real rock and roll experience. It was a great time. Also a challenging course, so I can relate a little bit to what some of these runners might be feeling out there. I did not have the masses that these runners will have, which is, you know, a boon for them, but it was a great first outing. I was really pleased with the performance, and it's just one of these things, you don't know what the marathon is until you run one. And I had done all the training, all the preparation, but until you run that 42.2, you really don't know how the body's going to hold up, what's going to happen in your mind. And I came away relatively unscathed, so I'm quite happy to be able to say that. And we should also mention, we'll move into this, of course, as we get closer to the start of our full marathon, but Luc Bruchet, a local hero here in the Vancouver area, you know, one of the other prides of BC, is set to make his marathon debut. Also a two-time Olympian in the 5,000 meter, so he is likewise moving up in distance and, of course, using the hometown race as his first opportunity to do a full. But before we get to that full, we've still got lots of half marathoners underway, and we also mentioned a couple of our men, including Dylan Alick, who has a half marathon PB of 106.20. That was from this past fall at the Toronto Waterfront Marathon. He was sixth there. He ran for the McMaster Marauders. As I mentioned, he's from Mississauga, Ontario, and has a couple of strong performances with a 9th place finish at the 2023 Canadian 10K Championships. And he'll be in good company there with David Mutai, the 38-year-old, second overall in the full marathon here last year. And just another athlete who's really shown his strength over the several different races here in Vancouver over the years. So we are looking forward to the showdown between those two on the men's side, and then, as we mentioned, Samantha Jory and Natalia Allen on the women's side. And there you see some of their profiles. So Sam Jory, as we mentioned, second in the first half, just weeks ago, and second only at that event to Melindy Elmore, who is set to compete in her second Olympics as a marathoner after having a successful career in the 1500 meter as well. So Sam Jory coming off a shiny new PB in this event and hoping to take down Natalia Allen, our defending champion in this event. So another good showdown between those two superstars up front.
And an event like this doesn't go off without the support of an immense army of volunteers. There are nearly 3,000 volunteers helping out this weekend, so our heartfelt thanks to every one of them, and a thank you to the title partner, BMO, and the many other partners, Brooks Running Room with the great souvenir gear, other event partners, the province of British Columbia, Via Sport BC, Sport Hosting Vancouver, the Running Room, Brooks Running Canada, Garmin, Harmless Harvest, Noon Hydration, Alkis Water, Young Pharmacy, Athletics Canada, Stance, and Stay Vancouver Hotels, Exact Nutrition, Mars Quest, Turkish Airlines, Fitness World Canada, and the organizers Run Van, and some of our other partners, Big Steel Box, CTV, Frog Box, Old Dutch, Kettle Valley Winery, Oxford Properties, and Stanley Park Brewing, as we get set for the fifth and final wave in the half marathon.
And underway now with those runners in that fifth and final wave. Adam, I love that you had to take a couple breaths during that list of sponsors, which is so lengthy. Again, as you said, these events could not happen without all of the folks and all of the support behind the scenes that really culminate in a thrilling experience for both our competitors and our spectators. And once again, if you are in the Vancouver area, if you are watching online but decide that you want to come out and check things out here at the finish line, we encourage you to do so. We are going to have lots of excitement as we get closer to that finish line, and we have lots of giveaways, including from one of our sponsors. There are a flight for two on Turkish Airlines being given away, so you don't want to miss out on the opportunity to perhaps win a prize like that, or many of the other prizes that are generously donated by all of our sponsors here at BMO Vancouver Marathon.
I have been promised that later on I get to use the t-shirt gun, and I will be holding everyone to that promise. But right now, let's get a look at the course that the half marathoners are running. Just a look at all that goes on around the event as well. It's not just the racing. There was the trade show expo yesterday in downtown Vancouver, and it was very well attended. It was quite a line to get in to pick up the race kits, and that shouldn't discourage anyone. It went very quickly, but for what I understand is a lot of people went on the Saturday because, well, there was a pretty big game Friday night here in Vancouver, and I know you were just in Nashville, and you spend a good part of your time in Nashville, but it was Vancouver beating Nashville in that game on Friday, so it's a very happy city here, or it remains a very happy city here this weekend, as our fifth wave is underway. Okay, you mentioned it, the first half, and that is also a run van event. They run several events here in the city, and it's a really good build-up event to lead to this Vancouver Marathon weekend. And the first half was another sell-out event, and this year they have added the Harry Jerome Classic to their portfolio, and that's going to take place in June, and that is a great event named after the great Canadian sprinter Harry Jerome, who tragically passed away in his 40s. He was an Olympic medalist and the world record in the 100 at one point in his life, and that brings out a good crowd too. So these athletes right now at the beginning of the course, so that's on the Canby Boulevard area. So we're just checking in now on whereabouts our elites are. So our elite men right now, we're through about 6.8 kilometers. So they've gone through a couple neighborhoods already. Actually, technically, this will be their second neighborhood they've visited, as they are in Chinatown right now. That's kilometer 4 through 7, and Vancouver's Chinatown is the third largest in North America, full of rich and exotic cuisine, a vibrant culture, and bold colors. It's known for its colorful festivals and parades, as well as the beautiful Dr. Sun Yat-sen Classical Chinese Garden. Runners will feel transported to Asia while running through the beautiful streets of Chinatown. It is an amazing place to visit. If you're here visiting for the marathon, certainly a wonderful place to check out. One of many wonderful places to check out in this city. So hopefully, if you are visiting, it won't be just all work for you this weekend. You'll have a couple of chances to get out and explore.
Well, thanks for all of that, Adam. And again, as you mentioned, just the trail of our final wave there, making their way up the hill near the start line. And we do have some updates now from the lead, the front of our half marathon, and through about 10K. Now we're at 7:25, so we're 25 minutes in, and they're approaching 10K. It is a pack of 3 up front, being led at the moment by Dylan Alick, and he's been leading throughout the entirety of this race so far. Tucked in behind him are David Mutai and Daniel Zudu, and they went through 5K at 30-minute 10K pace, so that is moving, and we'll see what they can maintain throughout the last 2/3 of this race. But a really strong trio up front, with Dylan Alick really taking the lead and not wanting to relinquish it. On the women's side, it is Sam Jory with about a 50-meter lead over Natalia Allen. And again, Jory coming off of that shiny new PB just a couple weeks ago, looking to better that once again. So we will keep you updated as we go on what's happening at the front of the pack, as we take a look at still so many runners making their way across the start line and commencing their journey of 21.1 kilometers.
And if you can better your PB on this course, that is something. This is a fantastic course, but it tests you. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, that's it. And, it is stunning running, and that is something you're going to hear from us over and over again, because it truly is stunning running here in Vancouver. And I think that, if you're going to have a challenging course, it may as well be in one of the most beautiful parts of the world, because it distracts you a little bit from those hills. At least if you're running up a hill and you see some of the most beautiful greenery and the flowers in full bloom. Of course, running along the seawall eventually with our marathoners later, it can take away from the pain, at least momentarily, of some of these hills. But it is absolutely a challenging course. I would say that it's not a hugely punishing course, but it keeps you honest. And as you said, if you can run a PB or get close to one, or maybe an age group best for yourself here today in Vancouver, it goes a long way for what your ability is on perhaps a flatter course.
Now, personally for me, I am the farthest thing from an elite runner as you can get. But when I'm 18, 19 kilometers in, sometimes I find it tough to pay attention to my surroundings. I'm just cursing under my breath and, sometimes hoping for death. But when you're at your level, an elite athlete, can you take things in? Do you notice things around you? Can you take a moment and say, wow, this is really great?
I think there's no other way to do it. I think the great thing about our sport is that it is the true equalizer. So everyone's out running on the same course, you're running the same distance, and although we have these divisions of elite and general participant, at the end of the day, everyone's doing the same thing. We all have our own goals, trying to get the absolute best out of ourselves. So it's always been my thought, especially in a road race, that I have to take in my surroundings. And I also have to really draw on the energy of the masses. Coming from a track background, of course, that's such a different feel. It's often just somewhere between 8 and 12 runners on the track at one time, and there's a real separation between the athletes and those cheering and spectating. So not true in an event like this, where you have, over 23,000 competitors. It's like being out there with this mass party with 23,000 other friends. So what a great opportunity. And I think no matter what pace you're running, you're going to have someone around you to, give a little high five, give a smile, and really take in just the beauty of the area and the excitement of the day.
And good morning once again from an overcast and cool, perfect conditions here in downtown Vancouver. Adam Dunfee and Kate Van Buskirk with you for the BMO Vancouver Marathon. We're into the half marathon right now. The full marathon will get underway at 8:30. Thank you so much for joining us, either in person here or online, wherever you are watching this. Another great event, and it's an event that also raises money for charity. Over $280,000 raised this year, and over $16 million combined has been fundraised by runners for charity. So a lot of these athletes today running for different charities as well, so it's really great to see.
Running for charity and also running for fun, and often doing both at the same time. And if you're tuning in live, you're seeing some shots there of our fun zone, our kids run, which took place yesterday, Saturday, and had, again, record turnouts of numbers and kids of all ages taking to the parks to try their very best against their fellow children. And then, some parents jumped in, and there was lots of great activation that happened there. You mentioned earlier that this is an entertaining race, and it's meant to be that way. It really shows the true depth and breadth of all that Vancouver has to offer. So the cheer stations along the way, the entertainment stops. It's just going to be an absolutely thrilling experience out there. Again, not just to take in what the scenery looks like, but to run by these live stages, to attend the expo, we were both there, Adam, yesterday. It was jam-packed. Absolutely jam-packed, and just a great opportunity for folks to really engage with all of, again, our sponsors, all of the different contributors to this event, and to get to know some of the elites, get an overview of the course. Of course, you see the running room there, Brooks with our beautiful gear that we're all wearing here at the finish line. And that Health and Fitness Expo really is the kickoff to the party, which will continue throughout the entire weekend.
Well, and really it is a celebration. And the Expo is really a perfect example of that. The running community coming together. And certainly a lot of fun. And I understand that, as you mentioned earlier, this is the first time I have attended a BMO Vancouver Marathon, and you have shown me that these BMO gloves are a big hit, and just some of the energy from previous iterations of this race. And just look at this scenery. You will not find a more spectacular course anywhere in the world.
Well, we have another update now. There you saw a banana on course. We're going to try to track all of our folks attempting to break records and really have a great time out there. But just an update on our elites. Our elite men are now through the 10K mark of this half marathon. It's the 3D show. So it's Dylan, Daniel, and David up front. That's David Mutai, Daniel Zudu, and Dylan Alick. About 31 minutes through 10K. So you're seeing there, that is going to be a shot coming into picture here if you're tuning into our stream. That is going to be Dylan Alick making his way up front with just a little bit of a gap back to, I believe that's going to be David Mutai behind him. But that is Alick with really good turnover. He looks very strong up front, and about equal distance between him and the next two runners. Again, that's Daniel Zudu and David Mutai. But Dylan really cruising along here. And there's David Mutai coming into screen now. So it is Daniel Zudu in second as they run through one of the water stops. Again, a big shout out to all of our volunteers, making sure that all of our competitors have water and have a great experience on course. I've worked a water station before, Adam, and I can tell you it's almost as much pressure as being a competitor, because you have to make sure that you just feel all of the pressure of making sure that the athletes get what they need and that you're not impeding and only contributing to their experience. All of those folks wearing the BMO shirts there at the volunteer stations.
It's organized chaos, really.
It really is. But we should mention that there are over 175 BMO employees volunteering here on this weekend as we see another one of our lead bikes come through, and just wondering if we might see some of our women making their way shortly. Another male competitor there.
So I believe this is Gene Beveridge. So he's currently running in fourth. So at our last split time, it was Alick in the lead at 31:02. Zudu right behind him, just a second back at 31:03. And then Mutai was, I got to do math here. Give me a second. 16 seconds back. But then that lead three with about a minute advantage on Beveridge. And there's a couple of the men in that 32 zone, Beveridge, Alexander James, and Justin Tyrell. And there's James, who you just saw come through your screen, and Tyrell right behind him. And we will just check in on the women's race when we get those updates in a second there. Once they come through the 10 kilometer split, we'll be able to update you there. And once they get to closer to the finish line, we are going to turn things over to, let's face it, a legend in the running community. Steve King will be bringing the athletes home, and you always want to be good at your research. You always want to have something to talk about, and I will never be as good as Steve at that.
I don't think anyone is. He really is. He is the king. So we're so glad to have him back to bring the energy here at the finish line. It's great to be able to get this shot here of these runners coming around this corner. And we should mention Dylan Alick still in the lead and has a 106.20 half marathon PB from this fall and looking to improve on that right now. And just to give you a sense of how fast he's running, 31:02 through 10K. That's 3:07 per kilometer pace. Expected to finish right around 65 minutes, which again would be an improvement on his best. And it looks as though we have some updates now on the women's side as well, Adam.
Yes, so we've got two women now through the 10K split. Samantha Jory leading the way. She comes through 10K at a time of 34:58, and she has a minute 4 lead on Natalia Allen. She is through 10K at 36:02. So Jory running at a 3:30 per K pace. Allen at 3:37.
And there we see a shot of Sam Jory coming into picture. Like I said, 1:13:36 that PB at the first half just a few weeks ago. Second only behind Melindy Elmore, again, our former Canadian record holder in the full distance. But Jory looking very strong here. And, I can attest that there is some benefit to, on the women's side, being an elite, because it's almost guaranteed that no matter what, you at least have other men to run with if you don't have a lot of competition right around you at any given point in the race from other female competitors. But I think I could see Sam kind of keeping her eyes up there, just tracking the guys up ahead of her, and she'll benefit well from having the energy of these elite men to help her cruise to what, again, we hope is a new PB.
Got a couple other women now through the 10K split. Alyssa Barrette third, 36:26. So she is 24 seconds back of Allen at that split. Eriko Soma through in 36:51. So we will continue to keep our eyes there. Again, the winning time on the women's side of things last year 1:14:58.
And that was courtesy of this woman you're seeing come into screen now. That is Natalia Allen, formerly Natalia Hawthorne. And as I mentioned, moving up in distance from the 1,500 meter to the half marathon and doing so in style. And she spoke a lot at the athlete panel yesterday, Adam, about the benefit of cross-training and exploring other sports to help her keep really engaged in her love of sport in general, but also to take some of the pressure off of maybe the distance increase that is required in training to move from a mid-distance track runner to a longer distance road runner. But she said she's taken up mountain biking. She's been exploring lots of other sports that just take her through the most beautiful parts of the city, both on foot, on wheels, and in other ways. So I think that was a great relatable piece of information as well. Lots of other elites said they do the same thing. They utilize cross-training to ensure that they stay healthy, but also have the volume that they need in their bodies to cover this kind of distance over the paces that they want to.
So is that what you elite athletes are talking about when you say retirement? You're just going to replace running with another sport?
Sometimes, and sometimes it's replacing running with more running. I think it's a bit of a funny term. Of course, our sport is unique in so many ways that we've already talked about, and one of them is that it is sport for life. So unlike other maybe professional sports where you retire from a team, in running you can do it for the most part forever, and that is what's so special about this. Again, we have kids races from yesterday. We have competitors all the way up into the age categories of 70, 75, 80 plus, and it really is a reminder to us that running is for all, and this event weekend in particular offers a race for everyone.
And we're starting to get really into the heart of this event. We've seen the elite men, elite women come through the 10-kilometer split, so it's going to be fun, and we are going to turn things over now to Steve King to bring us home here in the half marathon.
Thank you, Adam, and how delighted we are to have both Adam Dunfee, who is a man online with TSN, whether it's hockey, whether it's track and field, and whether it's road running, and of course Kate Van Buskirk herself, an Olympian, a lady who's been a Commonwealth Games bronze medalist, and a lady who held the Canadian indoor mile record fresh back herself from a marathon, doing her inaugural marathon just last week when she raced in Nashville and came away with a victory. Not only a victory in the women's division, but second place overall with a 2:37 inaugural run. We have a lot of runners out there today between the 8K, the half marathon, and the marathon that are doing their very first time at the distance, or the very first time here in Vancouver for the respective distances that they are challenging themselves to. And we're thrilled when we look at the numbers registration-wise as well. For the half marathon, there are over 12,000 runners. For the 8K, we've got 2,600 and change, and we've got about 7,700 runners that are taking on the marathon. But the focus right now is on the half, and as you know, we're about 41 minutes into the event. Probably, based on the times we saw there at the 10K mark, we're probably looking at something around 64 to 65 minutes for the first person to come on through to the finishing area. And again, we'll keep our eyes open to, and obviously the good thing is we've also got that great jumbo screen so we can see how things are unfolding there. And what a day it's turning out to be. No surprise about some of the people at the front end of the field. Of course, they are our elite athletes, and as you know, we had 5 waves of athletes here. So the last wave's going off some 16 minutes or so after that first wave. But don't forget, we do have Sports Stats West on location with us, and they'll be giving us a breakdown so these athletes know they've got their timing chips on, and those chips will record their actual running time when they first went over the timing mats, and of course once they arrive here at the finish line. Interesting to see on the big screen there, you can see the efforts being put in by those runners as they're heading through, and don't forget they're the earliest starters of the day. And for some, it meant getting up very, very early to prep for the event because, of course, they do a stretch, they do a warm-up. And the last event to go, of course, will be the 8K. And those athletes will be starting at 9:30. They'll be in Stanley Park at Lagoon Drive, where the youngsters yesterday got underway. What was wonderful yesterday was to see so many young people from 5 to 12 years of age taking on the challenge of their 2.5K event. And we had some athletes in that are actually with their parents, and so we were delighted to see that many of those youngsters had decided that they were going to race it out. And some of the parents, of course, they were thrilled. As we had the youngsters like Jocelyn Cheney, who is the daughter of the race director, and she was the very first young lady to hit the finish line. An amazing time, recorded 11:07 for the 2.5K, and it was William Collins of Vancouver who set the time in the boys division with a 10-minute 46-second clocking. So plenty of action here, and great reporting from the very start. Again, we've got live stream feed happening for you as well. You see all the flags of the nations that are here with us, and we had 60 countries that are represented, I think 57 in actual numbers. And when we look at the provinces and the states that we have with us as well, it's a huge number there, because we had all 10 of our provinces and 3 of our territories and 41 of the US states that are represented between the 3 different distances that the athletes are going to be running over here today. So we're looking forward to seeing how things unfold, and don't forget there's a huge amount of prestige on the line for those athletes that may be amongst the top 3 overall. And of course we have awards for top Canadians as well. And when it comes to the half marathon, there's 1,500, 800, 500 on the line for first, second and third. And when it comes to the half marathon as well, we have top Canadians, and that money is 5 deep. We also have 3 deep money for the top masters. Those will be the ones in the 40-plus division. Great to see a number of athletes that are back from last year, including the lady who's presently in second position, running. That is Natalia Allen, who took the title last year. I know some of you are wondering, well, what happened to last year's champion? He's not in the field with us, but we do have a number of athletes that certainly are in the field that will be racing with us, including the 4th, 5th, 7th, 8th, and 10th place men from last year that are back in action with us today. And as they get close here, we are 45 minutes into the event, so probably in the next 20 minutes we'll be seeing the first athletes that will be making their way up here towards the finish line. Right on West Pender, of course. So we're delighted. Here we are between when we look at the ages as well, the ages that the athletes have to be in order to take on a certain distance. And this event, recognized by Forbes, CNN and USA Today as one of the top destination marathons in the world, and of course that includes those other distances, but it is Canada's largest marathon race. We're going to have presentations after the event, but it's great to see we've also got, I know Natasha Wodak is with us watching the action. She's one of our Olympians, of course, and was in Hamburg just last weekend trying to get another time that would see her back at the Olympic Games. She missed out on that, recorded at 2:30. A reminder, though, that the event in terms of the marathon began in 1972 when your original winners, Tom Howard and Patricia Loveland, set times at 2:24 and 3:39. Tom Howard, in fact, won for the first 3 years, 72, 73 and 74. His fastest time was at 2:14:34. Still a massive performance at the marathon. But right now the half marathon, that got underway for the first time in 1990. And the winners then were 2 Canadians, John Hugill and Lillian Jarecki. Their original winning time was 75 minutes for the men and 1:38 for the women. Those have been blown away since then, of course, because in 1996 we saw a wonderful winning time for Mina Gawa of Japan. She set a time of, I think, 72 minutes and change. And so we'll see if anyone gets close to that. I don't think so. 72:33 was that time. And Natasha Wodak, by the way, has set the 3rd and 5th fastest times for the half. Dana Pidereski, when it comes to the marathon, has the 1st and 2nd fastest times. Don't forget what we're looking at in terms of any records. And I said that we could see between 64 and 65 minutes possibly. Depends obviously whether there's a need for someone to sprint if they know they're well clear at the front end of the field. But when you look at the fastest ever time we've seen for the half marathon, for the 21.1K. That was in 2014, 10 years ago. Paul Kimagol out of Kenya recorded that 62.36. That was a minute 11 seconds faster than the second fastest time we've ever seen, which was 2019, and that was set by Heren Kiptu-Sona. Paul Kimagol himself owns the third fastest time with a 64.18, and then George Tarrant, another Kenyan, set a 64.33, and then Rob Watson set the time of 64.48, and that's the fastest time by a Canadian, by the way. That was set in 2015. Rob is with us. He's part of Run Vancouver, and we appreciate him. He's one of the directors, and he has actually won the marathon as well. So it's wonderful to have him on board, along with Jeremy Pennington, Joyce Chiang, Luke Lee, Max Sulimov, Scott Rintoul, and Tanya Roth. They're all part of the action of Run Vancouver, which hosts 4 different events. And today, obviously, the biggest of them all is underway, with thousands of athletes now racing through the streets of Vancouver at the 21.1K distance. And obviously, we'll let you know as soon as it gets close enough for us to start calling in the leaders. Don't forget, we have money on the line, not just for the top overall 3, but the top 5 Canadians, then the top 3 Masters. So there's a lot to go for, and some people obviously are out to try and get themselves personal bests here today. And you can have a course best and a personal best. Some of the distinguished names who got through in the half, and don't forget we've had a couple of people who have won 3 times at the half marathon. Kip Kangogo is one of those athletes. Paul Kimagol being the other in the men's division, and Jim Finlayson. Jim Finlayson out of Victoria. His first win was in 2005. When we look at the second year, in the second year, in 91, it was Sean Quilty of Australia and Deborah Hall who took the titles, and the time then was reduced to 68.49. It took a while until Kazuki Ogura of Japan came on through and ended up with a 68.21 clocking. And it moved up and up since then, obviously, until we got right through to the 62.36 clocking. That is the time that I don't see getting beaten today based on the 10K mark, but at 10K the leader was around 31 minutes. So Dylan Alick was the person who was leading, the last we saw out there on the course. We wait to see if he holds that. Don't forget, a couple of weeks ago we hosted the Sun Run in Vancouver as well. And that Sun Run was won by Thomas Fafard for the men. He was out of Repentigny, out of Quebec. Thomas Broach of Vancouver took a second, and then the top international was Turner Wiley in third. He was out of Issaquah, Washington, but Thomas Nobbs did a great job there. He was our 5th placer. And Thomas just won the TC 10K. It'll be interesting later on as well to see what happens in the 8K. A lot of participants throughout. Don't forget the event sold out. We were with a few people in the last couple of days who were wondering just what was going on, because they came to try and register yesterday and didn't realize that the event had totally sold out. The lineups there at the expo were just absolutely massive. And people had a good time. There was a great expo, health and fitness expo as well, but when we look at the sheer numbers in terms of those taking on this event, and we see just how many people are in each specific age group, of the half marathon. The largest age groups, believe it or not, are the 25 to 29 division. In that women's division, we got 1,638. In that men's division, we got 1,150. Don't forget, we will have athletes. They're breasting the tape. You can see they were just doing a check out there just to see how things are going to unfold once the leader comes through and breast the tape at the finish line. So a little practice run for our BMO reps that are here with us as well. We appreciate that very much as we're closing in on about 54 minutes. And again, we'll give an update when we can as to how the leader is moving through. And don't forget today, in terms of the youngest athletes in the field, some of the athletes are 11 years of age that will be doing the 8K. But when it comes to the marathon, by the way, we've got a couple of athletes at 93 years of age that are doing the event. And it goes right up to a 94-year-old doing the 8K. So we'll wait to see them, and there's a lot of people. It's amazing when you've got this many, of course, with over 20,000 runners. There's a lot of people celebrating their birthdays today. So we'll tell you more about that because one of them is doing extremely well near the front end of the field. So we'll tell you who that is once they get closer to where we are located and closer to this incredible finish line. I want to thank those people who did the setup yesterday for that as well. Everything set really early this morning as well as yesterday. And of course the kids run, which was so successful yesterday, that was in the Lost Lagoon area, of course, and that's the same as the youngsters were racing yesterday, the same start area, and sports stats were there to see things underway. And of course they're alongside us here today to make sure the mats work and that times will go up very, very quickly. I think we got a massive number of photographers, marathon photos on location. They'll be welcoming each and every one of the athletes through, so hopefully there's more great souvenirs of an excellent event. John Tomlinson in charge of that. You can see he's fixing the cameras at the finish line right now. Again, yesterday you would have seen not only the people setting up the flags of the different nations, and you can imagine how good it feels to be an international who's come a long way to join us. And you're able to see the flag, your flag that represents the country. And when you look at the sheer numbers, obviously most Canadians, but we have 530 athletes that have come in from Mexico alone. When it comes to the US, we've got 2,275 from the states that are with us. Great Britain, we've got 98. Germany, we've got 55. Australia, we've got 36 athletes that are part of the action. New Zealand, I think we've got 10 from there. The Netherlands, we've got 25. And it's another big day for Japanese athletes. We've got 70 Japanese athletes in the field as well. And obviously we're thrilled to have Yuki Kawauchi in action with us. We'll be seeing him later on. He'll be doing the half marathon today. The reason for that is he's injured. But the man who's done so many, over 80 times, he's gone inside 2 hours 20 minutes for marathon. Don't forget he's a winner of the Boston Marathon before. And he's raced twice with us before, but he is injured, but his wife Yuko is here. And their young son, I believe Ayumo is his name, but he'll be watching the action. And again, there's so many people involved in the race itself that are also superstars in their own right. We've got Ferg Hawk here behind us. He's the ultra runner, of course, featured in one of the best films you've ever seen, The Distance of Truth. It's one of the greatest documentaries that you'll ever see on ultra running, of course. Here, having twice placed in the top 3 at Badwater Death Valley race, and so many other great events representing Canada there. He and Cheryl very much involved in setting things up here as well, looking after the elites with Lynn Kanuka. And obviously we want to thank Mary and Jim Hines from BC Athletics. I know Maurice Wilson is with us. He'll be joining us later on as well. And Kevin O'Connor, no doubt. But don't forget, the half marathon is also the BC Championships. I can see Maurice is actually here with us at the finish line. So Maurice Wilson will probably let us know who the BC champions are later on. So don't forget, not only do we have the Open, we also have the Masters, our top Canadians and the BC champions. So Maurice will probably let us know later on who's who those top 3 are. Some will come and join us on the stage as well. But some of the famous names is a number of Vancouverites and Victoria runners like Bruce Deacon. Bruce has won the half here with us before. Larry Nightingale won on 2 occasions. Oliver Utting, we've got John Hill. John Hill was a winner of the marathon. He was a local, by the way. Norm Tinkham has won the half. And as I say, with Todd Howard, Jim Finlayson, these are some of the great athletes from the past, not running today. But it's great that we've had people like Rob Watson, who's taken the title at the half and at the marathon, as we're getting closer to the 1 hour mark. So we're approaching the 1 hour mark, and then 4 to 5 minutes maybe we should be able to see the leader come on through. So the leader is presently at 19.3 kilometers, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, as we've just gone over the 1 hour mark. So again, it's exciting for us because we can see quite a ways down the road there as well, obviously. So quite a few 100 meters to go once we'll see that leader approaching. And we'd love you to give a huge Vancouver Marathon welcome, of course, as the first athlete will breast the tape. And you can imagine how good it feels when you've got a field of some 20,000 people between the 3 different distances that you're the first person to cross. What a feeling that would be, and we'll wait to see who is going to take that. But exciting yesterday, and what was also wonderful was the fact that a number of these elite athletes joined us yesterday in the park at Lost Lagoon area as well, where the athletes ran through there. Seapley Park I'm referring to, where the athletes turned up to support the young kids. They also were signing their bibs for them. So again, we're looking down the road a ways, down West Pender there, to see if we can see the lights shortly, because we're now 1:02, and I estimate it could be a 64 to 65 minute clocking based on the early pace. And don't forget that point when I was talking about the early pace, I was talking about the fact that the leader went through just over 31 minutes at the 10K mark, and beyond the 20K mark right now as well. So again, we wait to see the turn to come up towards the finish, as it is for each of these athletes. And obviously there will be a time probably around the 90-minute mark when we'll start to see a whole slew of athletes coming towards the finishing area. So thrilling to see that we've got a lot of action now at the finish line. Our photographers are ready to capture the moment. We hope you are. We've got the grandstands here as well, and now we've got a few people turning up, because a lot of people went out on the course in different sections of the course to be able to see their loved ones come on through.
Good job.
Don't forget there's cheering stations out there as well, plenty of aid stations. We've got the flash of the bike. We can see, therefore, we know the athletes on their way towards the finish line. We wait to see, obviously. You've got, if you look, you can also see on the jumbo screen there. So we've got the flashing bike lights. I know Mark was out there, one of the cyclists today. We have a host of them with the top 3 men and women. And so you can see the leaders on his way. I said between 64 and 65 minutes, but we're approaching 64 minutes right now. This is in the final few hundred meters, and we'll be hammering up here towards the finish line. Gene, I'll put your glasses there. Sorry, I can't have them on my papers, but don't worry. So we're ready to welcome the first athlete of the day that will be coming through the home stretch here. And it looks like the gentleman who led through the 10K mark will likely be taking the title. You can see hammering away. It looks like we've got our second and third athletes as well. Again, there's going to be some gaps between the top guys. And don't forget, what we're doing is not only crowning the overall champion, we will be crowning the Masters champions as well as the top Canadians, as well as the BC championships for the half marathon. And we'll find out who they are later on. Of course, we'll give you a rundown, because shortly after the top females come on through, we'll be going then to presentations and the award ceremony for that. But here we go as the athletes getting closer and closer towards the finish line inside the final few hundred meters. I think we've got 3 or 4 athletes now that we're able to sight from our particular vantage point. And it looked like the leader was a gentleman who was a first timer with us as well, coming on through, but he has raced at the half before as well, and we've seen him take a second with us at the marathon before, so it's going to be delightful to see heading through to the finish line. So tremendous job for the athlete that will be joining us and wrapping things up for himself. I'm referring to David Mutai, who's amongst the top half dozen out there when it comes to taking on the marathon, and is doing the half this year. But the gentleman who's been leading now will join us very shortly here, as we're 65:31 presently on the clock. So it looks like it will be a 66 and change as coming into the home stretch. Let's have a big band, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, just about to come on through into the final 100 meters or so. And he can look up there, he can see the time, he can see the tape, and it's going to be your 2024 BMO Vancouver Half Marathon Champion. So let's get ready to welcome. It looks as though it is going to be Alick who's next to come through the finish line. He hits the breast of tape at 66. A brilliant performance from him, and don't forget, he's a gentleman who actually had a brilliant race not too long ago where he did a 66:20 at the Toronto half. He's a 14-minute competitor at 5,000 meters. If we could have someone from Sports Stats West, please come and join us. But our congrats to Dylan there for taking the title and a convincing victory. As our next athlete will be closing in. Shaquille, please. As our second athlete is about to come on through very, very quickly here tonight. Here we go, second placer coming up here, about to close on in. Our congratulations. There he is, hits the line. We've got a 66:50 on the clock. A huge performance. David Mutai and Daniel Zudu both in the event with us today, and close in with a fabulous time. And our third place now coming. So that looked like a 67:04 on the clock for our second placer and our third placer, sorry, but we'll give you the name shortly here as we congratulate them on great performances, and they're in the money. Don't forget, for the half marathon, these athletes end up with, I think we've got for the top Canadians overall, we have 1,500, 800 and 500, so those amounts have been given away. So look at the gap those guys have opened up as we've got our fourth placer shortly going to join us. And we've got the lady out there who was leading at the 10K mark, who's celebrating a very special day. I know she's going to be extremely happy if she can come away and continue to hit the field. So you can see medals are presented as we had David Mutai and Daniel Zudu. They were the gentlemen who were in that second and third positions. David Mutai, as we've seen at the marathon before, of course, as we said, he's had a second place with us before out of Langley. He represents Kenya, and Daniel Zudu, who's done a 65.38 before, racing out of Victoria, but he's got a 2:17 to his credit at the marathon distance. We've got another runner. We'll be moving over to the left side. We've got a 69. This could be inside, the final person inside 70 minutes. Look at this. Got 25 seconds to get here as we recognize who we've got next up here to the finish line. Represent the VFAC squad as well. So good to see VFAC's well represented. We've got our fifth placer also, Alexander James, I believe it is, a 27-year-old from Calgary who's about to clock in. We had Dylan Quintana also closing in. So good to see Ferndale, Washington represented here as well. And so Dylan is out the line 70.05 unofficially. Again, don't forget the next man, and some of these guys raced with us last year as well. Dylan Piddock was one of those. Yeah, he ended up, I believe, William did a 70.50 last year in 7th place. So look at that time. Again, he's about 30 seconds faster than what he did before. Dylan Quintana last year was our 4th placer with a 68.34. But a great job from Alexander James as well. So massive performances from some of these athletes, and some of them who joined us in the last little while to take on the challenge. And some people moved down from the marathon, as we got Matthew Skase, I believe that is, who's next in. And Matthew was 8th last year at 71.25. You can see he's about 45 seconds faster than that today. Justin Terrell will be our next man. Came all the way from Barrie, Ontario, Lake Simcoe area. The 27-year-old is estimated at 66. We've got a 71.06 for him as he crosses. So I believe we've seen our top 8 so far. We see who's going to be in the top in the women's division as well. And don't forget, when we look at those times in the women's event over the years, we've seen some amazing performances, of course, and they're included by our very own people like Leah Pells and, of course, Natasha Wodak, who's won a number of times, I think 3 times at the half with us as well. Dana Pidereski, our Olympian, so 2 Olympians there when I'm referring to those 2 women, of course. As we'll be seeing some more finishes shortly, but these are still excellent times, and you've seen, I think, the top 10 now that have closed in. Dave Morrissey, in fact, last year was our 10th placer. I believe he was running again today. But again, we had Dylan Alick taking the victory, Dave Mutai in 2nd, and Daniel Zudu 3rd. And all 3 of those guys said their times would be within. And I was talking about David Morrissey. Look at that, and he's the next man to arrive. He was our 10th placer last year at 72.20, and 72 is 5 seconds faster than last year. And we are just minutes away from presentations, but we are going to get the top females through the finish line, and then we'll hand things over to presentations because we want to make sure we call in our champions here today. So Dave Morrissey out of Vancouver. So when you look at the people who have closed in, he's actually the first Vancouverite. Here's the next Vancouverite, and this is Luke Tasker, the 30-year-old out of Vancouver. He has done a best of 73.30. Look at that. He's going to be about 40 seconds inside the time he was estimating as well. Well done, Luke. And again, we're looking down the road. We're able to see that screen. I love the jumbo screen. We're able to see the action there. Not sure we're following because obviously the race numbers are on the front, not on the back. But our congrats. Dylan Alick, David Mutai, Daniel Zudu. Then we had Alexander James, Dylan Quintana, William Piddock, Matthew Skase, Justin Terrell, David Morrissey, and Luke Tasker. And again, we're waiting to find out who's going to take the women's title for 2024. Last year, it was Natalia Allen, Lisa Brooking, and Katrina Allison, 1, 2, and 3. And anyone going sub or around 75 minutes would be doing excellently. But today we look at the women's times over the years. The fastest ever, Mina Ogawa from Japan, and that was in 1996 when she recorded 72.33. The fastest Canadian was Natasha Wodak at 72.58, and that was 2017. You can see there's pointing over there as well as we get ready to see. Look at the battle between these two. One of them is, I think, Jonathan Walker and Sean Stevens Whale from Roberts Creek, both 34 years of age, and they hit the line. Sean Stevens Whale, a young man who loves to do things like the grind, of course, and he's been on the national team as a mountain runner as we're getting ready to welcome our next finisher, and it's going to be the woman who's going to take the title. It happens to be a brilliant day for Samantha Jory. It is her 29th birthday as well, and she's your 2024 Vancouver Half Marathon Women's Champion, 74.23. Samantha was also 5th placer at our recent Sun Run, did a 33.51 chip time there. Brilliant job, Samantha, and what a way to celebrate a birthday. She was also the first female through there at the 10K mark, as Jarrett Kunz of Seattle will be next up here. Jarrett, the 33-year-old, he's going to go inside 75 minutes. He may be the final person to do so, in fact, but what a great time, and congratulations, Samantha Joy. She is out of Vancouver, 29 today, and she is your champion. And what a couple of weeks for her, with a top 5 at the Sun Run as well. You see, wearing the maple leaf at the finish line there. Brilliant job. Don't forget, so she gets the top Canadian as well as overall award for the half marathon, and a convincing victory for her as well. We wait to see if Natalia Allen may have held on for that second position in the women's division. Last year she won at 74.58. You can see we're about 20 seconds beyond that time right now as the action goes. So great to see the bleachers getting filled here at the finish line as well, and we do want to welcome all our VIPs that are part of the action. We want to see the top 3 women before we hand things over to the awards, because that's the neat thing. You'll be able to see that live as well on the jumbo screen for our top men and women, as I believe the next man to close on him may be another Calgarian in the form of Richard McDonald, the 46-year-old. So he's one of the top masters here today, so he'll be in the money. Good on you. Well done, my friend. I think it's 300, 200 and 100 for top 3 in the Masters division. He's got behind him, and don't forget Dave Morrissey is a master, by the way. Nicholas Feldhorst of Bethel, Washington. Here's Natalia Allen right behind Nicholas. He comes through. He's your second placer, last year's champion. Natalia Allen from Squamish, the 29-year-old, 76.18 on the clock for her. Congratulations to her. Great job as we get ready to see Patrice Lebihan. He may be the 3rd master of the day. Second in the men's 45.49 as well, the Vancouverite. Then there's Cam Broughton right behind him from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Then Wick Hong-Woo from Surrey, the 31-year-old. He's going to get a 76.40 unofficial clocking. Don't forget, we got chip time, we got gun time for these guys as well. These would all be amongst those guys that were in the first wave of 5 waves in the half marathon. As Mitchell Leroux from Surrey will be our next runner to clock in. He's a 32-year-old in that men's 30-34. A huge contingent in that particular grouping as well. I think we've got 1,133. It's our 3rd female runner, Alyssa Barrette from Portland, Oregon. Her 3rd place in the women's division. Great job. That was Jimmy Gobay and Steve Wallace from Portland. They were together. Alyssa Barrette is our 3rd place female. Jimmy Gobay from Quebec, La Belle Provence. He's in the Masters division. He's next with Vincent Pagod out of Chilliwack. Then Michelle Sapien from Coquitlam is men's 30-34. Darren Hutchins out of Seattle, 27-year-old. And Jeremy Hurdle out of Houston, Texas, the Lone Star State, well represented by our next man to hit the line with a 77.36 unofficial clocking. So the top 3 women have gone through, so great job there. They're being interviewed, and we'll see them on the podium very shortly as we've got more athletes about to clock in here in the men's division. Kyle Asson from Vancouver is one of them. Dominic Scott from Windsor, Ontario. We've got Jacob Lowen about to hit the line. M2M as well. And don't forget Rob Watson involved with that, as well as Dylan Wykes. We've got Jacob Lowen through. We've got Tynan Jordan next up here as well from Vancouver. Then Bernabas Nicholas Feliciano. We've got Chris Schwartz from Sherwood Park, and Chris is going to win the men's 50 to 54 division. Behind him we've got Fraser Titley from Vancouver, Nikolai Gower in the Masters division out of Vancouver, and then the great Ed Kangogo, father of three and a brilliant runner out of Lethbridge. We used to see him at the Moonlight Runs. His brother Kip has been a winner here before. Good to see you, Ed. Thanks for taking on the challenge here and coming to join us once again. Sunny Tiara from Vancouver, Jeremy Lai from Mississauga, Ontario. We got our fourth place female, Erica Osoma there from Vancouver, and that's in the Masters women's division. Great job for her, fourth place. We got Jason Broussard from Nanaimo, good friend of mine, Jamie Armstrong from Vancouver. Good to see you, Jamie. He heads in with Curtis Holloway of Calgary and Joel DeSchiffard of Langley. Ben Miller from Bellingham is there as well. Talib Chiwani from Vancouver, Scott Stewart out of Calgary, and Stephen Gilbert from Vancouver. I'll get a nod very shortly about presentations, but he's under yards 79. 1 minute to the 80-minute mark here as Tristan Hoekstra and Stephen Gilbert come on through. Tristan out of Vernon, where they host the very first race in the Interior Road Race Series, and that's at the 10K distance. It's our fifth placer in the women's division, I believe. It's Kayla Moore from Portland, Oregon. So we've got two Oregonians amongst the top 5 women there. She clocks in inside 80 minutes with 38 seconds to spare. We can see some more people inside 80 minutes right now. Fergus Kung of Vancouver could be one of them. Aidan Gay from Kelowna may be the other. Don't forget, I'm not sure if it's right, the great John Gay, who's one of our Olympians. Yes, he is. Nice job there, Aidan. He went to 79.50. He gets inside 79.40. So nice job there, Aidan. We've still got about 14 seconds on the clock left for a sub 80-minute clocking. It looks like Thomas Savaret from North Vancouver will be able to do so, and it will be close for Preston Carey, the 18-year-old. Look at this, a great performance. He's a happy camper, right on 80 minutes and about 1 second. Okay, we'll be handing things over shortly to our presentations, but we'll get a couple more people in, including a top half dozen performance from Melissa Porway from Calgary. Brian McQuillan is closing in here. He's in the pink. Hopefully he is feeling that way as well as Melissa Porway clocks in, and great job because she had a great race. We also saw her racing earlier throughout the year and taking on massive challenges, and has now wrapped up her day. She did a 36.01, I believe, at the Sunrun just a couple of weeks ago, and that was good for 23rd place amongst the women. As we go over to Stanley Wong from Seattle is there, Frederick Beans from Mont Saint Hilaire, Quebec is there, Griffin Keys is there out of Coquitlam, and a couple more people. Then I have to hand it over. Ricardo Rosas Gomez out of Mexico, Stephen Gosselin of Vancouver, and from Barney Chibaka from Englewood, Colorado. As ladies and gentlemen, at this time we're handing things over to our presentations. Do apologise, ladies and gentlemen, but what we're waiting for, you can see on the big screen there, we're going over to the awards.
Am I on the air? I'm on the air with our champions for today, our podium finishers. BMO 2024 half marathon. In third place, we have Daniel Zudu here. Congratulations. Permanent resident now of Canada, originally from Israel, and parents from Ethiopia. And in second place, Kenya's David Mutai, at school here now at Trinity Western. So please, congratulations in second place. And our winner today, first time here in Vancouver, BMO 2024 half marathon. we have Dylan Alick from Ontario, Canada's Dylan Alick is our champion today. Congratulations to the three of you. It was a great run out there. Our champions today, 2024 BMO Half Marathon, Daniel Zudu in third place, David Mutai in second place, and our champion from Ontario, Dylan Alick. Woohoo! Thanks so much, guys. Enjoy the celebration. And shortly here, we have the opportunity to introduce our champions on the female side of the BMO 2024 Half Marathon. We're good to go. I'm going to move up. Over just a little bit. Thanks, ladies. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, our podium finishers in the female BMO 2024 Half Marathon. In third place is Alyssa Barrette. Here she is from Canada. This is a 1-2-3 punch for Canada, ladies and gentlemen. An Olympian in the 1500 meters. Off retirement, training super hard. In second place right here in the half marathon is Natalia Allen, ladies and gentlemen. Woohoo! And our winner today, a star these days, moving up in distance. We've seen her win a number of championship events here in BC, and we have Samantha Jory, our champion today, BMO 2024 Half Marathon. Wave that trophy way up high. Woohoo!
And ladies and gentlemen, you may have noticed who just went through in the form of Evan Dunfee. Absolutely stunning performance there. The 33-year-old Olympic bronze medalist and the man who's won the Commonwealth Games, the Pan American Games, just race walked like an 86-minute clocking. Absolutely awesome. How bad is that? We'll hand you back to the awards. My apologies, but when you've got a man who's going back to the Olympic Games, not only for the solo 35K, but also in the team event now, we want to call that in. His brother Adam also here with us doing live commentary.
You see the start line again. We're moments away from the beginning of the full marathon. An exciting start today with the half marathon. And you just saw the top three finishers on the men's and women's side receive their accolades. Dylan Alick winning on the men's side at a time of 1:06.02. And on the women's side, just get the times wrapped up here.
Well, again, you mentioned how challenging this course is, and some absolutely thrilling performances for our women as well. Sam Jory, Natalia Allen, and Alyssa Barrette are winners on the women's side of the half marathon. And of course, now we are getting set for the full marathon. Another gorgeous shot of a packed start line there for what is, again, a sellout race. It's sold out in record time this year. We have hit record numbers this year of our entrants across all of our different events. Over 10,000 destination runners featured, over 65 countries represented here at the BMO Vancouver Marathon weekend, and over 23,000 participants. Just incredible numbers gracing the streets and parks here in Vancouver.
Canada's largest marathon, organized annually on the first Sunday of May by the local nonprofit Run Van. It's been recognized by Forbes, CNN, USA Today, and others as one of the top destination marathons in the world, and we are just 2 minutes away from it getting underway. And of course, you can live track the athletes at bmovanmarathon.ca/tracker, and a charity component to this event as well. Over $16 million raised for charity over the lifetime of this event, which dates back to 1972. And we are about to get the 2024 edition underway. And Kate, who are some of the elites that we should be keeping an eye out for today?
Well, where to begin? Again, we just saw our elites come through in our half marathon, I should say, and the full is threatening to be just as, if not more exciting, dare I say. So, of course, on the men's side, we have Chris Balestrini, one of the top Canadians who's really stepped up his game over the last couple of years in this event and in the 50K. We should say we have 3 Canadian 50K record holders competing at this event this weekend. On the men's side, we have Chris Balestrini, Canadian 50K record holder. We have Krista Duchesne, Canadian 50K record holder. And then in the half marathon, your brother, Evan Dunfee, walking the half marathon today, but he is the, of course, 50K race walk Canadian record holder. So keep your eye on Chris Balestrini. He won here in 2022. He was 8th last year and looking to come back and try to take another championship title under his belt. Sergio Raez Villanueva, another one to keep your eye on the Canadian side. He's got a PB of 2:18:04. And that was courtesy of his 3rd place finish at the Canadian Marathon Championships last year. And then, of course, Luc Boucher, we talked about him earlier. He's such a recognized name here in BC and, of course, in Vancouver. And he is doing his debut on a home course, and that is just 3 of the top men to keep your eye on. On the women's side, we mentioned Krista Duchesne, Canada's marathon mom. She's been on the scene for a couple decades now and just continuing to prove that age is but a number when it comes to marathoning and to running in general. 2016 Olympian in the marathon. And then we have Megan Taylor visiting us from the U.S., from Arkansas, and she is running for the first time ever in Canada here at this race. Comes in with a 2:38:34 personal best, and they are underway here at the 2024 edition, the largest ever version of Canada's largest marathon here, BMO Vancouver Marathon.
And you can just see the waves of people. This is our first wave. It includes the elites. They're going to begin the route where the half marathoners did on the Cambie Heritage Boulevard. Beautiful part of the city. 2 flanking one-way streets with street edge boulevards that runs between King Edward Avenue in the north and Southwest Marine Drive in the south. The Cambie Street corridor, a major north-south transportation corridor for both private and public modes of transportation here in Vancouver. They then move through Kerrisdale, Dunbar, the UBC Endowment Lounge, beautiful out there, the Point Grey neighborhood, Kitsilano, the West End. Then they go into Stanley Park where they will run along the iconic seawall. Then they will finish things off here where we are in the downtown core. And again, a very scenic course here at the BMO Vancouver Marathon.
You'll hear us say it over and over, but it is stunning running. This is the place to get her done. And of course, the Vancouver Marathon is backed by the City of Vancouver and supported by the province of BC. It is, as we've mentioned, just an absolutely stunning course and such a tourist-friendly city. Many of our athletes, including many of those 10,000 destination runners, have come to take in the sights and sounds of Vancouver over what's been a beautiful several days leading up to race day. As you mentioned, we're under cloudy skies, but no rain as of yet. For the first weekend in May, you know, you can get any weather, and this is pretty excellent condition, both to be a competitor and a spectator. And so for those who are joining us here at our gorgeous finish line, you can, of course, make sure that you're taking advantage of all that Tourism Vancouver has to offer after the event today.
12 degrees and cloudy, rain expected around 2 p.m., so that should keep us dry for most of the day here as we take a look at the second wave, just about ready to start off. Look again at our finish line as the half marathon competitors continue to come across.
And the other thing that you have a great shot of there is the flag-lined finish chute, again representing all of those 65-plus countries that host some of their best runners here in Vancouver for the BMO Vancouver Marathon. You'll also see the bleachers on the sidelines, a ton of crowd support already here at the finish line. And again, BMO Vancouver Marathon and Run Van, of course, the incredible organization behind this event, always striving to make this not only one of the best participant experiences in Canada and around the world, but also one of the best spectator events. And for those of us on site, I can see you all, you're all looking great. Can we get a shout from the crowd? How's our crowd at the finish line feeling? Let's hear some noise, folks.
All right, the crowd's good. And of course, we were going to have some new winners this year, opposed to last year. Of course, last year's winner, Yuki Kauchi, he is here running today, but he's not 100%, so he loves this race, he loves this city, so he is pacing the 2-hour group in the half marathon, so we will see him through in about half an hour or so. As you see our half marathon competitors continuing on there. Another, as Kate mentioned, the numbers here absolutely fantastic, and it's just wonderful to see. They continue to stream across the finish line here. Nice gauntlet setup here. It's a pretty narrow finish line. It's a narrow street that we're on, so you really hear the crowd.
You hear the crowd, and you're going to need it because that final kilometer is not an easy one. It is an incline, and then it levels out into the finish line, and as our athletes continue across, I think they're feeling some relief about that. And, you know, again, we talked about it, these courses are point to point, so while we are going to continue the energy high here at the finish line, we're going to take a look at the start line for wave 2 of our marathon. Again, 2 of 5 waves. And Adam, just as we saw in the half marathon, those crowds in those corrals stretching back as far as you can see. And we are underway with wave 2 of the full marathon here in Vancouver for the BMO Vancouver Marathon.
And we have entertainment throughout the course, and at the start line it's DJ Bobine. So he's getting everyone in the right state of mind to kick things off, and then there's actually a lot of entertainment throughout the course. We'll have Maurizio Veras about 1.5 kilometers in, the Desolation Sound Machine at 10 kilometers. Carnival Band will also be around the 10-kilometer mark. There's a cheer station in UBC at 16K. Ricky will be at Spanish Banks. Just going by one name. He's like Cher. Iggy Brazil, also in kits. The SFU Pipe Band will also be in kits. In the West End, it'll be Emma Curry and the Drag Queen Show. Groups from Brooks will be on Second Beach. DJ John Crosby at the Pipeline and Stanley Park Drive. Iconic Tributes Elvis. Little Elvis to get you through at the 38.5-kilometer mark. The Beauty Shop Dolls at the 41-kilometer mark, and then as you return to Cole Harbour, it's King's Entertainment and Bloco Energia. So it will certainly be entertained through the course of this race as we see the finish line area. It's full of runners, obviously, but it's also full of spectators now as they're arriving for the finish of the half.
Well, we should also make note that for the first time this year, we will have an adaptive athlete out on course. That is Leo Sammarelli. He is our one and only elite wheelchair athlete. and he completed the half marathon at this event last year in his racing chair, and he is out on course. Got to start just ahead of the beginning of wave 1 of the full marathon, so for the first time we'll see an adaptive athlete in a racing chair out on the hills and the flats of this course, and we wish Leo Sammarelli all the best. We'll try to bring you some updates from him as well as this event continues to expand, not only in numbers but in accessibility, in diversity, and in making sure that this truly is an event for all.
And a big part of this event also is the fundraising for charity, and some great stories out there. Anika Gill, she was signed up to run this in 2017, but sadly was diagnosed with cancer, but she's now healthy and she is here to race today, so best of luck, Anika. Got Gavin Lynch, open heart surgery survivor, and wants people to know all they need in life is determination to help them succeed. Patricia Ashby, she's running with the Charlie's Angels for Canuck Place, raising money for that children's hospice. Jason Chow, he's a brain tumor survivor. This is his 15th BMO race.
Well, we have, again, so many other athletes to get to, but we're going to throw it back to the king himself, Steve King here. Take it away with our finish line.
Thanks very much, Kate. And always a pleasure to have Kate here. Don't forget, she's a lady who has a PR for 5,000 metres of 15 minutes, 14 seconds, which was actually the original women's record for that distance as well, set by Paula Fudge, the original women's champion. Don't forget our champions today, Dylan Alick with that 66-minute clocking, and Samantha Jory celebrating a victory and a birthday with a 74.23. Right now, plenty of others that are closing in. We had Eamon Keane approaching the lane. Jim Rooney went through there. We got Kevin Chung, we got Nicholas Richard, Dylan Kirby also coming through to the line. But what a great job when we look at the top 10 overall. It was Alick, Mutai, Zudu, Beveridge, James, Quintana, Piddock, Skays, Tyrrell and Dave Morrissey. That 10th place time with a 72.13 chip time. For the women, it was Jory, Allen and Barrette, who you've seen on the podium. They were followed by Erica Soma, Kayla Moore, Melissa Pori, Alison McPherson, Kim Bennett, Caroline Forbes and Natalie Witness, our 10th placer with an 84.05 clocking. So plenty of action. Don't forget the marathon is underway. They're about 9 minutes 14 seconds into their event. There are waves for the marathon just as there were with 5 waves for the half. As we can see there, Gabriel Yomak out of Vancouver, Gianmarco Alva from Dallas, Texas. We had a top Texan there. When we look at the top athletes in terms of those performances just a moment ago as well, we look at the top Americans there. The top American today, I believe, was Dylan Quintana. He's out of Ferndale, Washington for the men. And of course, Alyssa Barrette from Portland, Oregon was our 3rd place in the women's division, the first of non-Canadians. And don't forget, we had 57 countries represented today. And we were also lucky. We got Rocky Banks coming to the line. We got Matthew O'Donnell, Tobias Allen, Wibilavsky there coming, Carolina Stramkovka. We got Salvador Ignacio Torres Bremer from Mexico. Again, Mexico is amazing in terms of the sheer volume of athletes that are represented here. We got 530. So felicitaciones por excelente tiempo. We got Ringo Wong next up there as well, Leah O'Halloran. We got cheerleaders here as well, and we want to thank you for turning up. Look at the spectators now lining the course here at the finish line as Justin Chang comes on through. We've got Krista Hallberg in there, and Krista is in the men's 60 plus division, a 1:42 on the clock. Don't forget, we've got age group records that could be bested by some of these athletes as well. We've got Noah Simon, we've got Dan Kleiner, Seattle in there, we've got Dave Gutierrez out of Vancouver. Lots of Vancouverites. Don't forget, the first Vancouverite in the field today was Jean Beveridge in that 4th position at 69.41, but it was Vancouver's very own Samantha Jory who took the title in her hometown as Connor McKinnon there through. Nick Santima of Delta is there, Brian York out of Seattle, Prince George, we've got Dave Ray next up, Merritt represented. Nice to see that, as we've got also Surrey, obviously lots of athletes from Surrey that are part of the action with us today. In fact, they're the 3rd largest number with 1,121. Burnaby, we've got 12:56, and of course Vancouver, 7,300 athletes from Vancouver alone. Looks like we've got Tyler Hill approaching, Dallas Calvin from Trail, closing in from Toronto, Liam Ryan. Huge number of athletes that have come in from Toronto to join us, so we very much appreciate that. When we look at the sheer numbers, it's impressive. 255, in fact, from Toronto. There's Sarah Nadovo Fraser. We've got Dwight Liu, Kaylin Hagen in there, Luke Slattery, Saskatoon, represented by Brianne Tennant, who's next up there, and Revelstoke, Tracy P. They used to have a great 8-miler up there in Revelstoke. Still do some great trail runs. We've got Reed Hamilton out of New York coming on through with Arturo Castellanos of Vancouver, just meters ahead of him. Reed Hamilton, another athlete with Dave Cosley of Maple Ridge, I see there, and Dave in that men's 55-59 division. Lots of action here with 1:43 on the clock. Don't forget, we'll have pacers at the 1:45 mark and at the 2-hour mark, and hopefully people are going to get the sort of times they were hoping for. Tatiana Bourget is going through, Panu Turcot, we've got Chris Schwab and Fionn Chen. We got also Sean West in there next to with Gus Gracie, the 18-year-old. So some of the younger athletes are pouring it on. It looks like 16-year-old Kristina Svoboda is next to come on through the finish line. Good to see the Ukrainian flag. We got a Ukrainian running team here with us as well. 2 of their members have just gone through the line with Gavin Yeoman, Josh James, Kyle Hastelman, and looks like Megan Webster next to come on through in the women's division with Natalie Johnson right alongside her, and Carl Chow. Sherritt is there as well. Many of these athletes that are local or through BC were with us 2 weeks ago for the Vancouver Sun Run. So how bad is that? In space of 2 weeks, we have 2 of the world's greatest events with 45,000 registered for the Sun Run, 35,000 plus finishers. Today, over 20,000 runners between the 3 distances. Right now, the focus is on the half or the 21.1K. Lots of people achieving their times. We're 20 seconds away from a sub 1:45 on gun time, that is. You can see happy campers as they come on in. We've got Katie Harris there, Emily Byrnes is there as well. Now next behind them, Sean Lai, Fergus McDonald. Here we go in the final 10 seconds before 1:45 on the clock time. This going to look good for their photos. Don't forget, we've got marathon photos here with us as well, and we've got about 30 of their photographers taking the shots as Nathan Chan comes in with just seconds now over 1:45. But again, many of these guys may have gone off in the first, second, possibly even the third wave, and therefore are still on their chip times can be a sub 1:45. Marla Moncrief is there from Calgary, and Marla's in the women's 60-64 division. A great performance there for her. Catherine Landon there of Edmonton next up there, and don't forget Edmonton hosts a brilliant marathon, the half as well, and Calgary of course does have distances there from 5 through to 50k. We also have Sean Yun and Ryan Graham closing in with Roberto Savalas out of Everett, Washington. There's Patrick Neal out of Penticton. Nice to see that from our hometown, the 41-year-old. Don't forget, I understand Chris Balestrini, who's going to be one of the foremost runners at the marathon, will be moving there shortly. We've got Ryan Goldwine next up there with Nasa Sultani. Janet Clark came in, I believe, way up north. She lives. We've got Kamloops represented, Dallas Borghetti. We've got Tuan Munn represented there. Maureen Donovan as well from Newburgh, and Lana Gooley. There's Darren Lewis. We've got, I believe, Greg going through right alongside him, and Mercer Island represented by Michael Cho outside of Washington. He was hoping for a 1:45, very close to that today. As you can see, a number of milder marathon runners that are closing in. Some people wearing their official BMO Vancouver Marathon shirts, as well as we've got Vivian Lack from Burnaby in there. Thomas King next up there. Mackenzie Rowland is closing on through. Adrian Paulick, I don't know if the Paulick family, Fred may join us watching the action. He's out of Richmond, of course, but Brooklyn, New York, represented by Seraphine C. We've got Clements Wasson out there. Arlington, Virginia, represented by Brandon Crarkin. Jamie Morgan, Ross Hilliam. Boston, Manitoba, that is. We've got Clinton Ogiga in there as well. Don't forget, a number of the athletes have raced in Boston, Massachusetts, of course, including some of the people that are going to be taking on the big challenge that is coming up for them in the next few miles, because our leaders are now almost about 16 minutes into their event, so the leaders could be around the 5k mark in the marathon. There's Nassim Ebrashami from West Van is closing in with Emily Bishop. We've got Emily Fantuz and Stephanie in there. We've got Tiago Rodriguez, Andrew Hefford next through there as well. We've got Arthur Sebesius, the Edmontonian, he's coming on through the finish line with Jonathan Chan. We've got Laura Presley out of Ottawa, came away to join us. And again, it's great to see Ottawa with so many athletes that are part of the action. Again, I think we had 70 athletes from Ottawa. From Whitehorse, we had 67. Again, it's nice to see people who travel away. There's Michael Giannini from Toronto. North Van's Alexander Smythe, he's closing in with Michael. We got Bonnie Ewan in there as well, Paddy Brandauer. Some of these guys, by the way, we had a few people that have been racing year after year after year. And when it comes to the marathon, we do have 3 or 4 people that are hoping to do something very special. In other words, to get into the Guinness Book of Records. But we'll let you know more about that as those close in. Right now we've got Reg Willick, a very good performance from the 62-year-old, and from Zapopan, Mexico, Aldo Lanez is there. Melquiades Lima coming on through the Paola Avia Roja, and Jung Ho Jim. We got Alex Yen next up there with Stefan Colbo of West Van. Dylan Heaston is also clocking in. We got Dylan Herbert and Ryan close together. Igor Bugarinovich out of Vancouver. Kieran O'Connor I see as well, just meters away from us. Obviously we're right at the finish line with 1:48 presently on the clock as these guys come up West Pender. Look at the sheer volume. You're seeing the runners down there, beautiful city of Vancouver, where they celebrate. For some of them it's their very first half marathon. Obviously we're delighted with those people who come away with a personal best. That speaks volumes about their training. We want to thank the coaches that are here with us as well, and of course I saw Kevin O'Connor a while ago from BC Athletics. We got Morris here as well, and I thank him for giving me the top 10 overall. As don't forget, we got Sports Stats West. They'll be clocking in these guys as we got Isabel McLean approaching. We got Ji Dong, Chris Hall is there, Stephen O'Toole, Fabian Arnold out of Telquin, and Jesse Carrier. Nice to see you, Jesse. He's out of Penticton, my own town as well. We got Edwin Leung, we got Jack Rutledge next to close on with David Lutz, and we're 1:49. So these guys well inside the 2-hour mark, but this will be a goal for many of them. They know what they're aiming for. Each of them obviously aiming to be inside the particular pole. If we got, I think that was Paul McGrath I saw heading through. Mary Dion next up there from West Vancouver, Sanjeev Gandhi. And Christine Goldkamp from Nashville, Tennessee, talking about Nashville. We have the winner here with us as well. So congratulations, and obviously we're referring to the lady who's sitting alongside us at this time, and that being, of course, Kate Van Buskirk. She just won in Nashville last weekend with a 2:37, her very first marathon, and she was second overall. I believe it was a Kiwi who was the winner there with a 2:27. We got Colleen Franks approaching. Daichi Kibu is here as well from Surrey. Yu Zhao, there's Charlie Riff from Seattle. We got Darcy Marr from Delta, James Hunter heading in here, Philip Kafka, Redmond, Washington, and behind him we hear Venkatesh out of Seattle. Lots of athletes from the US, but Winnipeg represented by Pratik Barati. There's Alyssa Meadows, meters behind him, and Ana Paula Viziano from Guadalajara, Mexico. Again, huge number from Mexico that have joined us once again. Felicitaciones por el excelente tiempo. She's about to come under with a 1:54 on the clock. There's Ringo Chan, Dustin Benheisen, Fred Byrne, Noel Howlett is also heading on through, Hamish Shaw. And what a brilliant time. I saw Evan Dunfee come through. Don't forget, he race walked through, and it looked as though that time, that would equate half marathon. I said to him yesterday, will you go sub 90 minutes? He was like 1 hour 46 minutes. Think about that. That is like 2:54 a marathon pace, 2:52, 2:54, and he is race walking. So he is in huge form. But others closing in, Rob Green is there, Megan Hamilton. We got Lewis Mock out of Surrey. 3 Surrey runners in a row there with Lewis Kelly and Steve Vickery alongside. And then June Tai, we got Kevin Virtue, Chicago, Illinois, represented by Andy Young, the 27-year-old, the Windy City. You can see the flags. They've got a little bit of wind, but it's not too bad for these athletes right now. But what is great for them, we've even seen some bare-chested runners come on through. Fortunately, they're all men. 1:51:40 on the clock for that gentleman, and that's Oliver Dix, I believe. We've got Chris Russell, Roger Vallis-Sala from Burnaby, and from Laval, Quebec, we've got Francis Garipi, Andre Fernandez Nunez. She's next up there, the 25-year-old out of Burnaby, gets a high five along the way to the finish with 10 meters to go. Joseph San Jose from Coquitlam next through with Matt Lyle, Ian McLaughlin from North End. We've got Caleb in there as well. That's Caleb Roberts, I believe. We've got Caleb Plain from Squamish. Corey Roberts is there from Coquitlam. Matt Ferguson out of Kelowna. Good to see Kelowna runners. Don't forget they've done so very well here in Vancouver over the years, including being Sun Run winners previously. People like Philez, people like the Pontus twins who have been first and third in the 10K. There's Samantha Thompson, she's heading in. Rodrigo Gaviria, the 19-year-old is heading through. Jojo Chion is there. Gibson's represented by Ryan Schillerbeck. Nice to see you, Ryan. Steve Bardus from Regina, Saskatchewan. We've got Devin Whittle from Woodinville, Washington. Again, it's wonderful for these athletes to see the crowds that are here. Cheer on for your favourite athletes, and they're all our favourite athletes when you look at the people that have come from away. 57 countries that are part of the action here. So each of these guys representing, of course, their own spirit, but representing, of course, wherever they are from. And we are just delighted. We are meeting in one of British Columbia's greatest cities, but the biggest of all. And of course there's also a marathon in our capital city in Victoria. That is in October. This is happening today. We've got Matt Saul there from Yellowknife, Northwest Territories represented. We've got 16-year-old Andrew. Nice to see that at 16 years of age coming to the line. We've got Ashley Edstrom next up there from Calgary. We've got Peter Cohen there from Vancouver. Sharon G. Dillon, I see. We've got Sherry Garvey, Danica Desjardins out of Edmonton. And again, when you look at our major cities like Edmonton and Calgary in Alberta, of course they host some great events, but many of them choose to come to a big city marathon like this, and it's been called one of the destination great marathons. Forbes, CNN, USA Today said it's one of the best. It's renowned for its unique scenic views showcasing snow-capped mountain ranges, the cherry blossoms, and of course the stunning shoreline views that we have. As Graham Q of Vancouver is there, Maria Rosato, we got Kimberly Starchuk and Socrates Koraganos out of Calgary. There you have our pacers, our 150 pacers. They would have gone off with the second or third wave, of course, so they're right on target. We really appreciate the job they do. So the athletes, when they're lining up, they're able to see what sort of pace they know in advance what they'd like to be able to achieve, and you can see that is being done. We are still 5 minutes and about 40 seconds away from that 2-hour clock time, so there'll be a lot of action then as Jessica LaFlamme Youngman, Janine Fernandez Hayden, Jason Nelson, Jess McKee and Natasha McKee, they're all closing in together. We had a 14-year-old about to cross there a moment ago as well. Chris Behan, Brittany Steele, they're approaching that finish line. Nothing like the feeling of knowing you've got it made in the shade, and what a shade we've got here for these athletes, because sometimes it's been very, very hot and sunny. Today, though, conditions are ideal for these guys at least. There's Julian Patel is there, Dylan Dobbin, Pierce Harpenny out of Vancouver. From Penticton, looks like Gloria Warner. Gloria Warner coming to the finish line. Way to go, Gloria. Great Ironman triathlete. I see her heading in with about 20 metres to go on the far side, and a 1:55 on the clock. Excellent job, my dear. So we got Tia Frank there, Kate Bellwood, Jim Brady, Morgan Hughes, Edward Ing, Colt Pollard. We got Danny Choi, Miles Wapham. What a great name, of course. 13 miles plus one. We've got Johan Nell there from Comox. Nice to see Comox, of course. They put on great events there, including a brilliant half marathon. A number of the athletes in the field here today would have actually been racing in that, and that was won by Dusty Spiller. And don't forget Andy Russell, I think he's racing with us today. Natasha Wodak actually won that with a 71.52 clocking this year. This is in Comox, and of course Brent McMahon did 74 minutes there, and Brent, a two-time Olympian at the sport of triathlon, he's actually doing the marathon today. I think his father's also doing it, but right now we keep our focus on the half as Carly Drope is there. Santana Pileski from Vancouver. We've got Rochelle Wong next up, Josh Killings, Murray Sinclair, the 63-year-old. He's got Curtis Dolan, the 17-year-old. Two Vancouverites now heading in close together. From Magnolia, Texas, looks like Jose Amieva. Jamie Corrales from Toronto is there. We've got Ian Johnson out of Vancouver and Jeff Chow. We've got Paul Mills next up there. Out of Missouri, Grave Kluwer, Sophia Jackson-Kelso from Fernie. Nice to see them well represented here, of course. If you're heading to Alberta, if you're going to Jasper Banff, you go through that area. We've got Kelsey Cross, Kelsey Law. They are side by side. We've got Florian Calisa, and it looks like Brianna James, I believe. Lou Thibodeau is also clocking in. Adam Fleming from Poco is there. Jacob Allerton from Campbell River heading up to the finishing area with Mark Meelan of Langley, Catherine Demers. It looks like Avaz Hashimi, the 6-year-old from North Van, about to approach. He wanted 1:55. My guess is he was second wave. He's got that with just about 3 minutes left on the clock for these guys to close on in. The gentleman just crossing there, Cindy Rose, ladies and gentlemen, a 6-time champion at the Victoria Marathon, approaching the line. Here she is in the black strip. Way to go, Cindy. Look at that. She's got a 1:57 on the clock. She still wins races outright, and she's in the 60-plus division. Great to see her racing with us once again. Not sure if her daughter Chelsea is racing. Sometimes she gets other members of the family here, but we are thrilled whenever she races. We look forward to seeing her maybe in Penticton next weekend, where we got the 13K. Used to be the Blossom 10-miler. As Leighton Besler is there. Jennifer Green is there. We also have, I believe, two more finishers that are coming in from Vancouver, Taddy Buckley and Toby Eslake. They are through the finishing area. We've got Tyson there. Maria Doyle is approaching line. Quentin Goldstein. We've got May Wang, Michael Ball, and Michelle Gentius out of Vancouver. There's Emma Ramish from New West. And Parksville on the island, of course, Catherine DeCretius, Josh Holmes. If you hear the name, give them a big cheer. We've got a roar as we've got a wheelchair athlete here being pushed to the line. Great job as they come in up the rear to join us, and that's a 1:58 clocking. Huge performance there. Well done. We've got Brent Cameron, Jing Chan. Looks like Michael Cockrell from Chilliwack is also heading through with Jocelyn Stacey, Erin Vandenbrink, Maritha Reed. We've got Shay White, Megan Reed from Delta. Fast and furious as here we are. Less than 2 minutes for the 2-hour mark for these athletes. And don't forget, our marathoners are now 27 minutes into their run, at least those in that first wave. There were 5 waves of runners, so many of these runners you're seeing coming in are still doing comfortably inside 2 hours. As we look there, Elliot Antoine, I believe that was Jerry Ip from Emeryville. We got Claudia Yole next up there, 16-year-old Lutzer Birkenbosch from Revelstoke. That's Brandy Williams from New West coming in, from Joshua Wang out of Boston, Remy Pearson from Toronto. And I believe we got the Rome represented there by one of our athletes as well, so the Italian is heading home. Sabrina Michael, we got Hayley Oosterman, Gareth Lancaster. Don't forget, we told you earlier about the top athletes of the day and their positions and placings. Dylan Alick and Samantha Jory taking the titles here. Dave Mutai second, Daniel Zudo in third, and Natalia Allen, last year's champion, second this year, with Alyssa Barrette in that third position. Great to see that we were able to have the awards there for them as well, that we got to see that. The great thing is you can watch that screen up there. You'll be able to see hopefully your loved ones approaching. If they gave you a time and said, this is what I'm looking for, 30 seconds now to get a sub 2 hour on your photo as Milder Marathon representing. Come on, let's give them a big hand for the next 35 seconds or so. This is the time to look up. This is the time to push. This is the time to think about all the training. Many of you wanted a sub 2. We want to see that on your special souvenir photograph. You've got now 10 seconds left on the clock. Push, push, push. Hard as you can, guys. Come on, we've got 5 seconds left. You can do it. We've got another 10, 12 people who can make that as we're about to count it down. And there we are. 2 hours on the clock. Well done. And it looked like we had Jess Fehrenbacher there, Darren Chang, Kelly Phillips. They went through with Josh Smith approaching. Danny Rowe is there. We got Hong Chen next up there. Toronto's MHU, I believe, amongst the group that just went through. Paulina Lara, Eliza Gray, Tommy Huang. They're all heading into the home stretch, and just a few meters. Again, we're lucky enough to have timing match just a little ways down there, so about 40 meters prior to they hit the actual finish. As Darius Fadabi is closing in with Michael Gaspar, Patrick Hearn, we've got Weisha Gu, we've got Kaya Michelle there as well, Bianca Murray, and the Tobico represented by Krista Barachorek, I believe. So we've got lots of medics down here. No one looks to be any worse for wear right now, but you can see a lot of happy campers as they finish. They'll be getting their medals as they move through. They're able to get their gear. They're able to also obviously pick up food and drinks, stay hydrated. There's someone we need there to be grabbed at the finish line. It looks like he's about to go over. Let's get our medics through. The young man in the white strip. As Stephanie is there, Stephanie Baker. We've got Adam Romano, Silverio Diaz. I went through. We've got Lauren Powell approaching. Cesar Gonzalez, I believe, from Mexico, also on the home stretch. Elizabeth Fontaine, Rebecca McInerney, Brian Finnegan, Christian Smith. They are fast and furious, and it will continue to go. Don't forget, we often see some of our half marathoners around 3.5 to 4 hours into the event. As Rick Arita from Surrey is there, and don't forget, Rick is a 73-year-old, and I just spoke to him yesterday. In fact, we were down there at the expo, and what a great expo that was. Obviously, this is where the athletes had to go to pick up their gear. You can see many of the athletes running in their official BMO Vancouver Marathon shirts. As we got Mariana Moreno Sanchez from Mexico. She just moved into the women's 50 to 54 division. Felicitaciones por excelente tiempo. As Daniel Schmiedoff is there, Alex Wang, Kena Beatriz, Kathal Chantal Dooley, Shane Trudell, Megan McGovern, Vienna Nguyen, Chloe Gorenza. They are fast and furious. So many people as they pass on through. And we look at the sheer numbers. Don't forget there were 12,000 plus in the half marathon. We've got 7,700 in the marathon. We've got 2,600 in the 8K. Marathon's all underway. We wait to see when the 8K starts, of course, and don't forget that is set to start at 9:30, so still about 30 minutes before we get the 8Ks underway. But you can see Ying Tong is there, Hayden Donovan coming through, Eric Rasselainen, Chester Dixon, Jess Clark. We've got Shawnigan Lake represented by Rhonda Callow, first athlete I've seen from there. As Cami Estep, we've got from Vancouver. And there's Eric Hertzberg. We've got Marielle Banco next up. Louise Dunn, Zella Brown, the 68-year-old Vancouverite is coming through. 16-year-old, I believe, Mr. Baljar, the young man who's approaching the line. First time finish coming up for him at the half marathon distance, and a great benchmark split as well. Morgan Lockhart from Kelowna. We've got Jackie Kwok in there. Ian Boyko out of Langley. Tom Petitjean. And medicine out represented by Darren Ofrate. There's Jenna Thompson. We got Catherine Quinn approaching the line. Marika Emery came in to join us as well from Ottawa, I believe. We got Aspen Nemeth there from Vancouver. Not sure if she's related to Alex and the crew, mum and dad that join us as well, Mark and Wanda. And they will often come in from Vanderhoof to, hey, look at him at the finish line. You've got to like that. And we've got some characters later on. You'll see one man who's trying to get in the Guinness Book of Records as a running nose. We'll find out what that looks like. And don't forget, one of the guys did the 2-hour marathon because Yuki is the man who is going to be pacing. Yuki Kawauchi, if you see him coming on through, one of the greatest marathoners of all time. He's a gentleman who, in fact, has worn a panda suit before. He's also worn a business suit. And don't forget, our own Adam Campbell holds the Guinness Book of World Records for doing a 2:35 for a marathon when he was wearing a business suit, and that included a briefcase and shirt and tie and a suit. So I'm not sure if Yuka's come through. We'll find that out, but I hadn't seen him myself as Shauna Bradley is there, but we do want to wish him well. And of course, he and his wife Yuko, who's been a winner with us as well, and their young son Ayumu. They are both back in action with us. And don't forget, he's the 2-time winner in 2019 as well as last year. Next up there, we've got James Cuddy, we've got Dylan Tebow, Kathy Kim, Kendall Sola. Next up, we've got Kevin Kimura, Melissa Schneider, Caitlin Palmer from Toronto. Good to see 108 Mile represented there as well. Don't forget, a lot of great cross-country skiing events there over the years, including the Caribou 50. As I can see Courtney Lowe approaching, there's Kaylin Young. We got Sienna Marr and Danielle Valet heading on through for 2 Torontonians there as well. Calandra Peters, I believe, are one of those 2. Again, it's nice to see we got the camera panned on when the athletes have crossed the line and how relieved they feel, but how hopefully pleased they feel about their particular run this morning. As Riley has come through, lots of volunteers out there. Don't forget, we got a couple of thousand volunteers supporting the event. Yesterday at the kids run, we had the Sea Cadets. There were like 45 of them that were supporting the event, so we very much appreciate that. As Mike Solomon, Carlos Olivares is also there. As we got Jacqueline Mix, we got Olivia Wan John, Shauna Farrell, we got Teresa Icon. Melissa's next up there with Chelsea Anaki, I believe Natalie Stindl from Burnaby. We've got Nanaimo represented by Sergio Dicha, and there's another Peter Lowe from Vancouver. I can see him from my vantage point. A lot of these athletes are members of various clubs, of course, as we continue to welcome them, and they continue to push the pace because they can see this beautiful finish line and they can hear your cheers. They know that the home is awaiting them, and it's good to see someone being filmed there. We've got someone from Waco. Yuki is coming to the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. Yuki Yaochi, don't forget, he's a 2-time champion here. He is holding the banner up there as well. So Canada Day and Holiday Otanishinde Kurdasai. Here he is, the man himself with a 2-hour banner. He has won the Boston Marathon. His family is here. He's done 80 events inside 2 hours and 20 minutes. He's done a 2:08 with us before. He is injured, and he said, I'll get out there and support the athletes by being a 2-hour pacer. Yuki Karaochi, what a performance. And again, when you look at what he did, he's done a his wife Yuko did a 2:41 when he won. He's done a 2:15 twice with us before as well. So we're really, really pleased. He's the man I said was dressed in a panda suit and set a world best for someone dressed in a panda suit as well as a business suit. And it's so wonderful to have him back here in action with us as we continue to call the pace here and to control the race. And in 10 minutes time we'll be moving over and getting some more action to see what's happening up front in terms of the marathons. Corey Braddock approaches, David Thibodeau is there, Moises Carrera from Leon de los Alamos, that's in Mexico, there we are, Alexander Raymond is there, Gloria Lee, Sherry Lear, we've got Susan Taylor from Burnaby, Alexander Stewart, Michelle Lee out of Vancouver, Jade Farn, I believe, Ashita Kaur, there's Matt Hansen, the 61-year-old, we've got Vanessa Reed from Poco approaching tonight, Travis Byrne out of Seattle, there's Jessica Gonzalez, Sarah Meyer, we got Janelle Ross next up there from Langdon, we've got Portland well represented here as well, not a surprise, don't forget Oregonians of course are very much into the sport of running. Next up there, Liam Venables, I believe, is coming. We've got another Liam alongside him, Liam McDermott. Chinyu Chen, we've got Lindsay, we've got Luke Stewart Mills, Fernando Torres, Sydney Brown is there, Jordan Sugi, Harsh Yohal out of Delta, Harvey Bosma, a 65-year-old. Again, these athletes, they can look, they can see the flag of their nation, they can see the finish, they can see the time, and they also are no doubt recording their own times. You see when the guys salute there, that means they're happy campers, of course, and we're happy as our photographers capture the moment. As Emma McKean is approaching, Eve Schumann from New York is there, Megan Croker, we got Brackendale, the home of the Eagles, Marlena is coming on through the finish with Andrea McFarlane, Gillian Fielding, Prince George is Thomas Godet, Alexander Jose Ruscio, I believe Drescher next up there with Clinton Rio, we got Brenda McIntyre, there's Graham Hooton heading on through to the finish with Christine Barrel, and we're looking at the time right now of 2:08, 37:15 on the clock. That means probably this time the top female may have gone through the 10k mark in the marathon portion of the event. We'll tell you more about some of our pre-race favourites there because we do have one lady who's hoping to get close to that women's record, and that women's record is Dana Pitterskis 2:34.27 set last year. She in fact owns the first and second fastest times to the marathon for a female. Gary Henry is still the record holder, although the course record set by Yuki Kawauchi, he did that 2:15.01 in 2019. But Tom Howard still owns the second fastest ever time. It's 2:14.34. And that was in 1974, and he is with us. He's one of our guests here in the VIP area watching the action. He's got Seamus Garrity approaching line. There's Jennifer Harmon behind him, and it looks like Kate Bailey, I believe, Gemma Reagan from Prince George is there. Mark Crowell, a 67-year-old out of Seattle, Washington, also approaching as we're approaching 2 hours 10 minutes into the event. And we'll be having some interviews coming up in the next little while with our champions. And Kate and Adam will be looking after those interviews. We're really looking forward to hearing what the champions have to say about the event. Shannon Howlett is coming in. We've got Chris Haraldi there. We've got Lee Xu and Jim Wilson next approaching with Justine. There's Superman Sandu, I believe, Amanda Candelon. We've got Dominique Ruzgega out of Campbell Rib, Gabriela Gomez out of Mexico. Also next up to the finishing area. So a great job. And for the Japanese athletes, of course, Otsukaresama Deshita, Vancouver Marathon, Kansou Kokuresama. And of course for the athletes closing in, we also want to wish them well. Bienvenido, Alenir, Diogada, Marathon Vancouver, BMO. We appreciate it as we've got Dylan Penman there, we've got Michael Girard, Daniel Ing, Elena Cusack, we've got Mark Quay, Florina Toba Escobar from Vancouver, there's Megan Ma next up there. We also have a Banff runner there, congratulations. Don't forget we used to have the Jasper to Banff, now Banff to Jasper. They also have a marathon there, a half marathon and a 5k run. We've got Will Stein next up there with Jessica Hakamine out of Vancouver, Anchorage represented by Miniko Hamel. She's approaching, and that's a 65-year-old, so great job there. That could be on the podium in that respective age division. When we look at that one division alone, there are 73 runners in the half marathon in that one division. As she's pushing the pace and gets a 2:11:13 on clock time. Shimina Forson there from Magnolia, Texas, and next to be arriving, the Lone Star State representative. Plenty of people from Texas. It's wonderful to see those numbers. I think when we look at the sheer volume of numbers in terms of who's who and where they've come from, it's really wonderful to see, and I'm delighted because, of course, it means that these athletes are supporting the event. So 111 Texans are signed up between the three distances here. Mina Burr is there. We've got Edward Kwong from Montreal approaching. We've got Martha Severis here, and Isaac Sandri. There's Denise Lecoq, Lisa Nagayam. We've got Ty there, Hitomi Leon. We've got Sienna Lou. I believe Kamloops is represented by Wayne Little. He's in the bottom end now at the men's 55-59. And what I mean by bottom end, I just mean he's just entered that particular division this year as entering the home stretch. And about to come on the arch. Austin Lamont is approaching. Mike Sowers there. Jennifer Wilnachenko. Beth Austin. We've got Zachary Cochran, Nathaniel Wong, and Adil Hamid, just 18 years of age, taking on the chance. Youngest finisher so far, we've had two 16-year-olds that have wrapped up their day so far. And we'll be wrapping things up very, very shortly here with some interviews. They'll be bringing over our champions shortly. We'll be able to hear from them. But right now we're also seeing Chris Yao, Sarah Lee, Becky Smikala. It's good to see Whistler represented by Becky there. Don't forget, a few years back, Whistler used to host a marathon. And that first marathon, we had people like Kevin Titus ending up doing that, and there were just 13 runners there, so you can imagine what that was like. But they do have Mind Over Matter event, and you can see this is what it takes here. You've got to have it in the mind as well as in the body and in the spirit, because there's nothing like us celebrating a finish, because for some people this is the longest race they've done. For others it's prepping to go double distance. And we have the young lady who was a winner with us yesterday in the kids event. It's really nice to see who's at the finish line here. Don't remember that yesterday we saw the youngsters do 2.5K, and I'm delighted to see the Cheney family here with us at the finish line. They're in the VIP area because Jocelyn Cheney was the winner of the girls division yesterday. She did a time of 11:07 for 2.5 kilometers. Well done. And behind her we had Sabri Cowell and Zizi Zhu, and the boys division for the 11 to 12 year olds, it was William Collins, Dominic Freytag and Liam Eastep. And I'll mention the other winners because they did such a great job. In the 6 to 8 year old division it was Oliver Trotman, Paola Martinez-Baca, Henry Callender, and in the girls division for the 6 to 8 year olds it was Risa Friedman-Hain, Parnin Asubidai, Willow Buswell, and the 9 to 10 year olds Taj Farhat, Paul Callender, Yin Hai, Ethan Chan, and for the girls it was Danica Massey, Talia Ladak and Catherine Wu. These were your champions yesterday, and it was great to have an interview yesterday with, of course, Jocelyn Cheney, because she did a great job, and she had a certificate there to show she wears the big banana at the finish line. Look at that, 2:14 on the clock, and a sub 2:15 clock in there. As Julia McGraw, we got Mike Monroe, Dana Tong from Pitt Meadows, Anastasia, Kalisnikova is also approaching the finish line. We got Amanda Eber there from Edmonton. We got Yana Hempler. Nice to see Yana. And of course, multi marathons from Yana comes in from the island to join us once again. You'll see her on social media, of course. Does all sorts of events for charity as well. Here's our 2:05 pacers now approaching. And again, we're not, I think, with that third wave of athletes, as it won't be long before we bring up our champions here to the finish line. And don't forget, of course, the great Lynn is here, Lynn Kanuka. She is the lady who looks after our athletes, and what a great day. As she's been in the Olympics, of course, got a bronze medalist, has been bronze at World Cross Country, has been the 3-time winner of the Vancouver Sun Run. She looks after our elites as they come in, as we got Heidi Rose here. And it looks like we've got Heidi, 73 years of age, and she's heading up the home stretch. What a great time, and that's 2:15 on clock time. What is going to be her chip time? It could be a lot faster than that, but we'll be going over shortly to interview Lynn Kanuka, I believe, and we'll hand things over in a moment, and they'll be letting us know just how things are going. So at this time I'll hand things over as our champions are arriving. Other athletes arriving include John Doherty there. We've got Emma Talbot also, Dylan Chin, Irving Chen. You can see the clock now. We're at 2:16 for the half. We're at 44.5 minutes for the half marathon. And I'm going to hand things over now to Kate Van Buskirk.
much for that, Steve. And I got to give a shout out to Steve King. No one else can do what this man does. If you need an auctioneer, he is your guy. If you need a finish line announcer, he is your guy. So we're so grateful to have Steve. And well done to all of our athletes who continue to stream across the finish line. Of course, a while ago, we saw a couple of our elites come across the finish line, our top Canadian and overall finishers in the half marathon. And I am thrilled to be joined in the booth now by a woman who does so much work behind the scenes to make sure that the elites have everything they need here at events like this and to make this event a success. This is Olympic bronze medalist and the elite athlete coordinator here at the BMO Vancouver Marathon, Lynn Kanuka. Lynn, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me up here. You know, it's a privilege to do what I get to do, to, you know, host all these wonderful athletes. And I just love that all ages, shapes, sizes, paces are all together, the very fastest, and then those that are bringing up the rear. It's all, you know, we're all doing the same thing, putting our best foot forward.
Absolutely. It's such a good point and a great reminder. Now, you've been in this role for, this is your 12th year as the elite athlete coordinator here for the BMO Vancouver Marathon weekend. And so you come in with a lot of experience, but as I mentioned, you're an Olympic medalist yourself, albeit at a slightly shorter distance than the full or the half marathon. But you know, I know you've been in so many roles as a coach. You do so much within our community. What is it about your own athletic background that you bring to this role as the elite athlete coordinator that really helps inform what the athletes need?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, I guess coming from that performance background, there were a couple of favorite races of mine where they really had wonderful hospitality and in a kind of a family-like atmosphere. And it made me as an athlete want to return to those places. They became my friends, really a kind of a family attached to each event. And so it was really kind of just an important mission of mine to provide that kind of experience, the best kind of race experience. We all perform at our best when we're comfortable, familiar surroundings, you know, happy places, good food, you know, just all those kind of comfort things. And so that was my goal with the elite program.
Awesome. Well, and I have spoken with many of the athletes, so I can tell firsthand that they are getting exactly that kind of care and treatment. You know, we talked about throughout this morning so far, this is the biggest year ever for Canada's biggest marathon. I mean, that's kind of a colossal statement, and it's super exciting. Again, you've been in this role for 12 years. We've seen sellout numbers faster than ever this year. And the elite fields continue to grow in their depth and talent.
It's amazing.
What has made this year special for you in this role, given how long you've been working with this team and this group?
I think everybody, we try to close our minds to what went on a few years ago with that thing, that big COVID thing that happened, and we don't want to bring it up, but I think that there's just finally a newfound energy again that we realize as people that we want to come together, we want to gather, we want to support one another. I think it's the same within our families, our communities, and in an event like this one. It's an iconic event for our city. I was passing by the hospitality tent over here and see many VIPs and familiar faces, people connected to this sport that we love, and we're just all coming out in full force and saying, you know what, this is fun. This is fun. It's fun at the highest level. It's fun for everybody that's out here today.
It is fun indeed, and again, we are so grateful for you, Lynn, and all the folks who work tirelessly behind the scenes with Run Van and with the BMO Vancouver Marathon to make sure that it's a success for the elites, the participants, the spectators. And if you're hearing my voice here at the finish line, can we give a shout out now, a big round of applause for Lynn Kanuka, Elite Athlete Coordinator and Canadian Olympian.
Thanks, everybody. Enjoy your time and cheer loud and proud for all your family and friends that are out there putting their best effort out there.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Lynn. And
Thanks,
now we're
Kate.
going to chat with a couple of our winners from the half marathon. So we're going to start with our male overall winner as we get him settled into the booth. Looking good, wearing that gorgeous Run Van hat. And what a beautiful medal. That's something we actually haven't talked about very much so far on this coverage, and we'll have to make sure that we can, maybe can I hold this up, Dylan, and just show all of our fans at home how beautiful that medal is, and just iconic art from this part of the world. And it looks awfully good on your neck, sir. How are you feeling?
Great, yeah. I mean, it was a challenging course, tougher than I expected, but yeah, 22nd PB. So really happy with the way the race went. Some good competition from David and Daniel. Congrats to them. We were definitely pushing the pace early on, and yeah, I just felt strong throughout. Tried to keep pushing, and yeah, happy with the victory today.
And as you should be, you know, as you mentioned, a PB, and during your race, we were tracking you, and Adam and I were saying, if you can PB on a course like this, it means you're in crazy fast shape, because of course the hills are the hills, right? And you have to go up to come down, I guess. Yeah,
definitely a lot of rolling hills on the course. My quads were definitely feeling around that 15-16K mark. So like, just take it one kid at a time, and I know the finish line, the crowd out here is amazing, and definitely brought me home. So yeah, it was good.
And you came all the way from Mississauga, Ontario for this event, a place that I know very well too. So what was it about coming to Vancouver specifically, all the way across the country? What made you choose BMO Vancouver?
Yeah, so my friend Sergio, he's actually running the full marathon right now. He ran this race last year. He was first Canadian. And third overall, so he's like, yeah, Dylan, let's go to Vancouver. You'll love it here. The energy from the crowd's amazing. And yeah, I was here for Vancouver 2 years ago for the track championships. I feel like Vancouver's a special place in my heart too. Good course, good scenery here, and I'm really happy to come here and run fast. Yeah.
Amazing, I'm sure you are. Last question for you, and I know you probably want to go get some good food and get warm, but we talked a lot about how running really is for all, and how so many of our competitors today started with like track backgrounds and moved up to the roads, and that was true for you. You were a standout at McMaster University in the shorter distances, the 3,000 meters. So to now move into the longer distances, move on to the roads, what advice would you have for others who are looking to maybe move up in distance or make that transition from, you know, maybe being a track athlete or a 5K runner up to the half and maybe the full marathon?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, track, I still do track. I do the 5,000 and the 1,500 sometimes. I do want to do another 10,000 at track. I know the Canadian Championships are next week, so good luck to those competing. But yeah, I would just say just try it. You know, most coaches, I think, do some road workouts and track intervals as well. But you never know till you run a race on the road and you fall in love with it. I mean, the crowds out here, there's like, what, 20,000 people, I think, competing this weekend, and that's just amazing. A lot of people supporting you on the roads, and the energy from the crowd is just amazing. I mean, once you run the road, you just fall in love with the road. So, yeah, I would just recommend just trying it. Just go out, run the first half or 10K and see how it goes from there.
Great advice. And you say that you fall in love with the crowds. Well, they fell in love with you out there too. Brave performance, Dylan. Congratulations on your victory and personal best here at the half marathon. Well done. And to round out our interviews from the half marathon, last but certainly not least, I'm now joined by the winner of our women's half marathon here. This is Sam Jory of Duncan, BC, I believe. Am I getting that right on the island? Okay. Well, I'm going to need some crowd support here, because not only did this woman just win the half marathon, it is her birthday. So can we give a big shout out for the birthday girl, Sam Jory, who just won the half marathon here at BMO. Happy birthday, what a way to celebrate.
Thank you so much, that's so kind. And yeah, what a beautiful day. I'm really excited.
Awesome, well, we're excited for you. Look, I have to ask, because you're relatively new to running. We were just talking about that with Dylan, with moving up in distance. You moved up from rugby, and that's a whole other world. So take us through, just give us the Coles Notes version of this story, because you came into running just a couple years ago, and I believe it was right here in Stanley Park where you ran into a special individual who encouraged you towards this sport.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually picked up running during the pandemic when the gyms shut down. I was playing rugby in university, but I quit a couple of years after that. So my first ever running race was actually BMO Marathon 2 years ago today. So
your first ever race, not just first ever marathon.
Yeah, first ever race. Wow. So it's really good to be back today doing the half. Different kind of race for sure, but yeah, very thankful to be here and to have some progress since then.
So again, you look just absolutely elated at the finish line. I know that that's a tough last push up the hill to get to this finish line here, but when you cross the line, I don't think I've seen you stop smiling since you broke the tape, and I could see that you had a ton of support and friends out here cheering for you. Why was that win so special for you here today?
I think the win was special because I knew that there would be a lot of community support. The Vancouver running community is amazing, and it was just so fun to see friends along the way. So crossing the line was extra special, knowing that I had lots of people in my corner today.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic. And again, maybe you could leave our listeners with one piece of advice for those who are starting running and maybe, again, transitioning from another sport. What is one big piece of advice you'd give them for how to not just be successful, but really enjoy their transition into the world of running?
I would say don't be shy. Reach out to a local run group. Make some friends, because the community support feels really nice, and it's special to achieve your goals alongside other people.
Well, again, you had a ton of support out there today. I got to ask, how are you going to celebrate your birthday now that you've got the job done?
I have a dinner reservation with some friends tonight, so I'm excited to have maybe a glass of wine, maybe a taco. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Wine and tacos. I think we should all be celebrating in a similar way when we finish our race today. Sam, Jory, congratulations on your win. Happy birthday, and best of luck with your recovery and with everything that comes next.
Thank you.
Good to see a number of athletes that have made their way to that line who wanted to go sub 2.5 hours. As you can see, we're 1 minute 10 seconds away from that mark. Congrats, Grace Sun approaching line. Looks like Jan Ordenius is there with Martin Danielek. And again, we're handing things back over to Kate and Adam.
Thank you very much, Steve, as our half marathon participants continue to cross the line here, and great crowd here at the finish line, and a lot of you have been camped out pretty early, so we're going to have some giveaways in the crowd coming up soon, so be sure to keep an eye out for those. And we'll take a look now, Kate, at just some of the excitement going on around the event today. Of course, we get some looks at that beautiful course. We're back to the finish line now, and
well, and as you mentioned, just so many cheer sites out on course. The entertainment is bumping, and I love that those cowbells have been handed out. It wasn't until I started doing road racing myself that I realized it is really true what Will Ferrell says. You always need more cowbell.
Now, to be fair, it was Christopher Walken talking to Will Ferrell.
That's true.
But,
well, they were both right. More cowbell all the way. And again, just the crowds at our finish line here. As we mentioned earlier, we doubled our bleacher size in this edition of this race so that we could accommodate all of the great folks here cheering on their friends and competitors. You see so many of the great signs. Marathon runners are my type. They're mine too. I hear ya. And you got to appreciate the originality of some of these signs. I think you saw a couple really great ones earlier, Adam.
I think I saw a couple of friends inspired signs. It's just really nice to see the crowd out with the support. As you mentioned, they doubled the bleacher sizes this year to get more people in. And again, if you aren't here in person, but you have a friend or family member, whoever racing, you can track them at the BMO Vancouver Marathon website. And that is bmovandmarathon.ca/live.
Well, and if you are tracking, you'll know that we are an hour into our marathon now, 9:30 local time. Our marathoners have been out for just over 1 hour if they started in wave 1. And we are also about to get underway with the start of our 8K race. So we'll make sure that we bring you some updates from that as well as our 8K runners make their way to the finish line. Again, 3 different point-to-point races here on one day. And that is a really unique element of this marathon weekend. Not any looped courses, no out and backs. It is point to point, so you get to see as much of this beautiful city as possible, no matter which event you're running. And again, along the way, you can take part in our street festival. There's going to be food trucks, beer sampling. There's the runner reunion area there as well. And it's just a great way to celebrate. We talked about how Jory was going to celebrate her birthday now that she's crossed the line. And we'll be sure that all of our competitors and spectators are taking advantage of all that this beautiful city has to offer.
Of course, we have talked about the course itself, but just the beauty beyond the course here. You know, got the Sea to Sky Highway. If you've never driven that, it's quite something.
Well, again, Tourism Vancouver has done so much to encourage folks to come out and, again, take in the sights and sounds from across this part of the world. And destination indeed. Again, over 10,000 destination runners making their way to Vancouver for this event and to take in all that the city has to offer. And we should also mention that this year's medal, we saw it around the neck of our male winner of the half marathon, Dylan Alick. Absolutely beautiful medal. It features a gorgeous Indigenous design on the front by artist Daryl Blythe, and really beautiful and unique designs on the back, including iconic locations that are passed on the course today. Runners also, of course, receive the cool technical shirt with bold Vancouver logo on the front and the back. And I know we've been talking about how cozy and comfy all of our race gear is, so make sure that you're sporting that with pride along with these beautiful medals for our finishers. Absolutely gorgeous. And what a lovely memento to be able to bring home and remember this really thrilling weekend by.
And of course, an event like this doesn't go off without countless volunteers, thousands here, not just today, but in the lead up. So thank you again to all the wonderful volunteers. And of course, the sponsors, the premier sponsor, BMO Bank of Montreal, other event partners, the province of British Columbia, Via Sport BC, the Running Room, Sport Hosting Vancouver, Brooks Running Canada, Garmin, Harmless Harvest, Noon Hydration, Alcus Water, Young Pharmacy, Athletics Canada, Stance and Stay Vancouver Hotels, and the legacy of this event. It's celebrated here as well, which is nice to see.
And what a cool graphic you just saw on screen there with the progression over the 52 years that this event has been taking place. Just incredible to know that back in 1972, Tom Howard led just 32 runners through 5 laps of Stanley Park. Only 2 women competed in that inaugural event. Of course, this year we have over 23,000 runners total, and the women's running boom has really taken off. Great to see the growth and the progress across the board. And we should also just give a shout out to Tom Howard. What a legacy runner himself. He won the first 3 editions of this marathon, and back on site this year, not competing this year, but always a huge supporter of our events. So we thank him for the groundbreaking work that he did all the way back 52 years ago.
So we should get our first marathoners through the halfway point fairly soon. Our leaders right now at 19.7 kilometers. So once they get through that halfway mark, we'll update you, of course, as we get to see how the elite race is playing out. At the 10-kilometer mark, it was Sergio Raez Villanueva with a healthy lead over Chris Balestrini. Villanueva through 10 kilometers in 32:33. Balestrini behind him at 33:15. Also in the mix, Takahiro Yoda. He was also through in 33:15, as was Alexander Ricard. And Jack Carlisle and Matthew Neumann only a second back of that 33.15 at 33.16, so we will see if it's still tightly bunched for that second place at the halfway mark. But it was, again, Villanueva with a 42-second advantage at the 10-kilometer mark. That is a 3:16-kilometer pace, which is, well, it's fast.
It's speedy, and it's hard to think about maintaining that over the course of a half marathon, never mind a full. Great shot here of where our 8K runners are going to be traversing as they make their way to the finish line. Again, so fantastic that we have 3 point-to-point races today, the half marathon, the full marathon, and the 8K, and you're taking a look at that now on screen if you are watching at home as they make their way around what is, essentially kilometers upon kilometers of beautiful greenery, and then into those tall skyscrapers to the finish line. And through so many neighborhoods, community cheer zones, charity sites along the way. Really an opportunity to get to know the city on foot, and what better way to get to know a world-class city than on foot or on bike. We should mention that there are so many of our top Canadian and international elites taking to the exact same courses as our mass participants today, and you just mentioned two of them in the form of Sergio Raez Villanueva. And he was third overall at this race last year. He was top Canadian, and he's out there up against Chris Balestrini. As you mentioned, Balestrini won this race in 2022. He was 8th last year, but these guys on this course have run less than 30 seconds apart. Not head-to-head, but they've come awfully close on paper, so we should see a great throwdown between the two of those. Again, Balestrini, our Canadian 50K national record holder. He's from London, Ontario, and has a PB of 2:17:05 from the 2020 Waterloo Marathon, up against Raez Villanueva, who's from Mississauga, Ontario, and as you heard from the winner of our half marathon, Alick, trains with him. Raez Villanueva was third at the Canadian Marathon Championships in the fall in 2023. And he's got a PB of 2:18:04, and just said he absolutely loves coming to Vancouver to run, and who wouldn't? So those two up front, and then we've of course mentioned as well that Luc Bruchet is making his debut on his home course here, and is 33 years old, two-time Olympian in the 5,000 meter, from right here in Vancouver. Said he always wanted to open up his marathon debut on this course. And we are hoping that he's having a great day out there as well. As you can see on your screen that the flags are blowing, the wind is picking up a little bit, but no rain yet, Adam.
No rain, which is remarkable for Vancouver in the spring. And you mentioned Luc Bruchet, so he was in 7th place at the 10-kilometer mark, but we should be getting those halfway splits momentarily, as the leaders now through 21 kilometers. They're halfway there. We have our 21-kilometer race finishers continuing to cross the line here. Continue to bring them home, folks. And of course, we want to thank some more of our sponsors. Exact Nutrition, Mars Quest, Turkish Airlines, Fitness World Canada, Run Van, Big Steel Box, CTV, Frog Box, Old Dutch, Kettle Valley Winery, Oxford Properties, and Stanley Park Brewing.
Well, we can't mention the progress of our top men in the marathon without giving a good nod, of course, to our top women as well. And in the lead right now is Argentina Valdepenas, our Mexican athlete, and she went through that 10K mark in 37:01. But right with her is American Kate Landau, just 3 seconds back. And then Emily Andrews currently sits in 3rd through that 10K split, only 19 seconds back as well. So a good pack going up front, and we'll keep our eye on the progress of all of our marathoners as they come through halfway now on the men's side.
So we have our first halfway split in the men's marathon. It's Sergio Raez Villanueva continuing to lead the way. He's through the halfway point in 1:09:19, 3:19 per kilometer pace for the Canadian.
And of course, quick math would tell you that that puts him just under 2:20 tempo, and on this course, that is a fabulous time. If he can maintain that, that would be a big improvement on the time that he ran here last year. And really speaks again to not only that the weather is favorable, but that the crowd support must be on fire out there, because we all know what it feels like to have those cheer squads, have friends and family out there making sure that every step of that 42.2 kilometers is as enjoyable as possible.
Now, he had a 42-second advantage at the 10-kilometer split. He has now increased that to 54 seconds through halfway. Chris Balestrini through the halfway mark, 1:10.14. And that 10K split, it was pretty bunched up for second, but Balestrini now on his own in second. Alexander Ricard running in third right now. So Balestrini has broken away from the group, and there is a group still running closely knit for third right now, as got Ricard, Matthew Neumann, and Jack Carlisle all through the halfway point, and 1:10.31. Takahiro Yoda not far off at 1:10.34.
And you know, I always love the stories behind the athletes, and so as we're giving these updates about where they are on course and how fast they've run and what their accolades are, we should also mention that so many of our top athletes, and I think so many of our athletes out here in general, have sort of opted into lifestyles that involve caring for others, and I think that really speaks to the humanity of the running community. So Chris Balestrini and his partner Nicole, both family medicine candidates. They are going to be family doctors, got matched into the same program, are going to be spending the next little while in Penticton as they work towards their goals of becoming family medicine doctors. And we're so grateful for all of the folks in our elites and, you know, across the board who are making sure that they're taking care of all of those around them as they pursue their own high-level goals as athletes.
So our marathoners, our lead marathoners, now in a very beautiful part of the city, the Point Grey area, known for Jericho Beach and Spanish Banks. Point Grey is a sophisticated neighborhood near UBC and Kitsilano with views of downtown Vancouver and the North Shore Mountains. And runners, of course, will be inspired by these breathtaking views of the ocean and mountains as they run through that neighborhood. And you get a look at some of the mountains there. My biggest problem when I moved away from this city was I no longer knew what north was.
It's hard when you lose those mountains. They're the compass for so many folks who are, especially from this area, the mountains and the ocean. And I can't think of a more beautiful place to have access to both. Again, under overcast but dry skies here in downtown Vancouver. Crowd support has remained strong, both on course and at the finish line. And we should mention that if you are hanging out at our finish line right now, you're going to want to keep that energy high, because we have some prizes and giveaways that are going to be taking place in person in that crowd. And if you're just joining us, I know that my co-host here, Adam Dunfee, is absolutely psyched about using a t-shirt gun in our audience later. So make sure that you stick around, make sure you keep those cheers strong, and you might just win yourself a prize.
I mean, there a lot of promises have been made about this t-shirt gun. I haven't actually seen it yet, but you know, we'll go from there. And reminder, everyone, I see a lot of people with their phones out here today. Be sure to tag us at BMO Van Marathon, and tag us online as well.
Yeah, and you can use hashtag RunVan as well as hashtag BMOVM. And as you mentioned, Adam, make sure that if you're tuning in from home, or even if you're at the finish line and just wanting to get a sense of where your friends and family are, you can check out that participant tracking app and go online and do that, or in your app store, and make sure you're getting a sense of exactly where your friends and family are out on these stunning courses. Stunning running here in Vancouver.
Yeah, the views breathtaking, and the weather ideally perfect. Well, pretty ideal today. Can't really ask for better conditions. No rain, overcast, nice wind. It's very pleasant. And we're going to start getting some of our top 8K finishers through soon. So we see at the finish line our half marathoners finishing off strong. We're going to see some of our 8-kilometer race runners come through soon. As see some of the flags out on the course now. It's wonderful, as said earlier, Kate. The finish area is lined with flags. It's a very international flavor here, and why not come up to Vancouver for a wonderful event here?
Well, and as we're continuing to check out our half marathon finishers, we know that our 8K finishers will be coming through soon as well. And Adam, I know that so many of these athletes love hearing their names called out and being supported by our very own Steve King. So we're going to make sure that we give him an opportunity here to take back over and cheer on so many of our finishers as they come through the line.
Thanks very much, Kate. Thank you very much, Adam. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time you can see the clock has been changed over on the left-hand side as the runners move over. The runners in the half coming in on the right-hand side, but you've got 17 and a half minutes on the clock now for those doing the 8K event. And of course, when we look at records, Colin Wallace, 2011, set that time at 25:49. Julia Rudd, 2010, set a time at 29 minutes. If anyone wants to beat the records, those are the times they've got to beat. But don't forget, we began the 8K in 2008, and again at this time they're almost 18 minutes into their event. You can see we got a 2:47 on the clock for the athletes who are arriving. We had 10,010 athletes that went across the start line for the half marathon. We've got 6,211 that are underway in their marathon journey, and as you heard, Sergio, Raez, Villanueva, Chris Balestrini, and I believe Takehiro Yoda were 1, 2 and 3 out there at this time. As we get ready to welcome more, we got Alex Chen arriving, Colin Phillip, Inez Verdun, Susie Haskell, Sarah Limburner from Prince George. Don't forget the cowbells. We know a lot of you picked up cowbells yesterday at the Expo. This is the time to be using them, as these athletes really appreciate your encouragement as they make their way inexorably towards this great finish line here. And what a day it's turned out to be. You heard about Samantha Jory winning on her birthday, but Dylan Alick on not an easy course, he ended up setting that personal best, 66 even. Knocking out the best that he had had previously, which was also a 66-minute clocking, but this was a little bit faster than that. Don't forget he's a 29:49 finisher at the 10K distance. I believe he's done 5,000 meters in 14 minutes as well. Here we go, others closing in. Andy Burgess is there, Hazel Peck, Morgan Smith, Alex Rikenko. We've got Yuchi Michiki from Surrey, Alejandra Lopez next up, Paula Consuelo Alea Osorio from Bogota in Colombia is arriving at the line. And again, we do want to thank those pacers. We saw a few of them a moment ago that were coming on through the line with 2.5 hours on their pace, and they would have gone in the final wave. As Gerald Dongascared is here, we got Budi Tour from Surrey. Wen Chen Cheng is next arriving with Heidi Schmidt and Xie Zhang. We got Rachel Liu, Julia Douglas out of Comox, just moved into the Masters division. That would be the 40 plus, and then we get in that one women's division alone. We had 609 entries. There's it looks like Jennifer Makoski of Portland, Oregon, and what a day they've had. We've got plenty of action. Don't forget, just last weekend they also had a race at the marathon distance, and we actually have the women's winner of that race in the field doing a marathon back-to-back weekends. As you can see, Blair Wilson arriving. He's got Annika Gasser from Canmore behind. Don't forget, Canmore hosts some major races, not only of course at running, but of course we've hosted World Cups here for cross-country skiing. They also had our mountain championships, the Canadian Mountain Running Championships here, as a great 6-time winner of the Victoria Marathon, has been the race director of that, and we really appreciate them. Of course, we're talking about Kelvin Broad. He's not with us, he's now living in Wales, but coming to the line. 20 minutes now on the clock, so next 5 or 6 minutes we should see the first athletes arriving in the 8K event, as Quinton and Haley Thompson from Rocky Mountain House are coming in together. Peter Road is it. Maurice Carrier, the 71-year-old out of Edmonton. He wanted to go inside 2:45. I hope he's done that, because he may well have done it because of the wave start. Pedro Soriano Ribeiro, coaching the 24-year-old. He's got Guillaume Soriano out, and alongside with Sydney Barlow from Victoria, Rachel Lee out of Burnaby, Helen Yu, Alana Williams from Langley. We've got New York represented by Radhika Kadod, the 28-year-old. Hopefully she's having a good time time. I think we could do with a medic there, with a young man who just leaned forward, but he's okay. Back on his feet again as Barbara Polodica from Burnaby arrives. She just moved into the women's 50-54 division earlier this year. I want to make a mention. I saw Dr. Janet Green arriving a little while ago. She's done hundreds of marathons in her career, and don't forget she's off Vancouver Island, and it's good to see her taking on the half this year. And a moment ago I saw Ken Elmer walking past us as well. He's not in the race, he's watching the action. The man who got the Vancouver Sun Run underway and a sub 4 minute miler in his own right. He was the man along with Dr. Doug Clement, who's now in his 90s, and he got second in his division at the Vancouver Sun Run. And of course Diane Clement and Dr. Jack Taunton. These were the people who got some of the most spectacular races underway. And when you look at the original event in 1972, there were 46 starters and 32 finishers for the marathon. It wasn't until 1975 that we had 100 plus runners in the field, and the first time we had 1,000 runners in the marathon, that was in 1980. And it went up from there, of course, and we're just thrilled. You imagine being one of those 32 original finishers in 1972, where the last person actually did around 3 hours 5 minutes. Avanti Niebauer and Ian from Calgary, they're closing in together. Raffaella Copperali. We've also got Katie Kim next up there, as we are 22.5 minutes into the 8K. It looks like 2,083 starters in the 8K. 2,083. Now thanks to Maurice Wilson for providing those details. Himself a 31-minute 10K runner in his time, as Celine Hong is approaching. Constance Fenyo next up there as well. Don't forget the running exploits of Steve Fenyo. I don't know there. I think it's actually a different spelling. As Laverne Matsumura from New West is approaching, just moved into the 60 plus division this year. Okrin Alindada from Surrey along with Dee Shabasha. They come in together. Katie Carr from Maple Ridge. Kevin Jacko from Edmonton. Ximena Piabiega Maestri out of West Van, the 16-year-old approaching line. I believe it's going to be her first time at the half marathon distance. She's got Jose Romero Cueto from Pitt Meadows alongside. Erin Deere, Bustamante Garcia next up to the line with Pat Fury of Burnaby in the 65 plus. A couple of Bellingham runners. Tracy Johnson, I believe, one of those two. As we got Anthony Guevara from Hamilton, Ontario, from Redding, California. Steph Velasquez is arriving. And we're going to keep our eyes peeled in the next couple of minutes to see if our first athlete in the 8K will be arriving. Takara Tompkins is there from Nanaimo. Rosa Torres Elizalde out of Zapopan in Mexico is now at the line as well. So our congrats to you and thank you for joining us at this particular event. Bienvenido a la Lanier, the Agada Marathon Vancouver. Here we go. It looks like Robyn Mahil, Carla Souza, Cassandra Amwari, Carl Martins from Wasaga Beach, Ontario. Great place for a party, and we hope that people are enjoying the running party that we're hosting here at the BMO event for 2024. We've got Rafid El Humanividi out of Surrey. There's Shana Rafan, Ana Luisa Mesquita from Vancouver coming up to the arch here. So we are 24.5 minutes into the 8K, and as I mentioned to you, we've had those records set in the last few years, and the 8K joined us in 2008. I told you about the marathon starting 1972. The half marathon began in 1990. New champions crowned there. We wait to see if we've got new champions in the 8K. Some of the top winners there. We've had people like Yepi Harbo, Jay Snedden, Robert Brunel, Chris Callender, Tyler Ginther. Chris Callender has won it on 2 occasions, by the way. And Gemma Ross, Marilyn Arsenault has been a winner. And don't forget Marilyn Arsenault, just like our own Kate here, both great singers. She's actually an opera singer, and I know that Kate Van Buskirk, she actually sings with a choir, or used to, but we got Philip Florek there from Stanley, we got Charlie Mackey from Vancouver, Alfonso Batista, and we got Bryn Payson. As we got Billy Lowe, Joanna Tones, Amy Koo, Brittany Blaine Wumbold from Vancouver approaching the line. Trenna Black out of Langford is there. And again, watch out, ladies and gentlemen, it won't be too long. You can see the finish banner. Jeff Butner setting that up for us at the line. Want to thank here Margaret for all the work they do, and Mary and Jim Hyans. We're keeping our eyes open for any 8Kers because they'll be on the left-hand side. And of course, the runners on the right-hand side are the athletes that are wrapping up their half marathon presently. So let's see who's going to take the titles here for the 8K as well. And we actually had 2,083 starters. We've got John and Jenna Fields from Aliso Viejo in California, and Karen Fields, so 3 members of the Fields family wrapping up their half marathon. As Jason Sidhu, Kayla McKenzie, Mandy Sidhu. We got Marty Arenas, Valeria Galvan from Miami, Florida. She too on her way to the line right now. As I believe we got Nicole Kukier, Brianna Polan, we got Chloe Matthews, and good to see Dave Dorahy has arrived to join us here as well once again, as Stephanie Davenport, Erin Gleason, Anna Raez, Matt Hines, Elliot Raimondo. We got Samantha Solomon, Paranjit Dhaliwal, and Jeanette Zhao. Again, we wait to see who's coming up. We got 26:45 on the clock, so we're not going to see any records here today, but we wait to see who's going to take the title in the 8K. As Jackie Mark and Michael Burris, the 78-year-old from Victoria, arriving. Andrea Feeling from Halifax, Nova Scotia, along with Jane, I believe. I believe that's mother and daughter doing the race together. Erica Dimayuga is here. Again, let's have some big cheers, because it won't be long before you see that first 8K of the person who's going to take the title. You've already seen our champions in age groups, as well as overall, as well as Canadians, as well as the BC champions. Cassie Carroll, we got Lily Vernon. Here we got our first 8K, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready to welcome. It looks as though it's Manuel Finley from Seattle, Washington, the 29-year-old, about to hit the tape with a 27:34. 27:34 the time there for Manuel. Excellent job as he takes the championship for the 8K. No one else behind him. He got a big lead there, but he's our top man too, and takes the title for the 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon 8K title. And he came in from Seattle to join us. We hope he enjoyed his run through the beautiful city and Stanley Park area. Don't forget, they were at Seapley Park, of course, to get their start. Went around Los Lagunas. We got Billy Lee coming in with Margaret Kittle. We got Yasmin Mohammed, I see, Shikar Kikara, Samantha Gill. We got Georgia Johnson out of Squamish, along with Harriet Haynes. They're coming in together. Of course, Squamish hosts a great event there, and they also have a great triathlon there, named after a dear friend of ours, no longer with us. But what a victory from that man. We haven't even seen the second placer yet in the 8K. Anthony Epp, the great filmmaker, I can see arriving here as well. So nice to see. I'm not sure if Helen is here, but Anthony Epp has got a great film and documentary he's made, but his film is all about triathlon. I can see him in the grey strip. Helena Tom, no doubt watching the action if she's not part of the action today. Good to see you, Anthony. Well done, my friend. He's about to hit the line with a 2:58 and change, as we got Sarah Yurchi, Emily Becker, Danny Neumann there, Viet Nguyen from Vancouver, Parbinder Narman approaching the line. Again, what a massive victory from our leader in the 8K. There's Stephen Curry from Burnaby and Qualicum Beach arriving. We got Patrick Lupoy, Natalie Schriemer from Cave Creek, Arizona. Anita Lee, the 16-year-old Vancouverite, is arriving. And again, we're looking out for the second placer. Man, has he ever flown and got away from the field in the 8K. As Onella Schubert, Mylene Abarcus is there. Emma Kiss, we got Satoshi Takeuchi out of Burnie. April Hortolano, Susanna Arakaki, Amanda Finley, Danny Chang, the Garrett Sinez and Paul Picards are together as they too approach this incredible finish line. Don't forget, these half marathons, 10,010 got underway. Nick Lee from Kamloops, I can see from my vantage point as well this time. So again, we are hosting now, looking down the road. Where's the second placer in the 8K? Oh, I can see another in the half in the form of Elsa Rice. Yes, here we go. It's Mitchell Hamer from Vancouver clocking in, and John Schriemer. There are two more 8Kers. Look at that, less than 10 meters separating them as they push. John Schriemer is through. There we go, under the arch, 30 minutes. And 3 seconds for our third placer there. So great job. Looked like it was right on the 30-minute mark for our second placer. So they're the top 3 men, and we wait to see who the top 3 women are going to be in the 8K as well, because they've got presentations. And don't forget, they have the honor and the prestige of taking their titles and being on the podium. Aaron Thomas is going to be our 4th placer in the 8K, the 34-year-old Vancouverite. He's now approaching the finish line in the green strip. Here he comes up. Is going to be about 38, I believe, as he comes under the arch there. Is going to be followed by Alexander Senko out of Saskatoon. Nice going for the 34-year-old in the red strip. Here he comes with the top half dozen placing today at the 8K. But what a big victory for our leader there as he comes through, and we're going to see who's next up to round out the top 10 overall. We've got a couple more runners before we can call that, as Catherine Payne, Mario Grubeski, Gershon Silva, Helen Lee, Kevin Carranzo from Whittier, California is arriving as well. We got 77-year-old Pavel Gnadik out of Richmond heading into the finish line. That's in the half marathon. He's got Billy Yan of Richmond alongside with Jessica Fernandez. There's Shi Chan. We got Jacqueline Joy, Kimberly Armstrong, Tessa Cairns. Our next 8K'er, this is Topher Wong in the Masters division, the 40-year-old Vancouverite who is aiming for 32 minutes. He's going to do that. He's just meters away from clocking in. The EVRC Running Club represented as he hits the line. Well done, Topher. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I believe our top female, Robyn Astridge, the 19-year-old Vancouverite. Look at this. She's about to take the 8K title here. 31:43 as she breasts the tape. Well done. That's a great performance from her, and again, she is the #1 female in the 8K here with us today. We'll find out who's going to be taking second and third, just as you saw in the men's division, as Caitlin Sumberland, Shari Monbourquette, nice to see her again, the 64-year-old out of Victoria. We see her racing in Victoria. Don't forget that event will be in October. We got Julie against Stephen Butmar, Angela Harbattle. Here we go, second in the women's division, Angela Castronuevo out of Seattle, Washington. The 24-year-old is heading to the finish line and in the top 10 overall, but second in the women's division at 32:22. And that's our second place female. We wait to see who's going to take third in the women's division, but we're still waiting for the top 10 overall as well. As Alison Panga and Rosalie Bolio are there. We've got Lynn Thurmond out of Redondo Beach, California. Laura Fitzsimmons from Kelowna, the 45-year-old. She'll be racing hopefully next weekend as well in Penticton, as they'll be hosting another event as part of the Interior Road Race Series. Here comes, I believe we've got Mayram Ramsey there, Garrett Leibo, Pamela Dahus. She's out of Mexico as well, as Evan Dunfee. It looked like an 86-minute clocking to me. I'll get a confirmation. If you can give Jean the time that you actually recorded there, I'd really appreciate it. What a walk from Devon there at the line. So 1:26.05, you heard me talking about the official time for Evan Dunfee there. We had him around 1:26. But we had some focus elsewhere going on. I saw his name arrive, and I tell you, that is stunning when you think of what that is. That's a 2:52 marathon pace, of course. Anyway, we've got the third place female that will be coming in shortly, but our congrats to those who are wrapping up. Kathy Smith is there. We've got Mihaela Plashkova. There's Nailin Wong. We've got Melissa Taylor, Noah Finn Bellamino from Surrey, May Stewart, Rachel Liffitz, Leanne Carey. Good to see Cello Aguero represented there as well. The Chilliwackladites always like to take part in the event here. I'm not sure whether we call them Chilliwackers, approaching the finish line, as we got 34 minutes on the clock, and it won't be long before he hits the line there. And he'll be followed by Bailey Salis. And Bailey, great job. She's out of Coquitlam, I believe. So nice to see the 28-year-old running through to the line with a 34:25 clocking. And they'll be starting to really roll in shortly, as we told you. Genevieve Coforth, nice job. She's done it once again. The 45-year-old Vancouver with a top 5 placing in the women's division. Great job there, Genevieve. We often see it at different races around British Columbia and the Lower Mainland. As our next 8K'er will be Jonathan Jans out of Vancouver. He wanted 32 minutes or change. We got 34 presently on the clock. The man in the black strip coming up to wrap up his day. There he is. And that looked like a 34:53 unofficial clocking. On the far side, we've got Leanne and Melanie Arabsky-Ledger from North Vancouver. They're wrapping it up together with Wendy Phillips-Farrar. We've got Rebecca Chersky. Good to see Sam and Arm represented there. Don't forget, the beginning of their year, we also have the Reino Keskisami Loppet, over 36 kilometres. That's been going for many years, that event. And we see some great Olympian athletes there, of course, as we see next up here, Nihal Naim. We've got Mark Joseph Surya. There's Audrey Eastham, and looks like Maina Fiat. Yannick Freeman from Whitehorse is going to be our next finisher. He's closing in, the 49-year-old. He wanted a sub 40-minute clocking. He's 4 minutes plus inside that time. Well done. Yin To Ho, the 19-year-old Vancouverite, is wrapping up his 8K as well. And he clocks in there, looks like 35:41 unofficially. We've got Rosana Samira Vasquez Gonzalez from Aguas Calientes. Nice to see them. I actually flew out of there just a couple of years ago. We've got Max Hyland and Michael Tran. Bellevue, 12 years of age. Look at that young man, 12 years of age. And what a time, 36 minutes. My, that's impressive. As Mike Walker from Edmonton, the 62-year-old, is wrapping up his 8K. Dean Ellenwood was right behind him. Out of Langley, the 29-year-old, he too now has come on through to wrap things up. Don't forget, I think we've seen maybe 15 to 20 athletes so far in the 8K. As the next athlete in that division is Vancouver's very own Matthew Selwood, the 38-year-old. He went around 35 minutes. He's going to get a 36.5-minute clocking there as he goes under the arches, followed by Frank Hong out of Bellevue, Washington. We got Shengji Liu next through in the 8K, the 31-year-old Vancouverite. He's through the line there, under the arch he goes, 36.40 on the clock for him. We got Tim Sharp, Gabriel Kimano, Eva Perez, Sanjeev Ra from Berkeley, California arriving, and a big win for John Curry in the men's 55-59 from Surrey Hills in the 8K. He's got, I believe, Scott Strang of Seattle behind him, and then Rain Regani from Surrey, the 14-year-old. Don't forget we've had a 12-year-old finish so far in the 8K, as Timothy Ngai is next up there as well, another 12-year-old from Coquitlam. He's followed by Yuki Taniguchi. He's out of Vancouver, the 24-year-old. He's coming on through with, I believe, Yasuki Ito, the 28-year-old Vancouverite. He was looking for 35, 36 minutes, 37 and about 20 seconds on the clock for him. Ali Tagavi Namin from Tehran. Good to have Iran represented here. Let's hear it for the 46-year-old. He is now through the line. We got Stanley Marr, the 21-year-old Vancouverite, just behind him. I think Stanley's actually out of Burnaby. He's going to be followed by Benedict Chang out of Victoria. Benedict making his way to left. He's got someone chasing him as well. I believe that's Stanley Benedict. We got Sarah Gould in there as well, and Rachel London. So nice stuff here. Battle in the women's division. We got a sprint finish because Patrick Lai just made a big move there as well. Great job there. As Rachel come through, we've got Patrick. He's through as well. We got on the far side Joe Silvestri from Maple Ridge. Carmela Silvestri there alongside him with Kylie Vasquez. We got Kelsey Nielsen next up here in the 8K, about to come on through to the line with about 25 metres left to go. And Eric Hsu, the 16-year-old Edmontonian. And then we've got behind Eric, we've got, I believe, Johanna Roningen out of Maple Ridge, the 45-year-old. We've got Sihat Dillon on the far side, Brandon Cowan from Richmond, and Mai Tran approaching the line in the 8K. That's a Vancouverite. We've got Fernando Jesus Martinez Montoya from Mexico in the 8K. Felicitaciones por el excelente tiempo, as Chelsea Ramos is there as well. We've got Jack Dye, Cynthia Freeman, Leander Eastep and Mario Rapallo. Walla Walla represented by the 13-year-old. We've got Isaac Curl from Surrey, a 12-year-old coming on through. That's the second 12-year-old we've had at the line in the 8K. Sonia Erdevicki from West Van, she went through the line as well, the 47-year-old. These 8Kers I'm giving you right now as Kevin Bailey coming on through. He's 62, could get second in that division, I believe. Kirby Lockhart from Coldstream, also in that 60-64 division of the 8K. Nolan Emery and Sophie Lafreniere from Calgary. We've got Joel up there, and going to hand things over at this time once again to the amazing Kate Van Buska.
Thanks so much for that, Steve. And again, what a man to be able to have that kind of energy and constant energy here at the finish line, calling out all of our finishers. So as our 8K, our half marathon continue to come across the line, we of course are tracking our marathoners as well. And our top marathoners on the men's side are just approaching the 30K mark. In fact, they've just gone through that 30K mark. And if you're a fan of the elites and you've been following along, we'll remind you that Sergio Raez Villanueva went through the halfway mark in 109.19 and had about a minute gap on Chris Balestrini, who was in second at that point. And just in the next couple seconds here, we'll be able to give you an update on the 30K split for our top elites. But we continue to see folks making their way up that hill. Again, this course so challenging, humbling in some ways, but really keeps you honest and is sure to offer a great reward at the finish line just for completing it. As we've said throughout the day, this is a race for all. There is a race for everyone here in Vancouver, kicking things off with the kids run yesterday, of course the 8K and the half, along with the full today. There are teams running, charity runners, BMO runners, and again, we want to thank all of our partners, without whom this could not be possible. So make sure that you are checking them out at the various cheer stations around the course today and at our cheer zone, our party area. Another beautiful shot there of English Bay. So we're going to be seeing our athletes coming through very quickly, and That shot you just saw is about the 32-kilometer mark in the marathon, and if you're a marathoner, you know that the marathon is not divided into equal halves. It is not 21.1 times 2. It is 32K and the last 10K. So at our next opportunity, we'll see some of our top athletes coming through that shot at English Bay. Beautiful shot of the water. And they will have just under 10K left. And it continues to be Sergio Raez Villanueva leading our marathon overall. He's just gone through the 30K mark in 1:40.13. That is 3:29 per kilometer as an average. And that puts him on an estimated finish time of 2 hours, 20 minutes, and 57 seconds. And if he can do that, he will have the Canadian course record in this event on this course. That was set in 2022 by Chris Balestrini at 2:23.56. And we'll get an update on him as well, because through that halfway mark, it was Balestrini in second, trailing behind Raez Villanueva. There you get a shot of some of the beautiful race shirts, that blue being emblematic of the water here. Of course, these runners having the opportunity to really traverse the bay and get a sense of just how beautiful the waterfront is here in Vancouver. And we can confirm that it is Chris Balestrini in second still through the 30K mark. He is 1 minute behind our leader, Villanueva. So these two continuing to battle it out up front on the elite men's side. We'll offer some elite updates on the women's side as well as we progress. Just a reminder that no matter who you're here to cheer on, if you're tracking a friend, a loved one, a family member, you can check out the tracking app at bmovanmarathon.ca/live. You can find that in the App Store as well. Make sure that you're downloading that so you can find out exactly where on course all of your friends and family are. And we mentioned earlier our partners, all of our sponsors and partners here. We want to thank them as well for their support, not only of our race, but of our fan experience. This is meant to be a world-class fan experience. And helping us make that possible are all of our partners who have some giveaways. So I'm going to need some help here. If you can hear my voice and you're in the crowd and you want a prize, I'm going to need you to make some noise. Who here at the finish line wants a prize? All right. I heard some cheers. I'm going to need some more of those, I think. And helping me do that in just a moment's time is going to be co-host Adam Dunfee. He's going to be actually in the crowd. So if you're in the bleachers or if you're at the finish line, we're going to throw to Adam in a second here, and he's going to make sure that he is engaging with you, getting a sense of exactly how excited you are. And my hot tip is make sure that you show him exactly how excited you are, because he's got some stuff to give you.
Apparently the t-shirt gun is broken, so we're just going to have to throw stuff into the crowd. All right, so let's hear you nice and loud as we bring in the competitors. There we go. All right, let's hear your best cheers. On the count of three, I really want to hear this street go off. 1, 2, 3. All right. All right, that was pretty good. Now, what have I got in my hands here? All right, let's see. So I got some nice books to hand out here. So, who wants a hat? Who else wants a hat? All right, still got some more hats. Oh, this got a hat. Dude, there we go. So I think we're now out of the range of the microphone. We don't have Mars Quest sunglasses. So who wants some sunglasses? No sunglasses yet. Sunglasses? What do we got left? We got some hats, some more hats. Should we go? Should we go on that side too, or are we done that side? All right. We're just going to wait for a break, and all right, let's go.
There's what's a hat. Whoops. It's still good. All right, there you go. You got anything left? All right. There's a good one to finish it off with. Those are pretty good signs. All right, he wants... All right, we'll be back in a bit. We got some more stuff to give away, but let's continue to hear you as we bring the athletes home. I won't block the sign, sorry.
Try to hurt me, wish goodbye. Did you think I'd crumble? Did you think I'd lay down and die? Oh no,
Hour, 26 minutes and 5 seconds. Manuel, Canadian records 5K, 10K, 20K, 35K, 50K, and of course, now he got the team through with his partner that will be part of the race walker male and female combination. So we're looking forward to seeing him in Paris, as he's been to two before, and those a third and a fourth place as well. So one of the great Olympians in the Richardson, next up there we've got Manuel on the far side, Dunfee in the 8K.
I'm not the chain that little person still in love with you, and so you felt.
Good to see you, big Raez arriving there. Mason Ferris, we got Khalid Almeida next up there. San Francisco represented by Joanna Lee. I see her heading into home stretch. She's doing the half marathon. Left hand side, we got the 8 players arriving. Johnson, Jay Downer in the 8K. Side as they've got the 20 seconds away now from the 50-minute limit for the 8K. And we'll be handing things over back again shortly to Kate and to Adam. What I appreciate the fact he was out there giving some handouts. Don't forget, keep those cowbells going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a big hand for the athletes as we are getting ready to rumble. As we got Gagadeep Singh here arriving from Maple Ridge, the man who's finishing the half with Devika Banner and Sydney Turner alongside. There's Victoria Coughlin on the far side as well. Don't forget there's a man, a famous triathlete by the name of Mike Coughlin from Ontario, who's been a winner of the World Ultraman Championship. As Charlie, Alicia Chavez, Matthew Colby. I've got a couple of loved ones down there. They're 500 metres away from the finish. I'm going to call them in because they're dear friends and family of ours. As we've got a 50-minute pacer here at the line. So we'll wait to see Nina Bokacharova from Bellevue, Washington, just 13 years of age. Charlotte Smith is next to come up there. So I see Mackenzie Morisseau from Lethbridge on the far side. From San Gabriel, California, Paul Wang, I see there at the line. We've got Kevin Olivares in the half. Chia Siang Wang, Matthew Wu in the 15-year-old finishing off the 8K. Russell Vine, Bernadette Yao, Shannon Hippias, Ashley Williams in the half. We've got Alison Gregoire in the half, and we've got Stephen Pickett. We got Shan Gorisamitsi there closing in from northbound. We've got Yang Ying in and Firat Narosla, Fred Fabro. I can see a couple of Australians on the home stretch that will shortly be joining us as well. I think we had 40 Australians between the 8K, the half marathon and the marathon. The marathon right now, they're at 1 hour 50 minutes into their races. We're getting ready to welcome two people who came a long way to join us here at the finish line. When I'm talking about coming a long way, we had two athletes that have come all the way from Brisbane, Australia, that are pretty much on the home stretch about to join us. We had Taylor Mahovlich there in half. We've got Jonah Guevara closing in, Lillian Kook closing in. We've got Brendan Neumann, Natalie Selvage and Nova Peters, Cheryl Spence. These are all finishing off in the 8K. As I know, there's a mother and daughter duo that will shortly be arriving and joining us here. We've got Brianne Roberts, Daniel Basran, Min Phuc Nguyen and Katrina Vershaw wraps up the half. And we got Shane Davey and Charles Leung, Brenda Walker, Suzanne Edmondson. They're also finishing up. Andy Sang from Vaughan, Ontario is there. We've got Artem Grigoriev, Josh Stevens, and Brielle Lavoie, the 18-year-old out of Sturgeon County. Side by side, we should be seeing that family I was referring to in a moment. But you know, they were a little while ago, about 500 metres to go. We got Blake Pridham, Lex Herber there from San Diego, Teresa Sividian. We got Lisa Turbis, Brett Hackinson, and Rhianne McLeod, Squamish and Prince George represented there. And don't forget, I mentioned the UK. When we look at the numbers from the UK, we've got quite a contingent there with about 100 athletes that are coming. We had a couple of athletes from, I believe, from Wales as well earlier. We've seen some Irish athletes today. Ashley Topenkas from Burnaby is here. Shelby Thiessen and Grace Thiessen, they were both doing the half, and they are closing in together on the far side. Adrian Huey now approaching. We've got James McQuang, we've got Joyen Chang, Gabriella Liao. Eileen, it looks like Vanessa Newman and Daryl Newman clocking in together. Two locals here. We've got Lisa Stiver, Ava Shishaboran and Khalil Dorbley, Ivan Brensik. We got lots of flags flying here. They can see their countries, they can see the finish line, they can see the time as we ready to welcome Annika Lostam. Rena is there along with her. We've got Andrea Chick, we've got Juanita Eve, Gian Diano, there's Nicholas Rowland, Curtis Swan, John Wolodko. We've got Claire Hazan along with Christopher Leong and Emma Fleeton, Nancy Ciara. We've got Howard Lee next up here. I'll shortly be handing things back over. Of course, we're going to get some updates on the marathon. We're at 1:52. Well, we're looking at possibly a 2:21, 2:22 for the leaders in the marathon distance. As I just want to call in two more people that are about to close in and not very far from the finish line of the 8K. I can see John Scott amongst them. He's a 71-year-old out of, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I can see my two dear friends on the far side. One from Australia, from Brisbane, and one from the UK, London. That is mother and daughter. Congratulations. We've got Julie and Chelsea Sherman as they arrive together side by side, and the father and the husband, Jason, is here. Congratulations, guys. 54:38. I hand things back over to Kate and Adam.
Thanks so much for that, Steve. Energy high as always. And if you are tracking us on our live stream, you've been seeing all those beautiful shots along the water by English Bay as our leaders have been coming through that camera at about 32 kilometers. And there you see one of our Mile to Marathon athletes. Mile to Marathon, of course, one of the premier coaching groups and athlete teams here in Vancouver and with chapters across the country. Of course, Rob Watson, a big part of that group for many years. And you're seeing so many of our elites coming through. So here at the 32-kilometer mark at English Bay, a little bit strung out. We'll start seeing the masses coming along soon. But this is where the marathon begins. And we were saying earlier, Adam, I'm so proud to have done my first marathon, my debut last week, so I can finally call myself a marathoner. And I can tell you that as we're seeing one of our Canadians, Danny, go through there, the marathon really begins at 32K. It is the first 32 and the last 10, and this is where things can get tough. Still in the lead on our men's side, Sergio Raez Villanueva looking really strong through that 30K mark, 1:40.13, and he's got a minute up on Chris Balestrini, who sits in second, and we thought that it was going to be the showdown between those two.
Yes, Villanueva keeps improving his lead through the splits at the 10-kilometer mark. It was a advantage of 42 seconds. It was 54 seconds at the halfway mark, and now up to a minute as they get through 30K. The leader's now at 34.4 or 34.5 kilometers, so under 10 to go. Chris Balestrini, again, sort of running on his own in second place. He hit the 30-kilometer mark in 1:41.13. And now Matthew Neumann has pulled himself out of that chase pack. He's running in third at 1:41.48. So he's a minute 35 back at the leader, Villanueva, but he's got about a, again, math is not my strong, a 30, let me just do this on my fingers here. But a 38-second advantage on that chase back at the 30-kilometer mark. Now, again, past 30K are about 34.7, and we will check in on the women's side of things.
Well, and it's a big advantage, as you said, for Raez Villanueva over Balestrini at that 30K mark. On the women's side, things are much closer, and there is a true battle developing on our elite women's side between Argentina, Valdepenas of Mexico, and Kate Landau of the U.S. So only 11 seconds separating those two athletes at the 30K mark. They're both running 3:53 per kilometer as their average. That is absolutely stunning running. I'm going to use our tagline because it really is. And that puts them at an estimated finish time of 2:38.33. Now, to give some perspective, that is just outside of the tempo that would be required to break the record on this course that was set last year by Dana Pideretsky. She's a local standout as well. She's a real favorite here in Vancouver, not racing today, but she won in 2022 and set the course record then. She won again last year, set the course record once again at 2:34.27. That is a blazing fast time on this course. So our top women just outside of that tempo right now, but it'll be exciting to see the battle, as I mentioned, between those top women. Kate Landau, as I said, 11 seconds back from our leader right now. She's coming in with a PB of 2:31.56 from the 2018 Boston Marathon, but said Adam that she only came in with the goal of running about 2:43, and she is on pace right now to eclipse that by a solid 4 minutes. And it just speaks to, so many folks out here on course right now are running their best marathon ever, their best marathon they've run in their age group, and it's being done on a challenging course, and it's because of the crowd energy. Through that last camera shot, we saw a number of the local supporters and the talent out, some of the entertainment locations, and I believe that was Emma Curry and the Drag Queens show that we saw represented well. As here is another shot of that beautiful English Bay camera, and a couple of our elites coming through, along with one of our elite lead female. So here's a shot of our lead woman coming through that 30K mark, and you can see that grimace. This is where the race gets really, really tough. That is Argentina, Valdepenas, and she is trying to maintain composure there, looking strong. She's 42. She's got a PB of 2:35.14. That was from the Rotterdam Marathon in 2022, but has just really cleaned up on the Mexican scene, road running scene in Mexico. She's from Guadalupe, and she is out here trying to put some Mexican flair on this Vancouver race and doing it in style. And there's Kate Landau. So that was a shot of our second place woman overall right now. As I mentioned, Landau out of the U.S. She's from Tacoma, Washington, so just a stone's throw from where we are. 47 years old. And we should mention another 47-year-old elite woman out there who many of us in Canada know well. Krista Duchesne, our Canadian 50K record holder, out here en route to her first ever 100K race. So she's become a true ultra runner and is using this as an opportunity to move towards that increase in distance. But great to see so many of our top athletes again. All those mile to marathon singlets. We're hoping we'll get Rob Watson in the booth in a little bit to speak to the course and also to his involvement with that coaching group. You can see that this is where the effort starts to build, Adam.
Well, now they're entering perhaps the most scenic part of this course, the seawall in Stanley Park. Stanley Park, just hectares of beautiful wildlife surrounded by ocean. It's Vancouver's largest and, yes, its most famous urban park, bordering right on downtown Vancouver. And fun fact about Stanley Park, the Stanley in Stanley Park is the same Stanley in the Stanley Cup, named after the same person.
I don't know how I didn't know that, Adam, but thank you for that piece of trivia. That is awesome. And speaking of Stanley Park, we should remind folks that at the inaugural running of this event all the way back in 1972, Tom Howard led 32 runners through what was at the time 5 loops of Stanley Park. So, you know, that course was, as you mentioned, the most scenic part of the run. But 5 loops could get a little monotonous, and all the way then without super shoes, and back at the beginning of this event, 2 years later, he won again in a Canadian record for the event, 2:14:34, and that is ridiculously fast running in general, but certainly considering it was done in 1974 on 5 loops of Stanley Park. Chris Balestrini, currently sitting in second, holds the Canadian record on this course. Ran that in 2022 of 2:23:56. And now we see Emily Andrews, a top Canadian woman in the marathon, being cheered on by our colorful cheerleaders on the side there. So Emily Andrews smiling for the camera. If you can smile, Adam, at 32K in a marathon, that is a really good sign.
And Andrews at the 30K split solidly in third place, 2:09 back of the leader. And again, you can track anyone in this race by going to bmovanmarathon.ca/live.
Should just make a note there, Emily Andrews, as you mentioned, went through that 30K mark, running about 4 minutes per kilometer average. That puts her on an estimated finish of 2:41:34. And Andrews comes in with a PB that's 10 minutes slower than that from last September. So, you know, we've talked about the power of the crowds and what that can do for your performance. I don't remember this many personal bests being tracked, you know, at 32K in a marathon on this course in the recent history. So it's not one-offs, it's not two-offs, it's a lot of our athletes, both on the elite side and across the board, really showing their all and having the best race of the year of their life, as we see some of our hands go up at the finish line with our top athletes cheering everyone on. What a great day, Adam.
Oh, it is. It's fantastic, Kate. It looks like we are shaping up for an exciting finish in the women's marathon. Good battle going on between our top 2 athletes. Emily Andrews will see what she can do, the top Canadian right now. Can she get herself back in the mix? As we see the athletes, the marathoners, and we're going to start seeing them get pretty close to the finish line very, very soon.
And there's Megan Taylor coming into screen. She's got that Arkansas kit on, and Megan Taylor came in with one of the fastest PBs, and just a little bit off of our top 3 leaders right now, but another example of a runner who came from the U.S. She said, I've never been to Canada before, but I knew that when I came, I wanted to come so that I could run this race here in Vancouver. 10,000 destination athletes taking part in this event, and we're going to throw things back over to Steve King here so he can continue making note of all those names as folks finish their events here on the 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon.
Thank you very much, Kate. Don't forget she herself just ran a marathon last weekend and came away with a 2:37 benchmark. And a lot of people doing the 8K right now are collecting benchmarks, specifically for the BMO Marathon weekend. And I say a weekend because yesterday, of course, we had the kids' races with new record numbers there. We had 440 kids taking part in that event. And I can tell you actual numbers today because we had 6,211 start the marathon. We've had 10,010 start the half marathon. We had 2,083 doing the 8K, and these are 8K finishers closing in right now. We've got Ashley Chang, Anoop Bra, Dominic Sindalski. Let's continue to show our appreciation for the efforts of these great athletes out there. As we are approaching, we're 2:04 on the clock right now, and we're likely to see maybe a 2:22 winning time today based on the sort of splits we're getting from the course. Rain Alcantara from Edmonton wrapping up the half. We've got Billy Tung, Milena Mendonca, Ludovic Stiufi from Kamloops are wrapping up the 8 with Julia Lai, Sirihopun Samhankiji out of Burnaby. We've got Wing Kung Lee, Julieta Fernandez is there, Stephen Lau, Xiaolu Lee out of Vancouver, Janine Dilga, Fion Ko, there's Paul Arciniegas and Tiffany Wong. I see Ian McKelskill, I believe, is the 74-year-old out of Woodstock, Ontario, is wrapping up the half marathon for himself as well. Behind him, it looks like Ashley Cardinale out of Vancouver, the 26-year-old, also doing the half with Kelly Hidbits of Coquitlam. There's Leonard Costa approaching the 8K with John Pan and Tracy Rigo and Matthew Rigo. That is, I believe, mother and son. He's 17 years of age. Nice going for the Burnaby couple who will be wrapping up their day together. And I do want to say a big thank you and a welcome. That lady a little while ago I called in the 8K, that being Julie Sherman. Don't forget, she celebrated her 52nd birthday yesterday. In fact, she was born the same year that the Vancouver Marathon began, in 1972. We've got Alyssa Fabiano there, Jenna Kwasnicki out of Calgary, Peggy Lynn, Somish Ghost, Quinton Clark. It's good to see so many from the US, including Shoreline representative, Shoreline Washington, that 68-year-old C.Y. Tin, who's approaching the lane. We've got Elizabeth Williams from East Maitland there, and that is in the half marathon. Good to see a race walker there under the arch as we're looking at 1:07 on the clock for those guys. So we're 2:06 on the clock for our marathoners. Tatiana Tiachianik out of Keewatin, Ontario is to the line. Shishin Kao, the Burnaby athlete, the 24-year-old, wrapping up, of course, the half marathon is Sue Sharkey from Waukesha, Wisconsin, the 73-year-old. She too now approaching the finish line in the half marathon. Alongside her on the left-hand side, Fernando Acosta from Mexico finishes the 8K. And again, we're delighted to welcome athletes from afar. We've got lots of South Americans in the field, quite a few Japanese athletes in the field as well. So we call them into the finish line here. We want to say Eric Sheni, a la línea de llegada. El Comité de las Carreras Voluntarias Patrocinadores y Espectadores, muchas gracias por su participación en esta grande carrera. Here we go, more athletes, Jenny Bacavaldo there from Vancouver in the half. Behind her, we got Tim Bird in the 8K with the Hemsleys. That's Sarah and Gareth. They are together, Delta and Vancouver representing. As Olga is closing in, that's Olga Elishkaya. We got Julie Berkshire, Raul Ramesh, Heather Russell, Maria Dean from Parksville. In fact, she's along with Lindsay Mitchell there now side by side as they too come to the arch. We got 1:08 on the clock for the athletes right now. Don't forget that winning time was around 27 minutes for our leader. We'll get those 8K splits and top 10 for you in a while as we continue to pay attention to Jeff Martin of Winnipeg, the 79-year-old doing the half marathon, 21.1 Ks. Will be wrapped by him very shortly. There's Rose Fazio in the 8K with Rong Chan of Richmond. I see also from Richmond, looks like we have another athlete. We've got Edmonton's Larkin Resendez there. Stephanie Yunshan's side, the 11-year-old from Coco is there. We had a whole host of 11-year-olds taking on the challenge with us today. A lot of people celebrating their birthdays, by the way, as well. Not only Samantha Jory, your women's winner in the half, but people like celebrating their 20th was Alexander Constantine, celebrating their 21st, the big day for Michelle Miranda. They're also celebrating their 25th, Andy Huang, Nina Osorio, Stephanie Streising, Bailey Brody, Kaden Dennis, Alex Zepp, and Giannina Osorio. Celebrating their 30th today, we had Mason Rinke, Holly Watts, Narada Lobo, Steve Smith. We had also celebrating 35th was Ravi Palmer, Michael Katukampola, Robyn Rojon and Kimberly Siahota. Two athletes celebrating their 40th birthdays today. David Him and Alana Schick. Celebrating number 45 was May Imperial and Seda Trigg. Celebrating number 50, Brenda Cordell and Tiffany Yam. Celebrating 55, that was Lim King Chu Smith and Jennifer Wilger. Celebrating 60, Mr. Michael Woods. Not the great cyclist, but a man from Vancouver. The cyclist will be doing the tour this year once again, as well as the Giro d'Italia. And two athletes actually celebrating their 69th birthday today. Jana Fairbanks and Andy Lepetsky, one from Vancouver and one from Athens, Georgia. As we call another at the half, Stephen Ip and Mika Kilburn there from, I believe, Richmond. Ding Ying Yao is also in the half and arriving shortly. As there's some more 8Kers in the form of Laura Nesco, Sonny Nestor, Scottsdale, Arizona represented there as well. Lovely place to visit. And of course, a lot of athletes and a lot of seniors from British Columbia and around Canada head south to enjoy the weather there today. The weather not too bad for the run, by the way, not too hot. We've had it pretty steaming in the past. We've also had rain and clouds in the past. Today, cloud cover has helped these athletes. We've got Guilherme there coming in with Rebecca Jackson. We've got Chelsea Zimmerman from Red Deer. And Red Deer hosts a number of runs as well as a triathlon there as well. Woody's RB often is a big sponsor of that. We do want to thank our sponsors and sponsors reps that are here, some of whom are racing with us today. We've got Divya Krishnan there from Richmond, Shay Ree closing in, Claudia Dominguez Panagua out of Vancouver. We've got Christina Tran, Ludwig Slutsky from Fort St. John, the home of the Sub-Zero Club. Samuel Duarte is there from Coquitlam. David Dick next up there, Leith Magnuson. I see Bob Hansen and Darren Pelly doing the half out of Surrey, the 58-year-old. He was looking for 2.5 hours, as you can see now. We are looking at a time for the marathon of 2:10. So probably in 10 minutes or so, we're likely to see the first marathoner of the day closing in. Just a reminder, the top athletes of the day in the marathon, first, second and third, will get 3,000, 2,000 and 1,000. If there's a new record for the marathon, that winner, or the person who does that, will receive $2,500 extra for being able to do that. It looks like we've had a runner down here getting support out the finish line. It should be okay. Hopefully it is. Looks like we have a Mexican flag alongside with that athlete. So getting some immediate attention there. Don't forget, we've also got a wheelchair athlete out there on the course in the form of Leo Sammarelli, and he has raced at the Sun Run as well, so we may see him. Again, I think the wheelchair athlete started 10 minutes prior to the runners starting in that division, so if you see Leo flying down the home stretch, you'll know what that's all about. As well as obviously overall, don't forget we've got money on the line for the top Canadians of the day at the marathon distance. And that is 5 deep for the top Canadians, anywhere from $200 to $3,000. And we have money on the line also for our Masters athletes in the marathon, $500, $300 and $200. Sometimes you can see someone in a Masters division come away with a win. When you look at the fastest master of all time, you got, look at that 83-year-old Caroline Cutt from Vancouver crossing here in the 8K. Congratulations to her. She's got company there. Yoko Su is there. Not Lam Fong coming on through Luis Carlos Basurco Maaga. We've got Jacqueline Lau, the 53-year-old Vancouver right in the half. We've got Angus C from Vancouver. He's looking at a finish very shortly as well. As we are looking at time for the marathon now, we're coming up to 2 hours, 13 minutes. And don't forget, we've got a gentleman in the audience right now who won the first 3 years. And that's a guest of honor in the form of Mr. Tom Howard. In 1972, the first year, he won with a 2:24.08. And then he did a 2:21.45 in 73. And then his fastest time, and still the third fastest time we've seen, young Gary Henry, he did a 2:14.34. And that is Mr. Tom Howard. 3 victories in 3 years, and he comes back to join us. In fact, last year he was here and did the 8K. As we see Armin Belforian coming through line, Chris Duranda and Tracy Maloney from Delta wrapping up their half marathon. Margie Tahanglangit out of Richmond going to be wrapping up the half as well, as Galwinda Bureau in the 8K, Hunter McGuinness, Harry Young, Jack Barker, Kieran Davey, they are all closing in. As another couple of half marathoners who are ready to rumble across the line. Adi Abasi from Ho Chi Minh City, nice to have you with us. We got Zhuwei Wei from Calgary in there, Morgan Berger from Pineview, and looks like Claudia Carbiel and Luneva Yakami from Saskatoon. That's in the half. There's next up there, Alexander White, Angela Dela Cruz, Alexander from Mission, Angela from Vancouver. They're wrapping up their half shortly. is approaching line. The person from Burnaby, that's in the women's division. Raez de Guzman, the 34-year-old, is there. We got Mariam Hayderi from White Rock also, and Dirty from Oak Creek, Wisconsin. Nice to have you with us there. That's in the half, the 57-year-old, and more in the 8K. They do include about to finish there. Cindy Wong from Burnaby, Cabin Yahal, Bella Ovak, Lai Lai Hung out of Richmond, Sawyer and Alexander McLean, the 11 and 15-year-old bros out of North Vancouver. They too now approaching the finish with Mariam Gora, Lee Wish, Cassandra Freisinger, and Courtney James. So lots of action here as that clock is ticking down. And don't forget, when we look at the course record, meaning there's a difference. We've had a race record, but the course changed. So Gary Henry owns the overall record of 2:13.14. Tom Howard, the second fastest, 2:14.34. And then the fastest course record, this particular course, was 2:15.01 by Yuki Kawachi, the Japanese athlete who was here with us today and did the half marathon as a 2-hour pacer. This time was 2:15.01, and you can see we've gone past that time. We had some others who got inside 2:16. They included William Scott. He did that in 1979. Nasser Kapiso, the Ethiopian, did that in 2005. And Thomas Omwenga did that in 2008. And Thomas Omwenga was a multiple finisher and winner. He won 4 times this particular marathon. More half marathoners closing in. We've got Stephanie LeBouf from Auburn, Washington, Riley Duggan out of Vancouver, who's also there. In the 8K, it looks like Jose Edmundo Galvez Vasquez, the 54-year-old from the city of Mexico City, of course. Vincent King, Scarlett Aubrey wrapping up the 8K, along with Pilar Cabutbud out of Richmond from OK Falls. And I see Sally Snyman there, the 54-year-old. OK Falls, they do have a Scar Lake Ultra swim there from Penticton to OK Falls. That's 11.8K or 7.38 miles. They also are the place where the Ultraman Canada Triathlon finishes. At the end of day 1, they wrap up there. As we used to have a junior triathlon there, but I see Sylvia Martinez from Mexico now arriving. She did Kokani next up, Harpreet Taka. It's 73-year-old Donna Cramel from Coco is about right. Don't forget Coco, of course, the home of Terry Fox. The most incredible Canadian athlete of all time, as Brandina Aller is there from New West, Amandine Millet, Claire Sanz de Alba from Calgary. We got Yun Young Park out of North Van and Xiao Huaning from Langley. There's Himanshu Jindal out of Surrey, Kei Zhang approaching Alejandro Lewinsky, the 71-year-old from Abbotsford, about the clock in. Trying to go 1:15, you can see on the clock right now, I think we've got 1:18 for the athletes doing the 8K. We're at 2:17 now for the marathon. And we'll check in because we have seen the 2:17 clocking before at this particular race. Uli Steidl, by the way, who won this event 5 times. He actually did a 2:17.01 in 2002. And I believe that was his fastest time doing this. But he represented the US before at different events, including, of course, the marathon distance. So when you look at others that have won a number of times in the women's division, we've had a 4-time winner in Eniko Peja from Hungary. We had a 3-time winner in Poland's Kristina Pishulis. We had a couple of wins from a Canadian in the form of Angela Strange. She won in 2002, 2003. Mary Ator won twice, 2008, 2009. And the great Mary Greenwood, who's just been nominated to the Hall of Fame, the great ultra runner who's won the Comrades 100K. She won the event in 2012. I know she's injured now, but we wish her well in her recovery. As Camille Bourdon and Francois Rebier from Burnaby, they're clocking in. And looks like we've got an Austrian there, Hans-Jürgen Buss, the 7-year-old, about the clocking as well, with Naomi Shimaju. We've got Priyanka Agnani in there as well. There's a great Indian race walker, by the way, in the women's division, who goes by the name of Priyanka. And I believe they've made it to the mixed race walk. As I can see, we've got, along with a number of team members, we've got obviously those people who represent Run Vancouver or Run Van. And that includes Tommy Rock, we've got Scott Rintoul, and Rob Watson, Max Sulimov, Luke Lee, Joyce Chiang, Jeremy Pennington. They're all part of the action, and we have thanked those people who have supported the event with the charities. As we keep looking out right now, as I want to just remind you, the winner of the 8K was Manuel Finley with a 27.35, Mitchell Hamer second at 30.02, and John Schriemer third at 30.04. and we'll keep our eyes peeled for the overall champion shortly. But in the women's division for the 8K, it was Robyn Astridge at 31.44, Angela Castronovo 32.23, and Bailey Salas at 34.26. Those were your champions in the 8K. So we're going to be turning our attention here, ladies and gentlemen, to the marathon, because it won't be long before we see the first of these guys heading home and hitting the home stretch and celebrating in style. And again, we've told you before what has happened here last year, what has happened in previous years, and who've been our winners. Don't forget, last year it was Yuki Karachi, David Mutai, Sergio, Raez, Villanueva. They were 1, 2, and 3 for the men, and for the women it was Dana Pidobowski, Roslyn Bhutan, and Callahan McKenzie. So keep your eyes peeled. We're at 2:20 now and change, and shortly we should be seeing the leader coming up the home stretch towards that finish line. And of course, for the top marathoners, there's a lot at stake. None less than, of course, the prestige of taking a major city marathon. This marathon has been talked about throughout the media around the world, including CNN, including USA Today and Forbes, about how picturesque it is in this beautiful downtown area. And we get ready to welcome. You can see, if you look at the leaderboard there, it looks as though we've got a man making the turn, that final turn at the bottom stretch there, and now we'll be on the home stretch and joining us shortly. 2:20 on the clock. Please, if you're running up to the finish line, stay on the right-hand side. You've got the entire Love squad here at the finish line. Way to go, guys. Appreciate that very much. We've got Sam Said, Nancy Zhu, Lavanya Kaduri, Dalraj Grewal, Zaki Delba, Amina Nsuli, Jennifer Wilger, Lee Renault, Dawn Philipchuk, Pam Coleman. As ladies and gentlemen, please get ready to give a huge Victoria welcome to the first person that's going to cross in the marathon. You can imagine, I told you how many starters. We had 6,211 people that actually went across the start line for the marathon, and it won't be too long before we see the person who's going to take the title. You can see on the screen right now that that person is making a move. They can hear the sounds, they can see the finish line, and you've got second placer, I think, making the turn there. And we're going to see a winning time here, of course, and not only to win the prestige, but also the sound of the crowd. A big welcome to Vancouver's major marathon here with over 20,000 participants between the three distances. You've seen the winners of the 8K. You've seen the winners of the half, including age group winners. We've still got plenty of athletes coming on through in the 8K and in the half. Lucia Dominguez is there, came in from Orlando, Florida. And we're getting ready to welcome the first in the marathon. You can imagine what it feels like when you can see a couple of 100 meters away. You can see the crowds, you can see this beautiful finish arch, you can see the flags of the 57 countries that are represented, and we're able to see the first athlete now approaching the finish line in the marathon. Let's give a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a massive day. You can imagine how good it feels. We'll wait to see if it's the man who held on from the halfway mark. We had a 69.19 clocking at the half marathon mark for that. It is. He was third last year. He takes the victory. Our 2024 BMO champion, Sergio Raez Villanueva from Mississauga, the 27-year-old with a 2:22.45 unofficial clocking. Congratulations, Sergio. He did a brilliant job there. He's got a 2:18 PR as well, by the way. Did that in Mississauga. We see him also with a 2:23 in the last couple of years. He did that last year. Third overall at TCS in top third Canadian, but he takes the time today after racing with us last year as well, and so we're absolutely thrilled that he came back. Third last year at 2:23.21. He bests that time by a few seconds and moves up 2 positions. And I want to say a big thank you to Sergio Raez Villanueva, because he also turned up yesterday. There he is, top Canadian, top overall. He's in the money big time, but he's got the prestige. He turned up yesterday to be with us with the kids race, and he was there to welcome them to the finish line as we get ready to welcome some more athletes here as well who will surely be joining us in the marathon. Chris Balestrini, and look at this, Chris has been a winner with us before. He's done the Rotterdam Marathon with a 2:18.15. He's done 5,000 in 14.14, 10,000, 29.22. He gets second today at 2:23.53 unofficially. He's done a 65.30 at the half before. His best marathon at 2:17.05. And I do know that man who's an MD and a PhD, a student of medicine, is going to be moving to not from London, Ontario, to do residency in Penticton. And look at this, Leo Sammarelli, the solo wheelchair athlete. He's been the two-time winner of the Vancouver Sun Run of the wheelchair division. He's coming on through, pushing the pace. He's going to be doing our nationals in Montreal coming up. But Leo about to wrap up the marathon for himself there. He likes the distance on the track. He'll be doing 100, 200, 400, 800, 15. But today it's a marathon, and that's a 2:34 clocking. Well done. Yeah, no mas. Oh, look at this, our third placer, Matthew Neumann out of Camel. My goodness, he's flying. Well done, Matthew. That's racer number 15 who just went through the finish line there. Excellent job for Matthew. He's got a 2:25.46 PR, so he's set a personal best. He was with us last year, so very much appreciate what he's done there. He was 7th last year, and here he is moving up to a 3rd place. He's on the podium. And look at that, all three. Let's give a big hand. There they are, the finish line. You've got Chris Balestrini. You've got Matt Neumann just closed in there as well. Absolutely awesome stuff from these guys, taking on the challenge once again. So we really appreciate that. Last year, Matthew beat Chris by, I think it was about 1 minute and 9 seconds, but it was reversed this year. So we've got 3 men so far inside 2.5 hours. Other finishers in the 8K right now, you've got Diana Parker, 75 years of age, Joshua Larrabee, Van Mohammed, CY Matthew Laura, we've got Anne Onaluk and Vanessa Hope from Hope, no less. How bad's that? Good to have you with us, my dear. I think one of only 2 athletes from Hope that we have here. They actually do have a triathlon there, of course. And Hope, of course, also known because that was the location where Rambo was filmed. As we can see, more athletes closing in. We've got Kim Ming, Roderick Law, Sankey Carve, Neil Ferrer, and on a look there from Kamloops, as well as Kelly Raby went through. And those 3 guys, what a performance there. Good to see the Maple Leaf flag being worn by the women's winner, of course, of the half this morning, and now the men's champion. You can imagine how good it feels for Sergio there. Sergio Raez Villanueva, I believe originally out of Peru, but now races for Canada. He's been first Canadian before, has that 2:18 PR, but nothing like winning a race overall as he's done here with us today. So Daisy and Dylan Alick, of course, Dylan in the half, set himself a personal best here today. He had had a 66 on the clock before, but he bested that by seconds on what he considered to be a tougher course. Again, will anyone else get sub 2.5 hours? We've got 3 minutes in which to find out, because all these guys would have been in that first wave of athletes. Congrats, and don't forget Chris Balestrini, by the way, he owns a Canadian record for 50 kilometres. He's done a 2:42.32. That is an amazing time for a 50K. And don't forget Catherine Jones is in the field, I believe, today, and she's been a medalist at the World 50K Championships before. Did that in Doha, and of course in Doha we've also had great races. Our own Evan Dunfee has raced there. Susie Park, Olga Zueva, Sun Young Lee, Magdalena Chang, they're all coming in. We've got Kathleen Donnelly, Iris Lake, Jamie Myers, Ted Rowan from Fairfax, Virginia. Less than 2.5 minutes. We're looking down the road there to see if we can see anyone else heading towards the finish line of the marathon. I can see Iris coming in, Caitlin Jimo from Edmonton approaching the finish line, as we got Huajin Jiang and Anna Nieto, and looks like Fino Nukayo Negro Hardy out of Coquitlam was there as well, as we got some half marathoners approaching. It looks like Elizabeth Robinson out of Seattle, Washington amongst the group. And we've got some incredible stories, by the way, of people taking part. And look at this, Luke Richet, a man who's been at the Olympic Games for Canada, is about to come on through. He too has been a winner here with us before. He took 2nd last year in the half as well with a 67. He's won Vancouver first up, 2:28 for Luke Richet. Great job there for the 33er. Don't forget a Sun Run winner as well, the Vancouverite. He's a great teacher, but he finds himself in 4th place. He was racer number 4 as well. So 4 men inside 2.5 hours. As we've got another person coming in here right now. Let's see if we can figure out who we've got. I believe it's Paul Rios of Montreal. It is indeed. La Belle Provence, represented by the 30-year. He had a 2:40 goal. He's bested that by 11 minutes plus. What a great performance there. Paul Rios is the man who just came in with a 5th place overall today. So we got a couple of people who are hoping to get in the Guinness Book of Records here today. One wants to, is wearing the most T-shirts worn during a marathon. Another one is going to be while carrying golf clubs. This gentleman wants to set a Guinness Book of Records while carrying golf clubs. Another one is going to be the fastest marathon while dressed as a body part. There's some happy campers. It looks like we've got Ava Gravella, Xavier Giorgino, and Cindy Bogan in. Xavier and Cindy came in from Paris to join us, so we appreciate that, as Ava is a local. We also have Jack Yifei Huang, Xiao Ling Lu, Jean Whitley, Yanora Choi from Aurora, Colorado, as we get ready to welcome Andrea Yanez, who is also about to clock in. And we've got some more 8Kers that are arriving as well. Looks like we'll have, I believe, Krista Morrow from Seattle and Stephanie Frey out of Vernon. And again, Vernon is the city that hosts a great winter festival, and part of that winter festival is the first race in the Interior Road Race Series. That is a 10K race, and you've seen people like Jeff Simons take victories there as well, as we get to see Chelsea Mack out of Richmond. So 5 athletes so far to the line, as we are now over the 2.5-hour mark. And let me remind you, when we talk about the times, the winning times, the lead times, I told you about last year and what happened. And that was because we saw a new record for the women's division, trip time of 2:34.25 by a lady who represented Canada at the Olympic Games. She's not in the field this year. But we have a couple of athletes in the women's division who are hoping to go sub 2:40. One of those athletes was hoping she could indeed do a 2:35. So it'll be interesting to see if that develops. But one of the athletes in the field has also just raced at a marathon last weekend, including our own Kate Van Buskirk. But there's another lady in the field as we pull these athletes in. Sam Leon, Nina Lauda, and Sheila Yoha. We've got Rahila Ghaznavi, Megha Kapoor Gautam, Ashtar Rekar, Carman Lee from Vancouver, from Victoria. Sydney Hemphill is approaching the finishing line as well. And she's a 23-year-old. And look at this, we have another finisher in the marathon coming up from Vancouver. 27-year-old Thibaut Mouchard, and he's going to clock in with a 2:31 and about 28-second clocking. Well done, Thibaut. I think that's our 6th place finisher as well. I think he had a goal of around 2:29, just missed out on that. But there's nothing like getting amongst the top half dozen in the field at a big city marathon like the BMO Vancouver Marathon. Well done, Thibaut. Winston Ho, the 40-year-old out of Vancouver, he just wrapped up his 8K. As a couple more in the half are closing in. 2 Seattleites, and don't forget Seattle does have a marathon and half, but it's Angela Chavot and Saborn Cavens out of Seattle, both in the 50-plus division, that are approaching the line, and they are side by side on the right-hand side there. Congratulations, guys, as you are wrapping up. And we do also, look at this, we got our 7th athlete of the day, Alexander Ricard from Squamish, the man who's got 2:22 on the clock. 2:32 is what he gets here today. Nice game for the 35-year-old. That's a racer number 14. He's got a 30:29 to his credit at the East Side 10K last year, so our congrats to him, and we certainly wish him well. He did after before, but today it's the full marathon for Alexander, and what a debut performance. There's another athlete clocks in here. Our 8th athlete, Marc-Antoine Rouleau, the 31-year-old from Coquitlam. He had a goal of 2:35. Look at Happy Cabot, M2M coached athlete as well. 2:32.45. A great job there for Marc-Antoine, a top 10. And 2 more athletes to run through before we wrap up the top 10 in the men's division. As Alec Doughty wrapped up the 8K with Sarah Bealey, and Amy Apsay from Prince George wrapped up the half marathon. We got some more 8Kers about to clock in here as well. Zoya Bauer from Victoria, Suzanne McLeod out of Delta, and Lisa Jane Absar. And Jack Carlisle will be wrapping up in 9th place, I can see. He's arriving right now as well. Another Vancouverite, the 31-year-old, and a happy camper to be top 10 today. And a great time. It's going to be a 2:33.23 clocking. And it looks like our 10th place are now closing in from Whitehorse in the Yukon. It's done at 2:33. That was a goal for Ian Weir, the 32-year-old. He's achieved it. Well done. His goal was 2:33. Talk about pacing. Look at that. Brilliant job. And want to thank, one of my friends as well, closing in here. Great job as he comes up, push him, as he is storming on through there. I think that's Sandy Dittel from Hillsboro, Oregon. Nice job there for the 31-year-old. And we got Dusty Spiller. Don't forget Dusty Spiller. He was an athlete who took on the half marathon, of course, in Comox, and came away with the win at 69.08. He was across the line at 2:34 here. And I think Colleen Fish went through on the far side there. She's heading to the home stretch, but again, that was half marathon. The athlete from Landau, we've got Michelle Yeklem, Leah Yeklem, Salt Lake City and Spokane represented, mother and daughter, I believe, as Asim Belsari from Burnaby, Amelia Nurul Fajar, Maria Wang and Angela Koo. They're all closing in at the 8K distance. But great job from Dusty Spiller, so looks like a top 15 overall for those guys. Wow, what a day it's turned out to be. Exciting stuff as we got 16-year-old Angela Koo from, I believe, Richmond, then Brian Burke from Dinsmore, 80-year-old Brian Burke from Dinsmore, Saskatchewan, as Craig McMillan storms up again. Don't forget, Craig has been amongst our top 10 with us before, and he's now coming through with a top 15, I believe, there as he hits the line, 47 years of age, so it looks like he's one of the top masters once again, certainly the winner of the 45-49 division. He's through the line. A couple more athletes in the half marathon. Martian Martinez of Vancouver, Mark Whittingham, and we'll be giving some giveaways in about 5 or 10 minutes. We've got Maria Del Carmen Molina Flores of 55, Mary Wilson, the 80-year-old from Cranbrook, will be closing in. Don't forget, near Cranbrook, of course, they also have the Rossa Lake Triathlon. That goes in about 30 k's away from Cranbrook. And she's coming up the home stretch. We've got Jonathan Lynn, Vancouver in the half. We've got Laura Lagasha in the 8K, Bobby Funny, and another finisher in the marathon. It's Alex Brookhouse out of Hamilton, Ontario, the 25-year-old, number 795. He gets a 2:35.40 unofficial clocking. He's followed by 8Kers on the far side. Richard Fu, Ava Trinchek, Aisha Lukthwaite, Devlin Hogg, Garrett McAuliffe, Pam Cadiban, and Mohammed Ghaznavi. Mohammed just moved into the 70 to 74 division earlier this year. He's out of Calgary. And of course, we're looking to see where the top females are, as I think we've gone through the top time when you look at what has been recorded before. And Dana's time at 2:34, not getting a record, but we do have Danny Moran from Toronto, the 38-year-old. You can see the Canadian singlet there, 2:36.12 unofficially for Danny. Again, we're delighted to see him being amongst the top 20 here today comfortably. Isabella Carey from Prince Rupert. If you've ever had a great trip, get that ferry over to Port McNeill. A nice trip overnight there for anyone who's visiting Vancouver Island or visiting the mainland, of course. As we can see, some more soon-to-be finishers on the far side. We've got some 8Kers in the form of Nadine Plotnikov, Mario Manzano and Evelyn. They came in from Cedar Park, Texas. Then we've got Josefina Marcello and John McMillan, Vanessa Payne, Kyra Nelson Price, Stephen Curl, Brandy Price. And we'll have some more marathonists here very shortly as we've got the Nelsons, Mark and Tyra there, Jaspit Sidhu, Mary Solomon, Renee Orlando Hernandez Rivera is also along with us in the 8K with Melissa Appleton, Samantha Chalmers of Delta, Lister Chen is there as well, and we are waiting at 2:37. We'll find out, maybe Kate can tell us where the top female may be at this time. Here we go, another soon-to-be finisher in the marathon. It's in the men's division. Bernard Bredenkamp from New York. Nice job. 2:50 was the goal. 2:37 the reality. And then Luis Benitez out of Vancouver, the 29-year-old in the white strip. He had a 2:35 goal, a 2:37.35. His clocking. So don't forget at this moment, we've got a Mexican in the lead at this time, ladies and gentlemen, in the women's division. So we are delighted. I know she had a goal of around 2:35, and this time it looks like Kate Landau in second, and then Emily Andres. But we got another finisher in the marathon. And looks like we got Alicio Chi Wing there from Boise, Idaho. That was Jeff Dundrak as well about to approach out of Whitehorse in the Yukon Territory, of course, the 34-year-old. So it won't be too long. We're looking at maybe a sub 2:40 for the women's champion here. So please get ready to welcome that person who's going to be taking the title. We are looking forward to seeing how close it is in the women's division. They're going to be pushing as we got the one and only two-time Olympian, the man who has gone sub 8 hours for Ironman distance. Brent McMahon hits the finish line. His inaugural marathon, although he's done plenty of them with sub 3 hour clockings at the back end of an Ironman. A 2:38.43 for him today. Now 43 years of age, now retired from triathlon. The great athlete from Victoria. Good on you, Brent. I know his father's aiming to get a Boston qualifier today, and we're aiming to see the top female very shortly. We think it could be within the next minute or two that we'll see those athletes in the women's division coming to the line. This is exciting stuff here. Don't forget, at this moment it looks like you've got a Mexican, an American and a Canadian, 1, 2 and 3. We wait to see if that's going to be the case right to the finish line. But how good is that when you've got a two-time Olympian there in the form of Brent McMahon, multiple winners, and we wait to see who's next up in the marathon. It's the one and only Drew Nicholson, the original winner of the Surrey International Marathon, and a great job there for the VFAX member. And here's the women's champion. It is Argentina Valdepenas from Guadalupe, 42 years of age and a 2:39.37 clocking. Felicitaciones Argentina por excelente tiempo de post de llegada Marathon Vancouver. Way to go. Bienvenido a la línea de llegada Marathon Vancouver. We really appreciate the efforts there. What a job, what a performance, what a win. I saw her last night, we had a chat, and she looked in good form, and it paid off handsomely. At 42 years of age, she takes the 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon title. A huge performance. She's done a 2:35.14 before in Rotterdam. And she's raced in Chicago. She's been at the World Championships, and look at this, more coming in, including Tyler Williams out of Banff, including Matthew Kopp from Kelowna. They hit the line together. And Kate Landau, what a performance from the lady from Tacoma, Washington, as she now comes up to the finish line. Again, don't forget, this is the lady who was winning last weekend as well. Wow, what a huge performance. Again, she just came from racing in Eugene, I believe, as well, where she ended up taking a title there with a 2:44, clocking back-to-back races. So 2 women so far, 40 plus, and coming 1 and 2. Samir Akbabegi from Vancouver clocks in. Nathan Brigham about to hit the line as well from North Vancouver. He's in the Masters division. Then you got Kevin Bordage from Banff, the 31-year-old. He's running through. Aidan Anderson came in from Comox. He's been doing well on the Vancouver Island series as well. So Kevin's here, the 31-year-old. He won 2:55, gets 2:41. Aidan crosses with a 2:41 as well. Man, that's impressive. And we wait to see whether the top Canadian has held on to that 3rd position. But it's very, very exciting to see how things have opened up here. What a performance when you get 2 women in the Masters division doing so very well. And Natasha Wodak is here, I think, to welcome them as well. So don't forget, she's an Olympian as well. As we've got on the far side, that's 84-year-old Sandra Davis of Vancouver doing the 8K. Wanted to go 1.5 hours, but we've got 2 more in the marathon. Simon O'Byrne and Co Quitlam. We've got Curtis Young from Burnaby, and they are very close, just 5 meters separating them. Another representative of the M2M Marathon squad, 2:41.54 and 2:41.58. Nice going, guys. And they're going to be followed by a gentleman out of Vancouver in the red strip. I believe this is Chris Cartwright who's closing in. He just moved into the 30-34 division, and he wraps up his day at 2:42.09. One more female athlete will be on the podium in the top 3 overall. Then we'll have top Canadians, but we've got Keegan Peel from North Van next up here. 31-year-old, 2:45 the goal, 2:42 the reality for Keegan. Excellent job. And so congrats to our top 2 females of the day, and we're just thrilled to see that Argentina, she was one of the pros who turned up yesterday at the BMO Kids Run, and Carly Sindrick did a wonderful job in organising that, and we were lucky enough to have members of BMO down there with us, as well as directors of Run Band. And Eric Cheney, of course, was happy, the race director. His daughter ended up winning the girls' event. And now we've got Bray Walker from Squamish, the 25-year-old. He's about to cross with a 2:42.55 clocking. A couple more. We've got Winnie Chan from Shaton and Gina Maximo from Shaton there on the far side there. Along with Mina Nori from Takahashishi. Canada Day in the holiday of Tanashinde Kodasai. We welcome you and enjoy the rest of your stay in Canada. As we've got another athlete in the form of, I believe, Patrick Code from Calgary. He's got company. Look at this. Justin Kerr and Patrick. Just a couple of meters separating them. 2:43.20 and 2:43.21. Wow, it's exciting to see how close some of these finishes are. As we saw a number of athletes that have taken on the challenge. Don't forget, there's a lot of athletes who are not yet at the halfway mark because we had those different waves of runners that were closing in. We've got Addie Newcomb on the far side in the half, the 29-year-old from Seattle, and on the left-hand side, about to wrap up the marathon, it's an Edmontonian, the 33-year-old, it's Reg Miller, and he wanted a sub 250, has done that with 6 minutes and about 8 seconds to spare. And there's Addie Newcomb, a good run to the line for her. Well done, Addie. A great job. There's we can tell you, again, I'm delighted that Leo Sammarelli also raced the wheelchair. He won the half in his division last year. He won the sun run. And now we've got, I believe, Ryan Greco from Calgary who's next up here to the line. Well done. Don't forget Calgary has got the shirt on as well. They've got the Stampede event there. We'll have a 5, a 10, a half, a marathon and a 50k. And for our sesquicentennial, Calgary put on a 150k event. On the far side, Jason Diaz from Aurora, the 29-year-old, is about to clock in. And in the marathon, Ryan Greco from Calgary went through. Now we've got Kanta Yanigisawa from Nagano in Japan. Kazuki Yamasaki from Totori, the 38-year-old, is also clocking in here as they push the line. And I think that was Jamie Robb from Calgary just ahead of him as well from Maito, Canada. And they celebrate and raise. And look at this, Emily Andrews, the Vancouverite. She's going to be our third placer here today. What a job. A 2:48.19 is what she's recorded before a Berlin Marathon. She's raced there 2019, 3:18, 2:45. Well done. That is a personal best. And Emily Andrews is the third athlete in the women's division today. And she's out of Vancouver. And you can see the 31-year-old really put it all together there. She's on the podium. So Mexico, the US and Canada, 1, 2 and 3 in the women's race. Congratulations, Emily. What a great job. We're delighted to see how well she performed there and setting a PR, especially on the Berlin course, and now she best sitting here in Vancouver. Her first marathon she ran in 2019, she did a 3:18. As next up, that's Adam Harris, I see from Squamish, who's clocking in there. It won't be too long before we go to our overall champions. We'll let you know because they're going to do interviews with the top men and women, and no doubt, look at this, 2 more athletes closing. Evan Palmer Charette from Calgary is there. Hong Duan from Surrey, the 47-year-old. Robert Rigaud from Seattle is approaching the line here. He's got Jose Antonio Gutierrez Hernandez from Guadalajara coming up to the line. And on the far side, congratulations, we've got Marissa Chang, I believe, Leslie Campbell, Kathy Bergen, they're closing in. Great job there, ladies. Thank you so much for going through and enjoying the 8K as they come up to the line. They're half marathoners, but those are the 8Ks. Delta Langley represented by them. As we got Peter Mpala from Carcos, Yukon. Rainier Porby from Calgary. Don't forget his partner, Melissa, was racing with us. Eddie Valentine from Portland, Oregon. Carlos Bonilla from Vancouver, also there. And we can tell you, Argentina's winning time, chip time, 2:39.38. Kate's a 2:40.34, and Emily a 2:45.01. And the top 10 men, I'll go through that once again. We had Sergio Raez, Villanueva, Chris Balestrini, Matthew Neumann, Luc Bouchette, Paul Rios, Thibaut Mouchard, Alexander Ricard, Marc-Antoine Rouleau, Jack Carlisle, Ian Weir took that 10th place with a 2:33.33. Massive performances, and we'll be doing the awards here in a moment, and we'll hand it over shortly to get some information from the athletes here. As we got, I think Dan Linsky just went through the line there, the 42-year-old Vancouver. He did a goal of 2:50. You can see the clock showing that he was about 3 minutes inside his goal. So we really appreciate that, which tells you something about conditions as well. As Adam Dockstader from Calgary, I think that's him on the far side, the 29-year-old about to wrap up his final year in the 25-29. He comes in there, he had a 2:35 goal, 2:47.34. I believe we're going to have Evan Jenkins from St. Louis, Missouri next up here. Another 29-year-old in the blue strip and meters away from coming under that beautiful arch. And it's Wendy Lovenberth here from Athens, Georgia, the 62-year-old who did the 8K here with us today. She too just meters away from clocking in. Thanks to Andre Yell and the entire team, of course, from Sports Stats, Lindsay Burns, Darcy Locke, Shaquille Nurali, Abbas Pardawala, Adnan Shakir, Tyler Niembo, Glenn Hild, and Olga Andrushkevich. Those are the team that do the timing and getting the time there. That was Tyler Chapman, the 37-year-old Vancouverite. He had a 2:40 goal, 2:48.12, his unofficial clocking today. So again, really appreciate the crowds that are here today. The grandstands are filled, lots of action. Don't forget, the last finish is usually 6.5 to 7 hours, as we'll get to see more and more athletes pouring, especially when you get to around 3.5 to 4 hours. But a big goal for a lot of people today, as in any marathon, is getting a sub 3-hour clocking. Even though they may be faster than what the clock determines, because don't forget they've got timing chips on. So their time at the start is taken once they cross that start map, and then of course once they hit the finish line. As we'll see some more finishes fairly shortly, and you can see the beautiful jumbo screen there, so people that are in the bleachers, what a view you have as the race is unfolding. And in about a minute's time we'll hand things over. I can see Yuki Kawauchi down there, and hopefully in his family, Yuko is here. As ladies and gentlemen, we're going over now. Within a minute, Yuki is watching the action. And we've got another finisher there, and that looked like it was Patrick Chew from Vancouver. He's going to be followed by Ethan Stanger out of Victoria, just 22 years of age. He had a 2:55 goal. He's going to beat that by 5 minutes plus. Well done, my friend. He's coming under the arts, and hopefully we'll see him in Victoria. We've got two more finishers closing in. Mark Bancroft of Vancouver is here, heading towards the finish line. You can see Patrick Chew went through. We got Ethan Stanger through. Mark Bancroft is through. And ladies and gentlemen, we're handing things over now. We've got our champions 1, 2, and 3. Over to you guys.
Okay, I'm live, everybody. It's our pinnacle event. It is the BMO 2024 Marathon. I have our female champions here, our podium finishers today. And in third place, we have Canada's Emily Andrews. Woohoo! And in second place, from the United States, from Washington, it is her first time in Vancouver. Welcome. Our second place finisher is Kate Landau. And from Mexico, a visitor to our country. She was determined from the start. This is our champion in the 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon. This is Argentina, Valdepenas.
That was Catherine Jones who just went through. Don't get multiple wins. Third in the 50K World Championships. Lots of ultras. Back to you. Again, our congrats to those people who finished where Catherine Jones, Rosalind Butan, they're amongst the top 5 in the women's division. We'll hand things back over to Lynn Kanuka.
We are live once again, ladies and gentlemen. These are the podium finishers today, our marquee event, our 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon. In third place, we have Matt Neumann. Canada's Matt Neumann, all the way from Canmore. And we welcome you, Matt, on such a strong third place finish. In second place, from all over Canada, from Ontario, soon to be living in Penticton. He has been a champion here. He has graced us with performances here at the BMO Vancouver Marathon. This is Chris Balestrini. And our winner this year, oh my gosh, he returned back. He was our top Canadian last year. He was third overall last year. This year, Sergio Raez Villanueva, who comes ahead with the gold medal and the trophy. Congratulations to our podium finishers.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our congrats to those winners on the podium. Other finishers this evening include Mark Schellenberg, Jeff Morris, Curtis Siegfried, Brand Davis, Ricardo Gabriel Vasquez Ontivero from Zapopan, Mexico, Jessica Wilichenko as well from Winnipeg. What a great performance here in the marathon, because I think that could be a sixth place. They had Roslyn Bhutan and Catherine Jones just ahead of her. Then we had Noah Clark, Noah from New West. We got Nicolás Morito from Vancouver, Noah Faust Robinson out of Victoria, Tadashi Yamura out of Vancouver, men's 45-49. Mitchell Adam from Menlo Park, California, and from Gdynia, Poland, Darius Benben, I believe, was that man, and he's going to be followed by Sam Fogarty out of Vancouver. His final year in the men's 25-29 at a 3-hour goal. He's 5 minutes plus in front of that goal. And he'll be followed by Youngil Kwan out of Vancouver, 55 years of age. What a brilliant performance from him. A 2:59 goal, 4 minutes in front of that. He's followed by Taylor Leeward, the 35-year-old Surrey athlete. And again, apologies for missing some of the athletes. We need to put the attention at times on our top 3 overall. Thanks to Lynn Kanuka for doing those presentations. See, they just held the cups up there. So sincere congratulations, of course, on those athletes being Sergio, Raez, Villanueva, and of course Argentina, Valdepenas. Here we go. We got Warren Miles. We got Takanobu Goto there at the line. Fernanda Miranda de la Cruz from Villamosa out of Mexico. Pedro Jose Rubano Pazantes from Vancouver. Gordon Leroux out of Black Diamond, Washington. And then others in the marathon that are now approaching, as we are about 4 minutes away from the 3-hour mark. Let's give them a big hand. You got Jose Gustavo Flores Ortega. We got Stanislav Belek from Calgary. Tyler Kowalilak from Beaumont, Alberta. There's James McIntyre. Strong performance here from that athlete who's now made their way safely to the line. As James McIntyre closed in, we have Pierre Moreau from Vancouver and Regina, Saskatchewan. Andrew Shanks arriving. Eric Bustow from Courtenay, Vancouver Island. A goal of 3 hours, and we're 3 minutes 45 seconds away from that time. And then Nathan Allenson, he's out of Vancouver. 2 more Vancouverites that are closing in here. Nathan Allenson and Eric Erling, 124, 134, both inside 3 hours. One hit a goal of 250, one hit a goal of 254. They're followed by Braden Sanger, next Vancouverite up, who had a sub-3 goal. And then 43-year-old Philip Wong in the Masters division. He had a goal of 255, 256 personally on the clock. Danica Reinecke, nice job there for Danica out of Seattle, 255. She's followed by Lauren Barr, side by side. Look at that, as they came to the line there, literally half a stride separating them. Sean Exley from Vancouver is next up. Mihor Bandrisky from Calgary next through there. Also had a 259 goal, 2 minutes in front of that one. He's got Thibaut Face, the second Thibaut to the line out of Vancouver as well, because we told you what the first guy did as he finished off and wrapped up the day. Tremendous performances all around for these athletes, and it's been so pleasing to see how they performed here today. I mentioned that Thibaut, and that was in 6th place, Thibaut Mouchard. But we have more finishers here. Let's welcome Enrique Calzada from Guanajuato. We've got Josh Wang, Coquitlam, Reza Honapashi out of Vancouver, Nicholas Dye from Seattle, Braden Evans of Vancouver, Hassan Lokdipur, the 55-year-old brilliant ultra runner who's clocking in. We've still got 2 minutes plus left on the clock for a sub-3. He's done that. We've got Guan Yu Wang from Bellevue, Washington, just went through with Michael Overbeck of Squamish, and Kazuya Yokosawa from Sagamihara. He's out of Japan, of course, and we thank the Japanese for taking part in this. And don't forget, we've got one of their all-time greats here with us that's enjoying the action at the finish line as Kazuya went through there. So nice job, Kazuya-san. Silbarashi Marathon finish your Meditor. We really appreciate him taking on this. BMO Vancouver Marathon got Yokosawa. Here we go. More coming up the line, including Stephen Roddick from Whitehorse in the Yukon. We've also got Shota Mizuno from Toronto, Joshua Pang out of Vancouver, Eric Tomasini from Kamloops, Samantha Green, a brilliant performance for her. We are now 1 minute 30 seconds away from 3 hours. Samantha from West Kelowna. There's Mark Davis, Roy Brobling, Michael Tavamos, Dave Fagnum, Raymond King, Riley Garbo, Scott Bauer. Man, they're coming in fast and furious. These are the guys who knew they were going to be close to 3 hours. You can support them. You can help them. Give them a big shout. Get those cowbells going. Matthias Delhay went through. Cole Vazina went through from Kingston, Ontario. We had Leo Bartenstein from Burnaby. Matthew Artemiuk from Vancouver. Paul Lamb from Kamloops. Austin Kavanagh there. We are now 1 minute away from the 3 hour mark. This is a big deal for these guys, ladies and gentlemen. Let's help them out. Paul is through. Austin Kavanagh, Nick Holmes, Martin Molman is there, and Ryan Kwan from Abbotsford. We've got Jonathan Zapp from Vancouver. Iteo is coming in here as well. Itaya Sheng, Pengrong Zhang. We've got James Alistair, Tyler Miller, George Mason, Mike Newman from Berlin, Germany. Look at this, less than 40 seconds. Go, guys. This is the time to really show your appreciation. What we love is to see how many people can go sub-3. Jerem Rice and Juice Van Esch is there from Rotterdam. We've got Jonah Arm. We've got Sabrina Wilkie approaching. We've got 25 seconds left on the clock. Give it all you got. We know you want to see the photo with a 2:59 on clock. Ferenclio, Matt Ariaga from Mexico. Levi Dvorak is here. 15 seconds. Eric Louis, Jeremiah McAdam, Philip Rouleau, Kadi Fedorovic is here. 10 seconds. Go, guys. Hard as you can. Put it all together. 5 seconds. Who's going to be the last person with a sub-3 hour clocking? 2 seconds. Yes, right on the mark. There we go. 3 hours on the clock. Well done. And don't forget, those guys are probably sub-3 because it will be chip time for them, gun time for the men at the front of the field. Wow. We had in there, Rob Lalore was one of those. Kathleen Wismer from Prince George was amongst that group with Alex Jackson, Danny Bruton, Riley Cox, Ash Holmes. We had Colin O'Sullivan, Robyn too, Tyler Epp from Chilliwack in there, Shikai Chen from Vancouver, and Arena Kouassi Jan from Edmonton, the 22-year-old Philippe Foster from Ottawa. We had Kareem Tamandi approaching the finish line as well. Nice going, guys. What a big effort from these guys. There's Anne on the far side as well. Great job as she approaches and comes through to the finish. So it's really wonderful to see how fast these guys are able to manage. We've got Jacob Morissette from Toronto, Joe Devine from Edmonton also in there. And we have Felix Moser from Vancouver, Jamie Pereira, the 18-year-old who's clocking in, Lehan Tolmy from Abbotsford, another Torontonian in the form of Christian Sadalek. And it's great to see we had 255 runners from Toronto there, party action. We got Dave Quinn closing in there from Smithers and from Squamish, Andy Clegg. We got Rob Hill from North Vancouver. It's so wonderful to see so many communities around Canada, around BC. We had the BC Championships at the half marathon with us today, and again we appreciate your support. Please stay around because others have goals like 3.5, 4, 5, 6 hours, whatever it is. Good to see Adam Atkinson and Jeremy Brown, Rob Hill, Burnaby and Wolverton represented by those two athletes just shy, as you can see, minute 40 now over the 3 hour mark. It won't be too long before Kate will be interviewing your women's champion, and what a delight. We'll have our half marathon champions up here. We've seen them. We've got the top Canadian here in the marathon as well. We've got Sheridan Walker, Philippe de Souza, Andy Hill, Marc Olivier Bro, Kayla Stark. They've closed him. Sonny Ing. We've got Alexander Harwood from Pender Island. We've got Cage Sabota from Spokane, Jack Spur from Toronto, Ross O'Dwyer from Vancouver, Joel Keeling from Calgary, and we got Ryan Gay Hogan out of Chilliwack, I believe, in there. Krista Duchesne, ladies and gentlemen, number 50, one of the all-time greats, of course, our Olympian, sixth-half finisher, the World Major Marathons as well. She's got a 2:28:32 to her credit. We're delighted that Krista joined us here, now 47 years of age, and was close to that 3 hour goal of hers. And what we can tell you is the top 10 in the men's division. So we've told you about Villanueva, Balestrini, Neumann, Boucher, Roos, Mouchard, Ricard, and Rouleau, and Carlisle and Weir as our next finisher. Matt Wolin from Vancouver, the 29-year-old. In the women's division, up the top three, it was Megan Taylor 4th, Rosalind Bhutan 5th, Catherine Jones 6th, Zoe Hamill 7th, Jessica Wilichenko 8th, Lauren Barr 9th, and Samantha Green in 10th place. All 10 top 10 women were sub 3 hour performers today. So we're delighted, and we hope you're enjoying yourself, and we thank you for staying around with us, because very shortly we are going to go for some more interviews. As we saw there, Arturo Avilla closing, Carl Zimmerman from Banff. We got Cameron Houston on his way to the line, and then we have a man who just moved into the Masters division, and that is Ben Jenkins there from North End. He's got a 3:03:30 unofficial clocking. Behind him, we've got Jonathan Brownstein out of Vancouver. Then Mazdak Pourboulou out of Vancouver. Then Kevin Smith and Brian Gallant. They're all Vancouverites that are streaming in right now, so we really appreciate their efforts here with us today as they're at 3:03 and change. And we're ready to hand things over once again to Kate Van Buskirk.
Thanks so much for that, Steve. Well, what a thrilling finish here in our full marathon, and I am sitting in the booth with our top Canadian woman in the 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon, 3rd overall, Emily Andrews. Congratulations on a great performance. So I understand that this is your 2nd time doing this event, and you actually debuted in the marathon in 2019 right here on this course. This is home for you. You live and train here. What was it like coming back 5 years later after your debut and having such a strong performance at this event?
Yeah, it was just a lot of fun. Like, I love the city. I love running in the city. So it felt like, it just felt like home. It felt really kind of surreal to come back and, be first Canadian. It's really exciting.
Well, 2:45:02, that's an incredible time. You said it was an improvement on your 2019 performance. That's fantastic. And, there can be stretches of this course that are beautiful but a little lonely if you're running up near the top. Did you have a bit of a gap throughout the race on the women sort of in front and behind you, or did you have people to run with throughout?
Yeah, mostly just running with the men, and there were definitely a few lonely patches around the seawall, and just had to dig deep and push through it. Yeah.
So if anyone's watching this from home, and I don't know why you would ever question whether you should come here or not, but if they're still just sitting on the fence about whether or not they should do next year's BMO Vancouver Marathon, what are you going to tell them? What's the reason to come to Vancouver? You live here, you train here, you know it like the back of your hand. What's so special about Vancouver?
Yeah, I mean, obviously just beautiful city, like gorgeous course, but also the fans today were amazing. So many people coming out to support. Like, I felt so supported the whole way. Just love the running community here. It's just a blast. Yeah.
Well, we love when our Canadians compete on Canadian soil, especially in their hometown. Congratulations again, and I know that you have a world major coming up. What's next on the calendar for you?
Chicago Marathon, in October.
Amazing. Well, you're going to have a huge group of supporters behind you as you prepare for Chicago and whatever else comes next. So again, 2:45:02, top Canadian, 3rd overall, Emily Andrews. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
So other finishers, while we take a moment there, we do want to congratulate Eamon Barber, Craig Robertson, Nuru Mohammed, Tony Luongo, Scott McCracken, Vladimir Vesky from Richmond Hill, Ontario, Theo Paul from Vancouver. We got Wei Wang, Ben Gibas, Ian Bell, all on their way to get under that beautiful finish arch that represents a completion of 42.2 kilometres or 26.2 miles, of course. A lot of people are setting personal bests here today. Great weather and, of course, great support out there on the course from our volunteers, our marshals, our medics. You hope they're the least busy people of all. But that was Tristan Allen. We got Iris Chullenbach-Klein out of Edmonds come through, Dylan Davidson, Comrade Shorts, Whitehorse and Victoria, represented by those two. Paxton Lynn, the 20-year-old, youngest athlete so far. I've seen an 18-year-old finish the challenge there. That looked to me as though that would be McKenna Jackson from Sarnia, who just went through, checked her watch. We hope she's happy, the 24-year-old. Sebastian Munro from Sausalito, California, right behind her with Devin Gunek, Greg Roller and Rob McDougall. He's out of Kamloops, where they used to have the Meeting of the Waters Marathon years ago. But they now have 50 Ks and 50 milers up there. We've got Ryan Casting from Maple Ridge, Murray Barch from PG, Prince George, Sharon Scott, he's out of New West. We've got Adam Struthers from Victoria, Gary Irwin. He looked at a 2:59. He was hoping. He's got a 3:07 presently on the clock. There's Dane Gagnon there from Outsford and Troy Holmes out of Coquitlam. Colin Bowden from Strathcona County. I believe Aaron Gray and Ben Kiang and Daniel Eddy all there as well. As we're shortly going to see the man who took the title today, the gentleman who came up from 3rd place of last year to take the victory, as we hand things back over, of course, to the person, Kate, who's going to interview Sergio Raez Villanueva, your champion for 2024.
Thanks so much, Steve. Well, yes, Top Canadian and top overall, Sergio Raez Villanueva. What a performance here today. Not only did you win, sir, but you did it in 2:22:45, a new Canadian course record here at BMO Vancouver Marathon. Sergio, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, so another athlete. We were talking with Dylan after his performance in the half marathon, and you both made the trek from Mississauga, Ontario. I've got to give Mississauga a shout out because Sergio and I were actually teammates on the Mississauga Track Club, so glad to have them represented here on the West Coast. But Sergio, you ran this race for the first time last year. Like I said, first Canadian, third overall, and I remember talking with you then, and you said there's something really special about Vancouver. What is it that brought you back this time?
Yeah, well, I wanted to try it again. You know, I came third overall last year. I wanted to see if I could improve that. But obviously the views here in Vancouver are just fantastic, running by the water. And not only that, but the people. You're getting cheered not only at the finish line, but pretty much throughout the entire race. There's someone always cheering you on and reminding you to wake up and pick up the pace a little bit. And that's very special to me because it really does keep you going. It really does make a difference. And that support that we get from the Vancouver crowd, we don't take that for granted. So yeah, I always want to keep coming back. It's a great city.
Fantastic. And that reminder to stay awake and pick your feet up and turn over, I'm sure was appreciated because, you know, as the race progressed, that gap between you and second place finisher Chris Balestrini, it shrunk and shrunk. And I know Chris had a really strong finish. You were able to hold him off, and you actually eclipsed his Canadian course record from 2022. At what point in the race did you know you had it in the bag, or did you have to fight for every step?
I don't know if I ever thought I had it in the bag exactly. Maybe at one point, maybe halfway through, I thought, okay, you know, I have a healthy lead. But I knew I started faster, so the hills were going to eat me up a little sooner, and the guys that were a little behind me were probably a little more fresh on the legs. And I know when we got by the seawall with maybe 10, 12K to go, I kept looking back, and I saw Balestrini kind of inching closer, so definitely never counted him out. He's such a strong competitor. So, you know, it was a pleasure racing against him and beefing it out kind of thing. But in the end, I managed to pull through and pass the finish line, and, you know, was super proud of that moment too. So
absolutely amazing. You've had such a great progression in your marathon career, moving from the half into the full, and, you know, just performing so well at the Canadian Championships and so many other top races. What are the goals coming up? I mean, it seems like the sky's the limit. Every time you step on a start line, you do better. What's next?
I mean, I'm gonna just keep doing some marathons for now, I think. I'm taking big inspiration, I think, right now from Yuki, because I know he runs marathons very often, actually. And, you know, I don't know if I can do it that often, but I tell myself, you know what, if Yuki can do it, maybe I can run some marathons and try to go fast. Maybe one day just run sub 220 every single time. Who knows? We'll see. But right now, it's a bit of a free flow, but definitely, you know, having fun with the marathon and the longer distances in general. We'll see what the future kind of holds, but right now I'm just enjoying myself, having a good time, and, you know, trying to push the pace further and further. So yeah.
Amazing. Having fun in the marathon, that sounds like a bit of an oxymoron, but I'm so glad you're able to do that. Hey folks, if you're having fun, let's hear it. Who's having fun out there today? Woo! All right, thank you so much, Sergio, and again, congratulations on your win here, 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon Champion.
Thank you, Kate.
Okay.
Thank you.
And don't forget, very shortly we're going to have an interview now with the women's champion, who actually set the 10th fastest ever time by a female at the Vancouver Marathon. So please welcome the lady who took the title, Argentina, Valdepenas.
Thanks again for that, Steve. Yes, our overall women's winner all the way from Mexico, Argentina, Valdepenas. We're so glad that you joined us here in Vancouver. It's your first time racing here. What do you think of this beautiful city?
Oh, it's amazing, and I'm so grateful with all the people who were out there cheering us, and especially those Mexicans who were having their flags and shouting my name. So I'm so happy, and I am really happy to be here.
Yes, well, we're happy to have you, and there's such a strong connection in marathoning between Canada and Mexico. So many Mexican athletes come to race all across our beautiful country. Did you have many of your friends and family with you here?
I was meeting some Mexicans which I have never seen, and I am so grateful also with my friend Margarita Quintero, who has been running here some years ago, and she was recommending me to come to this race. She told me the organizers are so nice, and I am so happy to be here.
Well, now that you're done, I know you have to be so focused on your race until the gun goes off, but now that you're done your race, are you going to have an opportunity to do any sightseeing, to enjoy any of the fun things in Vancouver?
Yes, of course. I still have 2 days to walk around. I want to go to Capilano Bridge and a lot of things you have here in this amazing city.
Fantastic. Well, again, 2:39.38, one of the fastest times by a woman ever on this course, hailing all the way from Mexico. We're so grateful that you came and raced here in Vancouver, and we hope to see you next year. Will we hope to see you then?
I hope so. I was far from the record, I know, but you know, Dinah, she's an Olympic runner. She's so strong, so fast. But I was really looking forward to see my name in that trophy.
Well, we love seeing your name at the top of that list as well. Congratulations again on your victory. Thank you so much for coming here, and enjoy the rest of your time in Vancouver.
First time. Thank you.
And our sincere thanks to Kate and Argentina, who is the victorious athlete from Mexico. Deseo que pasen bien el resto de sus vacaciones in Vancouver. And don't forget, we got lots of stories out there as well, as we tell you that there's one athlete, Annika Gill, that signed up to run in 2017, but unfortunately was diagnosed with cancer and not able to run, but now back and healthy and out there on the field. Gavin Lynch as well, who had open heart surgery, a survivor of that, and is back in action on the run. And we got Patricia Ashby in the field, running with the Charlie's Angels for Canuck Place. Jason Chow, who had a brain tumor survivor and doing his 15th BMO Vancouver Marathon. We also had a Sasha Hahn, who raised nearly $4,000 for EC Cancer Foundation. Brett Halicki, running in honor of his grandfather, Gordon Rogers, the man who was on the board of Vancouver Marathon for many years, as well as the Association of International Marathons. And I do want to say a big thanks, obviously, to the family that has hosted so many people. Thanks also to Kevin Halicki, to Tomi, Amane, and of course to Gordon Rogers' wife Anne. We sadly lost him in December 16th of last year. He loved this sport, he loved this race, and he loved this city. Don't forget, we got Sidhu Sukeep out there, who's running in full RCMP gear for Cops with Cancer. We've got Eric Bowers running for a mum who sadly passed from kidney cancer, but was told to keep going, and these athletes will continue to go till they hit that finish line. There's a lady called Kathy Aaron in the field doing her very first marathon ever at 65 years of age. We got Corbin Lowe, who's hoping to be the fastest marathon while dressed as a runny nose. We'll wait to see that. Thomas Charlton, who's raised over $2,000 for BC Cancer Foundation. We've got Brendan van der Veen, who's doing an official Guinness World Record attempt for the fastest marathon while carrying some golf clubs. We got Alex Reed, who's also hoping to get into the Guinness World Record books for having the most t-shirts worn during the course of a marathon. Scott Waden, he met the love of his life after doing his first BMO half marathon 18 years ago. Now have 2 kids and now running his first full marathon as an anniversary celebration of love. And then you've got people like Laurie Wong. Laurie is doing a 35th consecutive BMO Vancouver Marathon.
So lots of stories, each and every one of them we hope will come true as the athletes wrapping up their day, including Jonathan Day, Kevin De Leon, we got Lawrence Chan, Alex Foying Shen, Kerry Reinhold from Calgary, Ming Xu from Vancouver, from Houghton, Ontario, Adam Percy is there, Diana Pamela Mora Benitez from Vanavasca, we got John Seeley, we got Jonathan Lee, Mary Powell, the 20-year-old out of Woodinville, Washington, also at the line. Don't forget, we told you the top 10 women also inside that 3-hour mark. And how wonderful is that your women's winner sets the 10th best ever winning time for the event. And so that's magnificent because her time was just ahead of Hirut Gangour, who was 10th going into this race. Graydon Staples wrapped up. Simonius Jaeger from Yulin. We got Curtis Tam, Matthew Shukalov, Yong Chuang Chen, Carson Chu, Yong Tang, Alison Dixon is closing in. Mike Parker, Simon Zarur. We're about 10 minutes plus away from 3.5 hours. We got Victor Fedez in there as well with Emma Jourdain, Alan McCarthy, Amanda Moudry, Ryan Corsi. A lot of athletes that are out of Vancouver. But Amanda from Kamloops. We got Bernabé's Christian Zeisch, Jack Guzzi from Coquitlam with Gary Fitzsimmons. We got Ryan Roberts, Burnaby, along with Jack Yin, both from there. 25 years separating them, but no distance at all at the line with Jeremy Garbo. We got Joshua Chessin-Uden there at the line as well. You can see that is hurting bad for that man as he hits the line. He's wrapped up. You can see Maynard Tolentino, Alexa McMillan. We got another from the Vancouver area in the form of Ian Harley. Fiona Fitzpatrick is from Vancouver with Whistler's Angela Schonica just meters back. Her final year in the women's 45-49. Dan Haddon is also in his final year in that division. We got Stephen Chi, Yun Duan from Coquitlam, Young Duan is followed by, I believe, Kyle Maynard, the 21-year-old from Kelowna. There's Luis Yanez, Chuck Mead, Fergal Magna. Nice. He's got Cumdy in the form of Clement Mackett. We got Andy Roygrek there with Sydney Terry. She's finishing off her event in the 25-29 division of wraps up. We've got 3:20 presently on the clock. So lots of action, lots of time. It'll be at least another 3 hours before the final athletes of the day close in. As I can see, John Allen and Noah Haynes, there's Jesse Soberos, Stacey Strike, Ashley Renalis, we've got Imri Mihalik, Sarah Bangma, Andrea, I believe we've got also Ragnar Robinson, Eric Morlang, James Winkler, Jose Antonio Duran Ortiz out of Mexico City. We've got Debbie Davidson from Vancouver, Jeff Holan in the men's 60-64, a great 3:20 on the clock at that age. That's a brilliant performance there. As behind him is Daphne Chu from Burnaby and Chantel Whitney, one of the greatest. She's been at the top of the field in the sun run before and a brilliant triathlete in her time, the Edmontonian. That was Peter McGrath, Will McDonough, Guang An Wu from Bellevue, Washington, Darren Kirk, Luke Isaac, Connor Trainer from North Am with Rona Davis, Isabel Hughes Martinez out of Vancouver, Ebenezer Waldenana from Vancouver with Connor Taji, and from Guadalajara, Pamela Salinas, Claudia Edwards, another great triathlete from North Vancouver. Don't forget they put on a great triathlon there in May, of course. The North Vancouver Tri Squad, Mick McGuire still the race director, that one. Jordan Back also very much involved as Conrad Cormier. John Greaves, he's out of Victoria, does very well in his age division. We've got Eric Law, Jordan Christensen, Harry Marshall, Mike Norris, Dao Wan, Clarence Choi, I believe Eduardo Solis, Tim Buckley is here as well, Cole Gateman. They're closing in on that finish line. About to come on the beautiful big blue arch that represents the BMO Vancouver Marathon finish. It's all marathoners from here on in, by the way. Quan Long Liang out of Burnaby is followed by two more Vancouverites in the form of David Cerezo and Patrick Fleck, both in the Masters division. Humphrey Chow just behind them with Mike Imlas, Sarah Charouf, and from Austin, Texas, one of my favourite places, Mark Schattenberg is there. They have a capital 10K there as well as a great triathlon. Neven Murphy of Kelowna, Carl-Etienne No-Cloutier out of Montreal, just moved into the Masters division. He had a 3:25 goal. He's inside that time today. It's Kevin Matthews, Eli Kaplan. He's out of Minnesota. We got Rob Zalisco there from Coquitlam. Alexander Benez, Jacob Davish. We got Brigitte Sinaga. There's Sean Grant, Douglas Olorenshaw from Seattle. Mackinnon Johnson, Brandon Smale, Catherine Toy, Matt Jackson, and 74-year-old Joseph Camilleri. What a performance. The Victoria runner. You can see he's got the yellow armbands on there. We will see him on social media. A performance of man originally from Malta, now a great Canadian, got the maple leaf on. Look at that, 74 years of age. Well done. 3:23. That is a huge performance. Marcus Stoll was right behind him. Matt Redika. We got Axel Ruiz, Dustin Ansley, Kimberly Margarita Kovarubius is also there. From Debish, we got Thomas Smolins from Burnaby, John Haley, Hans van Gelanen out of Coquitlam, Julie Demeramo from Victoria. So you're often there taking on the challenge of the Island Series. That's Justin Jang, Daniel Stein, Luis Vidal from Den Haag. Out of course, we got Switzerland represented. We've got Holland representative Rob Dixon is there from Whitehorse. We've got Edward Alley and Eddie Chang, Connor Stephen, Connor Chai is also closing in, Daniel Gogolin. We've got Rafael Kaklin from Calgary, another Calgarian in the form of Annika Richardson, Sam Kierkegaard, what a great last name, the Portland, Oregon runner, the 33-year-old with a 3:23 presently on the clock. Rayleigh Fawkes from Victoria, Patrick Buckley, Jay Skirtson out of Kelowna. Good to see the Gertson family represented there. There's Joey Emmanuel Ponce from Bellevue. He too coming through. The Washingtonian, followed by Coquitlam Jim Fu. Craig Wayman next up there. 4 Vancouverites in a row. In fact, 6 of them with Craig, Andres Lee, Jack Hodgson, Lewis Powell, Ed Smith and Vincent Minicucci. Again, Vincent in his final year in the men's 35-39 division had a 3:40 goal, 3:24 is the reality with Peter Jasinski out of White Rock. Don't forget the home of the one and only Mr. Ferg Hort. And thanks to Ian Sherrill for taking care of business for our elites today. I see one of our great cyclists down there. He led the way for our youngsters yesterday, so thank you for that. 2 of our great cyclists who were there for the youngsters. We got Charlie Petrick from Burnaby, Gary Mulvaney and Chris Barron. He's out of Burnaby. We've got New West, Aaron McLeod on his way to line with Hilary Fleming, came in from Powell River. In fact, Powell River has Ian Jackson race directing the event today. I know Rob Hasegawa from Vancouver was there. Good to see the drums at the finish line. Appreciate that on the far side there. We'll have some spirit drumming going on for once her favourite athlete comes to line. As we got James McCusley, Diego Aquino, Matthew Brubaker, Dan Mitchell, Dan Barge is there. We've got Tony, I believe, Mike Bregolis, Ilya Sabeliev, Tony Chow from North Point, Sean Brophy. Man, they are flying fast. And there's a guy called Brock Fast closing in from Langley. Carl Gladys, Daniel Bianca. We got Andy Lee, Keegan Myers, Fausto Vasquez from Guadalajara about to hit the finish line. The 55-year-old. He's got Wani Kim and Ellen Drummond next up behind him. Behind Wani Kim, we got Jeffrey Stamborski from Tavares in Florida, where it's fast and furious there. And don't forget they have an Ultraman event there as well. And that is a 3-day event. Lots of swimming, cycling, and of course a double marathon there. We have Benjamin Munt, Rob Starkey, Matt Wilson, Chris McIlroy, Robin Angeles from Manila in the Philippines. He too comes live with Jalen Secon and Surrey. Linda Lapp next up there, the Vancouverite. Casper Holloway. We got John Brown, Sarah Bartlett also pushing the pace to line with Robin Klinkman from Nelson, John Mason, Luke Fawkes. We got from Suffolk, Prince Edward Island. There's Tori Fitzpatrick, I believe. We got Sam Anderson from Toronto along with Jennifer Buchanan, Shane Rasmus from Sydney, Vancouver Island, where they hosted the very first event in 1994 of the Commonwealth Games, and that was a cycling event, the road race, by the way. There's Yongju Charlie Chua, Pedro Caro Escola, Chris Van Vink, Kevin Dean from Wesleyan, Oregon. Nice to see Kristen Marquet, McKenna Hadley-Burke from closing in. Tom Riley and Gunnar England just ahead of them. There's Justin Yap, Carla Yvette Calderon Guzman from Morelia. We got Steph Santiago, Lucas Hoffer, Bin Hao Liu, Jonathan Oyama, Bupinda Apple, Luis Fernando Zepedia, Montesinos, next out of Tuxtla Gutierrez, Felicitaciones for excelente tiempo. Nice one, Luis. We got Jennifer Andrews from Kelowna. Nice to see Jennifer again. A lot of action in Kelowna because we've had some great runners from there. Don't forget you saw the one and only Cindy Rhodes this morning in the women's 65-69 division doing the half marathon. As Colin Wicks is here, Andrew Sinay, Mallory Murchison, Rodrigo Yancey and Kerr, Emma Bauman. They've gone through the line. We've got Darcy Bennett, Zhao Liu from North Bank, Guillaume Moraes Balbim from Vancouver. We got Kelly Pritchett next up from Ellensburg, Washington, and Luke Lambert, Jennifer Lowry, another from Austin, Texas. It's so impressive to see how many have come from Texas to join us. I was pleased to see from New York, We have 40 runners from New York in the field as well. Tristan Macarenas, Jenna Hildebrand, Pedro Manzano. There's Katie Kirk, Valen Sullivan. Again, look at the time, because a lot of these guys, their goal was 3.5 hours. Some had a 3:45 goal, so they've really broken away. It's proving to be a great day for running for these guys. It's not too hot, it's not too cold. You've even got shirtless guys. That's about the 10th guy across the line without a singlet. Ben McMichael came through. Grace Milley was there. Alex Sachs Best out of Squamish. Chloe Bank, the 23-year-old from Kelowna. Henry Tang, Emily Liang. In fact, Kelowna is going to be hosting a marathon again. They will also be hosting another triathlon this year. Don't forget, they hosted the unofficial World Championships in 1988 and also have hosted World Cups as well. As we got Erin Shapiro, Iyasuki Kubo is there, Owen Osler, Pete Edwards, Sifung Yin Yu, as Kelsey Devane, Andrea Schuler from Seattle. We got Mark Smith, nice team from Main Island. I think the only athlete we've called in from Main Island so far. John Locke, Javier Dominguez Zamora. We got Najee Arnold in there. Graham Inez, Graham Taylor alongside as well. Edmonton and Vancouver represented by those two athletes. Rory Blake Currier. We've got Charlie Drummond, Elliot Westergaard from Abbotsford. Yasuhito Minami here. Adam Hepstock, Rory McKercher from St. John's, Newfoundland. Good to have you with us. Always nice to see a Newfoundlander. And of course, Paul McCloy, the greatest Newfoundlander runner that we've ever seen. Look at these guys, 3.5 hours. They have done a brilliant job of pacing. Look at that, 3:29 on the clock as they go through. They've helped so many athletes through. And that is Mikey O'Brien, Andrea Lee, Ludwig Fichte, Brady Hargrove, Mike Bazan. So let's get ready. There's 40 seconds left, guys. If you want to get a sub 3.5 hour on your official souvenir photo. We know some of you have gone faster on chip time, but look up. You've got now 30 seconds. Come on, Vancouver. Let's show how much we appreciate their efforts as they pour it into the final few meters. They can look up at the clock. This is the time to really hammer. You know you wanted a sub 3.5. You've got now 15 seconds left on the clock. We've got maybe another 7 or 8 people who can do it. Give it everything you got. Think about the hard work you've been putting in, as we'll give you a countdown over the final few seconds from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right on the clock. Look at that. 3.5 hours he does so. Amongst those group, we had Chris Higgs, Cole Connolly, Connor McKay, Nathan Croswell, Ryan Marhill was there. We had Ryan Spear as well. Rustlin went through. Patrick Gibson, my goodness, what a performance. And you can imagine how tough it is to do a sprint finish after you've pushed the pace and you've got through 26 miles. And that last point too, you know you got it through. Simon, you went through. Devon Finley, talking about Finley. Don't forget Paula Finley, the great triathlete from Canada, just won a 70.3 event. So brilliant job for her. It's Masaki Kawabaru's there. Corey Isings, Killian Smith. We've got Masaki from Suganami City. Again, we appreciate the efforts of our Japanese athletes who come here year after year. And we had a huge number. Otsukaresima Dashta, Vancouver Marathon, Kanso Kokorosima. As we do have Ray Wire, Mikhailo Deligan, Daniel Archie. I'm not sure if it's related to Nicholas. They are indeed the two Edmontonians coming in together. Luke D'Ambrosi, Sam Lacey, Brandon Thornton. We got Matthias McDonald out of Richmond from Hamilton, Ontario. The 21-year-old Vanessa Percy. Anthony Di Lorenzo from Whitehorse, he had a 3:15 goal. You can see Colin Montgomery from Port Moody, Iana Katz from Seattle, Alexander Moss, Lexi Giesbrecht, Scott Werney. Again, the numbers are phenomenal. When you look at the sheer volume of starters we had there as well, and we told you about some of the amazing times that have been performed here today. We're just absolutely thrilled, and I'm sure the organisers are thrilled when they realise how many athletes towed the start line, how many have gotten to the finish line so far as well, including Karen Zekwa Bayardi of Mexico. Emma Hoffman from Smithers is there, and from South Padre Island, Texas, Juan Elizondo. Rodrigo de los Santos, also out of Austin, Texas. But in the marathon itself, 6,211 starters. As Jesse Castaldo, Karen Sequoia Velada, another Mexican finisher there. We got Hayden LaFrance, Richard Elkington, Juan Gao, Megan Bruntz from Seattle. Good to have Saigon represented there. Simon Chen from Toronto, from Querétaro, Fernando Leal Ruiz. Got Alexander Lavrenko. Don't forget we had a Ukrainian running team here with us today. Scott McWhorter next up, Malavarachi there from Prince George, Vancouver. We got Scott from PG. There's Subhashish Bhattacharya from Seattle, Darren Suderman, Francis Duchapa. We got Diego Villela Franuti from Boston, Manitoba. We got Ali Manucherinia out of Vancouver. From Bristol, England, nice to see you. Peter Castellani, Spencer Arbuckle from Waterloo, Ontario. Connor McHugh from Vancouver with Jenna Huff, also there with Pravin Gurung from Surrey. Ben McDonald next up, and man, Chris Chen, who thought 3:40 would be great. Well, he's 7 minutes plus in front of that at least. Claude Duval in the 60 plus division out of Châteauguay, Quebec. We've got Ben Jones, Martin Bodie, Carl Chen, Ryan Tofty, Carl also in the 60 plus division, as well as Claude Duval. Sarah Marsden, Hong Kong Lee. You can see it's a tough finish for some of these guys. Rowan Lee says, Sophia Romero, Sarah Marsden, Greg Pratt, Matt Hurley, Sam McDougall, Dave Shum, James Burgess from Lions Bay. We've got Christopher Marino out the line. We've got Krista and Ryan Sanger approaching with Li Xingren from Surrey and Taylor McIntosh. She's about to close in with Rosario Aguirre out of Durango, Colorado. We've got Caitlin Vanderleek from Burnaby, and Peter Goodahan is there as well. And very shortly, we'll be having an interview with one of the greatest, and he'll be joining us up here. His brother has been commentating along with Kate Van Buskirk. What a job those two have done in keeping everyone who couldn't be live with us here today informed. And you've been informed by watching the jumbo screen as well as watching the finish line. We thank you so much for being spectators here today as Gary Nash, Edward Coughlin, Neil Patel come through the line. There's Isaac Kay, Max Gardner, my friend. Well done, Max. My goodness, he was with us just last year and did a 4:08. And so he has blown it away. Don't forget his father, Colin. What a job for him. I appreciate what you did for me last year. I know he did the Times Colonist recently, and we know that your grandma, Cordelia, would be so very happy to see what you've done, as well as Grandpa Scotty, Grandpa Winston, Uncle Ian, of course, and of course the lady herself. And that is what he called Annie Anya. And we know who that is, and that, of course, is Andrea Gardner. She sends her best wishes there, and that was to Max Rowland I was referring to there. Down on Dinesh, we've got Ryan O'Connor, Leonard Lamb, Trang Ken Chen, Annie Chalifort, Tatiana Farfan is there. Talking about Farfan, don't forget the men's winner in the summer run was Tom Faffard, no relation. Megan Hayden is there as well from Northam with Andrew Open. We've got Kylie Shaughnessy out of Toronto, approaching the line. Yu Xiang Peng from Beijing, China. He too makes his way to the line with Nitya Skag, William Gutierrez, Nick Bauer, Ava Karatis out of Seattle, Christian Milau. We've got Drew Mickelson there from Langley, and from New West we've got William Place, Jackson Jacket, I believe, Jason from Edmonton, well placed there. Mike Bateman, we've got Andy Gray, Xiao Yuan Chen out of Surrey, Paul Chang, Adam Walsh, another in the 60 plus division from Richmond, that'll be Tian Wen. Talking about Richmond, we'll have a superstar in the sport of race walking here with us in a while. Because he's going to Paris, he'll be his another Olympic Games, his third. We've got Jared Tom, Anna Maria Eilertson, Bruno Pereira, Jonathan Chu, Ingrid Diana Barbosa, Nicholas Palachuk. They've all come through the line now. Jingyong Liu, Rob Moore from Kelowna is there, Luis Alfredo Longares de la Fuente from San Mateo Atenco. There's John Black next up with Max Nadeau, Tim Adams, Jonathan Delarope. We've got Kamloops, two runners there, Becky Abrahamson, Sarah Tomasini. There's Darian Stadnick from Port Moody, Dominic Stadick alongside him with John O'Hara, Connor Boyce, Alex McKenzie, I believe, from London, Ontario. Robert Thomas now approaching the line. And another to watch for, of course, Jamal Namavi. We got Dal McAllister from Vernon, and I believe Jonathan Englert, he's approaching. Again, some of these guys looked at 3:45. That was their goal. You can tell it's been a great day when you can look at the clock and see some of these guys are 10 minutes ahead of what they were hoping for. That's on a good day. Roseanne Yen is there, Wayne Boyson. We got Evan Hinchelwood, Nikki Benjamin Ara, Hiroki Harada, and looks like Holly Watts approaching the line with Sammy Spati, Jason Arm, Reed Christensen from White Rock, his final year, I believe, in the men's 45 to 49 division with Ryan Duhayman, Steve Milan, Bryce Callama. He came in from Bellevue, Washington. Kurt Stothers, another great athlete with us, with Jocelyn Yot from Hong Kong. So thank you. From Tiger, Washington, Steve Walters is approaching. Kurt Stothers out of North Dan is there as well. Dave Chew of Vancouver, and Victoria's Alec Page, James Hodgett and Raymond Bamford, both out of Abbotsford. Different divisions, I think 3 years and about 3 meters separating them as they come up to the finish line. Again, our thanks to the medics doing a great job for any of the athletes who need it here at the finish line. As Max Wardle and Raymond Bamford come through, we've got Sam Wheating and Nicholas Hall, Christian Oliver, Rio Zaki, she's out of Vancouver Women's 40-45. There's Blake Ware from Jackson. Missouri, we've got Esther Vidal from Montreal, Jake Kellerstein from Calgary, Mike Johnson is there from Toronto, Johnny Anker, fourth athlete from Hope. Isn't it nice to see them as they charge it up the line? Balbir Brach, Jem Panteluk from Edmonton. I've seen her race before. We've got Alex Larby from Vancouver and Connor Andrews. Justin Leaf came in from Calgary. From Nanaimo, Jacob Malderson. He had a 3:50 goal. He's 13 minutes inside that goal. Vivian Wu, Kieran Maguire is there as well. Elizabeth Stevenson from Victoria. Noah Lamb, Emily Kulum from Sherwood Park. We've got Eric Dontremont. We've got Madison Mitchell from Seattle. Caleb Cheng next up. Kem Woyden there, fast and furious. We've got a stream of athletes. It's great to be able to look at the screen there. You see the finishers. If you're a little ways down and you're on the bleachers, you can look to your right, look at the big screen. Hopefully you'll see your favourite athlete arriving as Alicia Lau arrives. Kem Woyden, Tai Ji Wu, Jeff Matthews, Diego Luches, Daniel Brisson, they're all here. 18-year-old Santok is there, Drew Haugenson, Taryn Hegerson, Rebecca Yost, Cassandra Sampson, Erin Aquino, Ronan West. Here we are, 3:38:30 on the clock as Vishal Piriani of Toronto arrives with Ronan alongside. Marco Ferruz was along with him, and we have Bo Lian and Lionel Burry from Victoria. Chloe McDowell next up, the 22-year-old. Nice to see such young athletes taking on the Marathon Challenge. Remember, we've seen a couple of 18-year-olds in the field. Mark Guido next up here, Jamie Correa. Don't forget there was a great hockey player. Correa used to play for the Penticton Vees, the 1955 world champions, when they beat the Russian squad 5-0. As we go over to the one, the only incredible race walker, one of the world's very best, ladies and gentlemen, Evan Dunfee with Kate.
Well, Steve, it's always a good day when I can have not one, but two Dunfee brothers sitting next to me throughout a broadcast. Of course, kudos to Adam Dunfee, who is my partner in crime throughout this broadcast experience, but I am always so thrilled to be joined by, I hate to say the other Dunfee, I don't know who, another Dunfee. Mr. Evan Dunfee, of course, our Canadian record holder in the race walk and Olympic medalist, World Championship medalist, Commonwealth Games medalist. We don't have time to cover your whole resume. I'm so sorry, my friend. But so glad to have you here. And you race walked the half marathon here today. It was your first time race walking the half marathon at this event. You've done the full in the past. Take us through it. How did it feel out there?
It felt great. Like we're just coming off we had an Olympic qualifier 2 weeks ago. Qualified a team for this new race walk relay at the Olympics. So still in a little bit of recovery mode, just ramping back up. And today was just such a fun day to get out there. Be with this community, be spurred on for a really solid half marathon. Way faster than I told myself I was gonna go, but you just get wound up in that the emotion of it, the excitement of it, the energy of it, and I had a blast out there. I was really excited to go on that half course and explore this great city of ours.
Well, I said it was your second fastest half marathon ever, and for those who aren't in the know, the half marathon is not a distance that's normally contested in the race walk. It's usually the 20K and formerly the 50K, but Evan walked the half marathon today in 1:26:07, and that's not even the fastest he's ever gone. So that, if you ever had any questions about the pedigree of this gentleman, that should answer those questions for you. But one of the things that we were just chatting about, Evan, is that when you compete in the race walk, it's often a fairly small group. It's a limited number of experiences and a limited field. And you had a chance today to go out with the masses and be right in the thick of the excitement with all the runners. What does that do for you as a competitor?
I absolutely love being able to come out, support these races, even if they're just part of my training. Just the community, just being welcomed by the running community, which is such a inclusive and welcoming group. I absolutely love it. Later in the race when I passed a few people and they jumped onto my heels and after the race sort of said, hey, I didn't want to lose to the race walker, and because of you, actually, I PB'd today, and I love hearing that. I love hearing just the not only the motivation that I'm able to give others on the course, but the motivation that they give me at the same time, and that's what this community is all about. And we're here at the finish line, and I genuinely think the finish line of a marathon, of a running race, is one of the best places in the world to be. Just the energy, the emotion, the accomplishment, all of that great stuff. If we could just bottle this up and take it with us in our everyday lives, we'd all be better people. So absolutely thrilled to be here.
Well said. And of course, if you are here on site, you are feeling that magic right now. Our crowds are throngs deep. Our stands, which are doubled in size this year, are completely full. And if you're watching on the live stream, you're getting a sense of that too with that gorgeous, stunning finish shoot shot on screen. And I know how much community matters to you. You're from the area. You are so invested in the running, the walking, the athletic community in general. And I just want to go back quickly to your recent performance. You had already qualified for the Paris Olympics, another Olympic Games for Mr. Dunfee, individually in the 20K, but you recently had a chance to qualify with a teammate and an athlete that you're coaching towards this brand new event, the Marathon Team Relay at the World Team Race Walking Championships. Talk to us about what it was like to do that with another teammate and competitor.
It was the most stressful race I've ever been a part of because so you do 2 legs. So I start off with a 12K leg, hand over to Olivia. She did a 10K. I then have a 45-minute break. She hands back off to me. I do another 10K and then hand off to her again. And so, in that break period, not only am I trying to recover, but I'm also in coach mode. So I'm also trying to make sure that Olivia has everything that she needs and that she's on pace and that she's doing well. So it was an incredibly stressful race and it came right down to the wire. 22 teams qualified for the Olympics that day. We were the 21st team in, and Olivia showed just absolute guts and determination to make that finish line and get us that qualifying spot. So as a coach, I was incredibly proud. As a teammate, I was incredibly proud. And for myself to get to now go to Paris and be not only an athlete in the race, but also get to help guide someone in their first Olympics and teach them, help them with the lessons that we learned from our first experience and help her not make the same mistakes that we made the first time around is a really exciting opportunity, and I'm thrilled for it. I'm so excited.
Well, we're so excited for you, and we are watching the great humanity of our sport on display right here at the finish line. It is all about community and helping each other get across that line physically and metaphorically. That was a special moment we just witnessed. So kudos to all who showed up for each other on course today. In the 8K and the half marathon, we'll continue calling the results here of the full. But Evan, congratulations again. We're so excited to watch you compete at yet another Olympic Games with the Team Canada kit. You and Olivia, of course, and all the other members of our team. And to see you out at more of these community events. Congratulations again and the very best of luck.
Thanks so much, Kate, and thanks everyone for being here. Keep cheering loudly for everyone coming in.
Awesome. Thanks so much, and back to you, Steve.
A great interview, thank you very much, and all the very best to Evan in the upcoming Paris Olympics as well, not only in the solo but also in the team event, the mixed team event. Congrats to those athletes who have now crossed the finish line and those who are heading towards that finish line. If Jordan Griffiths came through, I know he was looking for a 3:45. I do want to say a big handout and clap to Andrea Eby. She sends you the very best of wishes. She used to be one of our board of directors for the event. Antonio Pindo da Costa clocks in. Shawnee Monchalin, appreciate the spirit drummer over there as well, celebrating the finishes with us. Roselle Colmain, we got Clay Russell, Pete Seedy from Mississauga and Manhattan Beach, represented there by Clay Russell, Kelvin Paris, Miles Maroon, Trevor Hill, Benjamin Castle. We got Oliver Foote, Fabian Mui, Jamie Fieldhouse, Hornby Island, represented by Al Cannon. There's Rob Rossetti out of Calgary as we're looking now, less than 15 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. Luis Francisco Cabado Leos from Colima, Colombia. We got Jeffrey C. from Burnaby, Nicole Colstead. There's Joel Hanson. We got Mike McCullough, Jordan Atkins as well, closing to the line. We got Jeff Drought from Lethbridge. Don't forget Lethbridge, the home of Kip Kangogo and Edward, who was with us today. Edward now got 3 kids and Kip now 4 children, hence the reason he couldn't join us. Martin Leduc, nice to see you, Martin. A man who's raced, of course, for Canada at the World Police and Fire Games, and big part of the action with the triathlon there. The 59-year-old, hard to believe, 3:45 to go. I bet you that's a sub 3:45 for him on chip time. Evan Locke is there from Langley. Amanchata, we got Ian Holt, Yusway Chiem, we got Keaton Heisterman from Los Angeles, Luis Balderas, Antonio Balderas as well. That is father and son, I believe, with the Mexican flag flying. Felicitaciones por excelente tiempo. There's Tommy Reed, Dave Percy of Victoria, Braden Dewar as well clocks in with Jimmy Chu, Julia Reed, Van Kimbrough out of Saskatchewan. There's Veronica Hobb from Invermere. Janelle Schultz is back in action and back towards the line. Toby Hall alongside her with Heidi Bradley, Dan Graham, Michael Kim, Rebecca Chaser, Franklin Yu, and Daniel, I believe that's Daniel Guevara Mendoza, who's next to close in. Again, a little bit of wind. You see the flags flying, as they should, for a great event like this. We've probably still got another 3 hours of competition ahead of us before the final athletes come to line, so please stay around. Don't forget, we do have Preston's right behind us if you want to grab a meal or something while you wait for your favourite athlete. If you know there may be a 5-hour, 6-hour finisher, Mike Neal is here. Ian Cosimilio comes to the line with Peter Sayer, Yong Yui, Sarah Kronberg, Ella Mankins, Corbin Lowe, and again Nanua represented by Francisco Dinamarca Lama. There's Vladimir Pavlenko next up there, the Vancouver. Alex Smolka from Pardubice. Pardubice, of course, part of the Czech Republic. They used to have a great race there. And don't forget, some of the greats that have raced in Podobrady include Evan Dunfee, who was recently second to Perseus Karlstrom, and just ahead of Cal Bonfim of Brazil. So Evan, number 2 at that distance, and a 78-minute performer at the 20K, and a 2:54 today. There's Charlie Bambrook next up there, Rachel Hartley, Steve Wong, Vanessa Morris-Silva, Kate Alexander, Noel Collier. We got Loveline Gill under Ipsen from Peel, Ontario. Looks like we've got Jessica Wilson clocking in with Israel Aldonsid. Emma Papoit there. Lucas Rempel has come through the line with Jamie Pierce, Rebecca Morash, and Wesley Barn. As we look at the clock, we're still 11 and a half minutes away from the 4-hour mark, which was for a lot of these athletes their marker. It was their hope to see. So I mentioned Andrew Eby a moment ago. It's good to see her down here with us at the line. I know she's looking to see Jordan Rivers come through, so watch out for racer number 2501 as Tyler McKay from Aurora is clocking in, as Sam Seo from Abbotsford. We got Brandon Oishi, Aileen Tien, Dimitrios Milanos. We got Cam Fai Kenso from Richmond, Lindsay Moxon, Lindy from Vancouver, just 23 years of age, Christian Mayer, and you see another one of our pacers there with a 3:45. Well, Matt Sessions, nice to see Matt, one of our greatest ultra distance runners, approaches the finish line as well. It's been a winner. Don't forget, they have that Gold River to Tassis race. He's done that. He's done 50 milers, 100 milers. He's back in action. Been here pretty much every year as well. So we really appreciate the fact that he's back in action. His final year in the men's 55-59 division. We saw Sean Collins, Riley Blackson, Gary McMahon. Don't forget, we have Brent McMahon in the field. I know he and his dad were both racing today. I think he did like a 2:38 this morning. As Joanne Batch from Maple Ridge comes in. We got Garrett Lakey from PG, also there at lines. Derek Stevens and Quinn Matthews. Toronto's Victor Lowe now up to the line with Terrace, Drew Kimball. Terrace, years ago we hosted the BC Triathlon Championships there. There's Mark Van Elke, Jalen List, I see, Emma Wallace-Tarry from Nanaimo. Don't forget they host up there as well. Claire Robinson, nice to see Claire. We got Tim Lewis, Melanie Palace, Val Pointer, Francis Breton. Matthew Cordoba out of Port Moody, Joel Bolstaff from Kent, Washington, Patricia McNuff. We got Lucas Wilson, not the actor, but the runner from Port Moody, the 29-year-old. His goal was 4 hours, as we're 10 minutes now away from the clock time or gun time. And that would be, when I say gun time, that is the start of the first wave of runners, of course. So that's where all our elites were running in, as Colin Noterboom, Alexander Perry, Chris Tupp, they're all through, as Andy Ross from Richmond has got William Kaki Tsui and Arna Yi, Helen Chen, Ningyu Zhang is here as well with Reed Kramer. We've got Sud Merzibelli, Leon Castillo, Clara Johnson, Joshua Khan, Dahlia Shane, Dustin Dills. If you hear the name, I'm going as quick as I can. Timberlane Catback is there from Leduc, Chris Lowe, Megan Parno, Elizabeth Caldesi out of Seattle as we get ready to welcome Warren, Bernard Chen. Don't forget, you've got trackers as well. One of the great things is these days, Tommy O'Regan from Corkin Island is arriving at the line. But that's one of the great things about having trackers as well. You've got a loved one in the field, you can figure out when they're about to arrive if you follow them around the course. As we follow the rest of the athletes as they arrive and have that big approach up Westminster here to get to this finish line, about 600-700 meters. We got Nicholas Duke and Rosendo Garcia Sada. We got Shane Gillespie in there, Michaela Doyle, I believe that's from Burbank, California. And we can see Hak Chun Ning from Burnaby. There's another Smithers runner, Billy Walters, Carson Lee. If you do know a dear friend of ours, we wish her all the very best if she's tuning in. Carsten Lee has come through. Kieran Cooper, Olga Timofeeva from Burnaby is there. Justin Penzob from Vancouver. Derek Lebowski out of Langdon, Alberta. Shunsuke Takahashi from Seattle. Juan Jose Alba Sanchez from Medipec. Now the Mexican, Felicitaciones, is Tim Yusubov there with Bill Briley and Melissa Piperno. We've got George Hofsing, Hugo Adam, Esteban Triana. Aaron Whitaker next up, as we are now just over 8 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. Again, for many of the athletes, that was what they were aiming for. And we want to thank people like the Morrisons, of course, are here watching the action and drinking the local craft beer by the looks of it as well. Don't forget, we'll join them later on as we see Macaulay Jackman come through. We got Macaulay, I believe, Matthew Larson, Pedro Riam, Nicholas Ewan, Darren Faleko, Norman Wong, Scott Latway. We got Logan Staples, came in from Nashville, Tennessee, where our own Kate Van Buskirk ended up winning the race there last weekend. And again, her debut, but don't forget, she's been on the Olympics at 1,500 metres, raced at 5,000 metres, Commonwealth Games, bronze medalist at 1,500. We got David Edelman there from Palo Alto. We got Takehito Sato from Suzuka in Japan. Elizabeth Salazar from Mexico City, I believe. There's Daniel Page from Cabarete. Drew Grigok out of Grimsby, Ontario. Domago. There's Christine Groves, Catalina Lopez Cervantes, Richard Heap from London. Nice to have you with us. 3:53 on the clock now. 7 minutes in which to get here. Nice to see the Maple Leaf in a sprint finish over there. Luke Fletcher, Nick Horgan, Emily Doyle, Devon Bow, Charlotte Legault from Saint-Pierre-Lebec. Nice to have Quebec once again represented. Paul York, Devon Haru from Parksville. Garrett Quinn closing in with Byron Chu. Mike Winnes from Aldergrove. Alden Clark Fernandez out of Burnaby. Vyacheslav Krylov from Delta, I believe. Tomoka Kaneko in there with McKenna Marshall and Edward Liu. Felix Erper from North Vancouver. From London, Francesca Reeve is closing in. Steve Garahan, Brendan Ip, Alex Guiri, Ravi Whippler, and Power. Looks like Carl Tipler from Whistler is there as well. And again, great place to ski. Now that's wrapped up. A friend of ours from Australia was just skiing there just over a week ago. Stanley Elday. So Jason, if you're around, we'd love to see you and the family join us here later on. Of course, 2 members of that family wrapped up their day as we hope to see Joe Pelingra, Wilbert Romero. We got Helen Zeng, Stanley Allday, Dongbag Kim, William Shin. We got Adam Newes at Amber, Tom Watanabe, Travis Devonport from Bedford, Nova Scotia. Again, every single one of the Canadian provinces and all 3 of our territories were represented in the event here today. Darren Kerr, I can see Damien Yao Wang, Greg Morrison, and we've got Darren Kerr, followed by Steve Gaudier, Caden Shalifu from Cumberland, Frank Holger Acker, Jeremy Hewitt. We are now coming down to 5 minutes plus left on the clock till we get to the 4-hour mark. And again, Vancouverites, I would love you and supporters from wherever you are. Obviously, we want as many people as possible. We have record numbers. The whole field for the 8K, the half marathon and the marathon sold out. And so there were a number of people who could not get into the race. So these are the lucky ones. Lucky because they've done the training, lucky because you are in Vancouver, and lucky because you have finished, because you put in the effort to get here. All the training, it makes it worthwhile, especially if you get the sort of time that you were hoping for, as Ryan Tom does, Dave Fakutsa from Barrie, Ontario does, Heather Palish, Jeremy Greer from Zapopan, Gloria Barajas is there at the line as well. We've got James Chow, Edgar, Alejandro Valle Hurtado, Angus Johnson, Carla Shukaliak. We got Taylor Sebastian, Kevin Frisk, Courtney Lockhart, Jordan Washoe, Devon Armour, Arslan Ijaz from Kingston, Ontario, Sebastian Rivera Gonzalez from Bellevue, Washington. We got Evie Hayes, I believe Jared Havens of Bellingham. And don't forget, Bellingham was where some years ago they hosted the women's trials for triathlon. And a lady called Susan ended up getting a bronze medal at the Olympic Games. There is Fernando Mendes Bernal, Julia Hodenish from Burnaby, Miroslav Kopacek. We've got also Minglung Ma, Sylvia Angelica Ortiz is there, Will Lithgow. We've got Timofey Generalov, Tiana Tomasetti, Sean Jenkins, Mike Warren, Courtney Sellers, Spencer Hobson, Charlie Emery Warren, I believe, is also clocking Ben Minan, Octavio Rodamontio from Nacapan. Again, so many South Americans here, North Americans taking on the challenge. You can see arms raised as they appreciate a brilliant finish as we are now less than 4 minutes to the 4-hour mark. We've got Jared Sisson there, Grace Watkins, Honko from Richmond, along with Amanda Punch, Frederick Medioni, Jose Humberto Vargas Garcia. We've got Jonathan Pigeon, Joanne Leong, Alex Louis. We've got Maxime Barbier next up there, David Huntley, Delphine Duro, Elijah Young. We've got Jimena Villarreal from Calgary, Ryan Mostyn. We got Jose Ignacio, Alejandro Marino from San Luis Potosi, I believe. Melissa Hayden, nice to see you, Melissa. And don't forget her husband won the Masters Division of the Sun Run. And she and the family, they're brilliant. And we want to thank them for what they do for the Penticton Track and Field Club. Massive performances there. Ryan himself, who was just inducted into his university's Hall of Fame as a runner. And he's twice been third at the Vancouver Sun Run. Jamie Cochran, Ben Lee, Ian Holland, Oliver Evans is closing in. We've got Tracy McCullen, Sejun Chai, Vadim Somfer out of Burnaby. Kendall, we've got now 3 minutes left, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not sure how far down the road you can hear me on West Pender here, but just know if you want to get a 3:59 and change, you've got 2 minutes and change in order to do so. So let's again start really giving him a cheer. Use those cowbells, use the drums that we got at the finish line as well. Let's make it worth these guys. Jordan Griffiths, here he comes, number 2501, his very first marathon about to be completed. I know Andrew Eby was going to capture the moment. Well, he's on the home stretch and he's coming up the line. He wanted a 3:45, he's got a 3:57 on the clock. We'll find out what the chip time was for him. As others finishing, Evan Beck, we've got Luis Garado, Fabio Rodriguez from Mexico City, Anthony Chung, Bruce Dickey, Stephen Coe, Matt Whelan. We got Liam Romashin out of Bellingham, Alistair Blacklock from San Francisco. You can see a proud Mexican there at the line. We got Kelvin Garcia from San Jose, California, Neil Armitage, Maggie Sandard and Gary Antoine. We got Andrea Suge and Nell Bungasan out of Victoria, Marit Barney there from Vancouver, Scott Sparrow, Adam Brady, Marcella Denise Villasenor from Puerto Vallarta. Nice to have you with us. A lot of people obviously love going down there. As Quinn Wynn out of Seattle is there with Jason Havrick. We've got Sheila Jelinas. Nice to see you. Moved to Bowen Island, I see. We had 22 athletes from Bowen Island that did the Sun Run a couple of weekends ago. And Marty Wanless is also joining us here, as he's with less than 90 seconds to go before we hit that 4-hour mark. Come on, guys, push, push, push. We know it's been a big effort, nearly 4 hours of running since you got underway. We want you to be able to collect the best time possible. And remember, some of these guys would have gone in the second or third wave, so they've got faster times than it appears, if that's the case, because there were some minutes between those. But we're going off of gun time right now with 1 minute left on the clock. Gun time sub-4, so this is the time you want to push. We got maybe another 30-40 people who can get here. Let's help them out, Vancouver. That's it, about to close in on the BMO Vancouver Marathon. Terry Louie, we got Marlene Esparza from Mexico, Tyler just 18 years of age, Ty Armstrong, Benjamin Bellatu, we've got Melissa LaCharity, Theo Lesage, Griffin Evans, Rylan Halpin is there. We are down to the final 35 seconds. Pam, it looks like Cameron Pellegrudo, James Leutzinger, Pedro Omar, Saido Abir Jr. from Vancouver, Ramon Garcia Vega. Hard as you can, now goes Craig Rhodes from Burnaby coming in. Come on, guys, 20 seconds left on the clock. Push, push us. Someone else you can see is hurting bad, but it's a sub-4 on gun time. Is there anyone else going to do with 15 seconds left? Yes, we can get another 4 athletes here at least. Let's see who's got some sprint left in their legs as we are winding down to the 4-hour mark with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we are, dead on the 4-hour mark. Nice going, and I've no doubt these athletes that are coming in right now have done a sub-4 because of the chip times. That's why we have Sports Stats West with us as well to show how it is done. They'll be doing the breakdowns for you. You'll be able to check out online pretty spontaneously as well, as Cam Levins is on the front page of Impact Magazine. Nice to see that. The man who owns the record with a 2:05 clocking, the greatest Canadian. He is also the record holder at the half marathon. As you can see, we've got Mark Chayuko from Edmonton clocking in. Ian Kent, Jesse Jukes. Nice going here, guys. Just help him out there. We've got another athlete down at the line. There we go, he's back on his feet. Again, our medics are ready to help out. We had Claire going through there, Alexander South from Jackson Massey out of Austin, Texas. Looked like Christine Kempton from Revelstoke, Steve Asaoka. Well, again, we appreciate all the effort from our medics that do a wonderful job in celebrating the finishes, making sure the athletes are safe, of course. And it takes a little to recover from some of these events. Don't forget, there's plenty of stuff for them to recover from and be able to get, because they'll stay hydrated. We've got plenty of food for them. We want to welcome our VIPs that are here in the BMO section to the left of where the athletes are finishing, as we're now a minute or two over the 4-hour mark. As we got Matthew Thomas from Euclid, we got Danny Murphy, Alan Zhu, Alison Orge from London, Ontario, Lisa Perlman, Thomas Chi Wang Wan, Anna Zhu, Miles Saul, Chicago represented by Carly Miller, Rory Aptekar. We got Eric Bowman, and it looks like Cassidy LaCoy. Nice to see you, Cassidy. His parents do a wonderful job in Penticton to support running. Part of the Penticton Indian Band. We very much appreciate that. Denise and Lloyd, hopefully they're watching the action here today as Cassidy, the 29-year-old, comes to the line. We've got Eric Bowman behind him, Mary Law, Emily Friketish, Richard Burasami out of Oakville, Ellen Atkinson, Luke DeBleek, Alyssa Zacharias. We got Kristen G, Sydney Seraphim, Morton. It looks like Morton Johannesson. It is indeed. We got Lucas there, Mario Antonio Mendoza Barrientos from Zapopan, Steve Sung from Richmond, just ahead of them. Lots more action. We'll be going to our superstar interviewers again down the road a little ways. We'll find out who they're going to interview next. I do know that if Tom Howard is available, we would like to see him up here as well. He's someone we would love to interview. And of course, Rob Watson would be another great interview. Man who's won both the half and the full marathon with us. And of course, he's a member of Run Van. And then we'll get Dave Dora here on the mic in a while as well, because he's got a lot of updates for us on what's going on, as he's got books as well. I tell you, when it comes to visiting Vancouver or Victoria, he's the man to talk to. He's the man to go online and order one of the great books, 101 Things to Do. As we got Caitlin Chatton in there, we got Michaela and Callie Gill, we got Sam Moore, Jair Azana, Cal Bray, Abigail Stevenson. We got University City represented by Chelsea Murray, Gustavo Severa de Borbo from Porto Alegre. Sebastian Gomez, Cordonia is there, Harry Blackmore, Daniel Barragoose out of Vancouver, Benjamin McIntosh, Roslyn Ricard. It's good to see San Francisco well represented there. And don't forget, if you want to win a marathon, the thing to do nowadays in the women's division is get some golden shorts, as we saw Kate do just last weekend with her 2:30:37 and second overall. How bad is that? We wait to see what she does in the future, although she's got a long history in the sport from 800 metres to 5,000 metres and now up to the marathon. Indeed, her fastest 5,000 metres was 15:14, which was the original world record set by Paula Fudge of Great Britain. And we have a man who's won the Sun Run in terms of his age group, in terms of being the top Canadian before, and that is representing BC Athletics in the form of Kevin O'Connor, who's here watching the finishers right now. We've got Harriet Rogan, Maximilian Cable, Anna Materna, Chris Lau, Mitchell Yarman is there from Nanaimo, Megan Shrimp. We've got Cole Howard and Zina Totsky, Graham Buchan, I believe 4:04 on the clock with Ryan McEachen, and Ilya Mirovic from Burnaby there. Carly Olford from Delta clocking in, Joanna Sandberg, Danielle Hunt, another Nashville representative. Good to see Tennessee well represented. When we look at the cities as well, it's been amazing to see how many have come. When we talked about Mexico, by the way, I told you it was something like 350. We've got 56 just from Zapopan. And that, in fact, if you look at the largest community in terms of outside of Canada, that is the largest. From Sugarland, Texas, Stacy Kosinski. We got Lindsay Dobb, Max Barker from Abbotsford. There's Talia Rampel, Michiko Nose, Sherilyn Swade. Talking about Nose, don't forget we do have a gentleman. I haven't seen him yet, but I hope Corbin Lowe is closing in, because we want to see the fastest at the Guinness Book of World Records. There was a man who's wearing more t-shirts than anyone has ever worn at a marathon. We got a man dressed as a runny nose. We've got a guy running with golf clubs, all to try and get in the Guinness Book of World Records as Joel Ortiz is through. We got Joel Panayotou, Martin Lund, Toby Joyce, Kenton Duncan. We got Roberto Rodriguez from Brooklyn, New York. There is Trent Harris, Jacqueline Boston, Diego Chui, Maggie Bull, Adamaya Nico from Hamilton, Ontario. Rodrigo Saenz Hernandez from Mexico. Alexia CLIC from Mission. Lady on a mission, and that is about to be completed. Looks like some Ironman gear being worn on the far side with a big leap across the line. Don't forget the great Greg Welsh used to do a big leap when he won our World Championships. He held 5 World Championships as a triathlete. Max Paul, Peter Pham, Osamu Takahashi from Ishikari, Japan. Canada Day, no holiday Otana Shinde Kudasai. We wish you all the best. Enjoy the rest of your time here in Vancouver and in Canada. We got Derek Potter there from Campbell River. Chin Bai out of Calgary. I believe Derek has got Jack Palagrudo behind him. Elijah Rayner next up there with Anna Hill from Kerataro. Corbin Glufko. We got Javed Haki and Quinton Sush. Corey Kiss is there from Chilliwack. No Corey Hart, I'm afraid, no sunglasses today. There's Keelan Brown, Spencer Lang, Rodney Wheatcroft, Randy Robertson, Elizabeth Amos from Grand Prairie, from Randy Robertson. Good to see you, my friend. Grand Prairie hosts a great 10-miler up there as well. And we've had a number of triathletes who have done the Ironman distance. Don't forget at the back end of that, you have a marathon. If you do an Ultraman event, of course, you've got a double marathon. And we've got a lot of ultra runners here with us. One of the finest Canada has ever produced is with us in the form of Ferg Hawk. We've got Victoria Lee, Cassie Paul, Matthew Fung, Mathieu Vunoro, Nikolai Thiessen, Jesus Kiano, Kirsten Gakup. Mathieu Van Nuro is at Ten Young He, Guillermo Castillo Gonzalez is there. Matt Burke is also there at this time with Lucy Mulligan, Alan Pronga, I believe Hocklum, and David Jacoby is going to be next up as we're 4:07 on the clock. And it's great to see the flags of the different nations being lifted here as they come to line. Amke Nimrich is there. Pamela Duenas went through. We've got Igor Cashin and Noah Edwards, Chris Askew, David Gerard. We've got Julio Cesar Curiel Lozano, Carla Maria Prado Flores, both out of Zapopan. They too are on their way to enjoy a finish. They look for the medal, they look for the food, the drinks, the celebration afterwards. Plenty of places to celebrate, including Preston's right behind us here. Want to thank all the athletes who have turned up. 20,000 every one of the distances was full today. We got Miguel Bribiesca there, Leah Bailey, Sean Burns, Zarita Wada, Logan Vanderpool, Ryan Pierce, Ignacio Miares, and Giuliano. Santiago Bribiesca is there. Megan Pasternak. We got Laura Burman, Sophia Lamarche. Looks like Michelle Asen, Morgan Alford, Ollie Thompson, Mayan. They're flying in here right now. 4:08 on the clock. Hundreds and hundreds of people yet to come to the finish line. You can see they're looking up, they see the time, they've got their own time, nearly everyone, a lot of people recording their own finishes. Roberto Melfi, Craig Leclerc, Simon Jorgensen, Owen Whitson, Alan Chang, Xing Shang, Isabella Molyneux from West Vancouver, Roger Lowe, Marcus Campanier. We got Rain in there, Laura Byrne, Eric Brown, Taylor Crow, Nick Osloff, another Elias Hannon out of Zapopan as well. 55 of their runners are joining us here today. We've got Nicholas Fantan, Trevor Day, Megan Light from Collingwood. We've got Vancouverites like Taylor Burton, Serena Seraphim, Jonathan Fantan, Cynthia Lee, Braden Anderson here, Selena, Texas represented by Landon Kauser. 4:08:40 on the clock for him as he hits the finish. Connor McIntyre from Kelowna along with Brett Goodman. I think they ran the whole race together, so nice to see that. And of course, I think I mentioned to you earlier that Kelowna will be hosting once again another marathon as well as a half as well as a triathlon this year. They've been hosting triathlons since 1983. It was the second ever triathlon in British Columbia, the first being in Penticton, the Peach Classic. And then, of course, after those three events, they had Ironman Canada. Here's Lisa Din, Jeff Menaker, Abby Unro with Kieran Larkin, Jason Siegel. Yi Wang is also heading to the line with John and Brian Mooney, Jason Wilby, Curtis Walsh, Taylor Foster. All Vancouverites amongst that group that are clocking in. We have Brittany Suchak, Vinny Tang, Curtis Cassom, Ramiro Munoz, Nanaimo represented by Curtis, by the way, as Ana Luisa Gonzalez Estrada, the 33-year-old Mexican, is about to arrive. And again, we congratulate her on a good finish, and we ask that you join us as we'll be joined right now by Kate Van Buskirk.
Thanks again, Steve, and we're going to give you just a short rest to catch your breath after all of that excellent crowd work here at the finish line. What a day it has been and will continue to be. 4 hours, 10 minutes on the clock for our marathoners, continuing to stream across the line, arms up, smiles wide, and it is just all excitement and good energy here on course. A reminder that if you are watching either in the crowd or at home, you can continue tracking your loved ones, friends, family members, colleagues, courtesy of our live app. You can go to bmovanmarathon.ca/live in order to find that tracking app. And you can find all of the official race results and photos online at bmovanmarathon.ca/results. So make sure you're checking those out. We've got a ton of photographers at our finish line, making sure they capture the magic moments of everyone here on the course. There's still great energy taking place on course as well. Our cheer sites, we want to thank all of our sponsors again, all of our partners, and all of the good energy and entertainment being had out there along the roads and the parks as well. In just a couple of minutes, as I mentioned, always a pleasure that I get to sit next to two Dunfee brothers in one day. We appreciated Evan joining us, and Adam Dunfee is going to be out in the crowd near the finish line with a few more giveaways, courtesy of several of our partners. Again, we're so grateful for all of those partners and their continued contribution to making this not only a world-class marathon experience for our competitors, but also for our spectators. So we got to keep that energy high, folks. Make sure that you are cheering people on as they have some of the most magical moments of their year. We also had an update for a pretty cool story that we were tracking earlier, and pardon me if Steve mentioned this already, but we had several athletes trying to run Guinness World Records today, and one of those athletes, we think, has done just that. Unofficially, Corbin Lowe of Vancouver, right here, local guy, was trying to break the Guinness World Record for the fastest marathon run while dressed as a body part. And we got word that he was dressed as a runny nose, which seems very fitting, and the time he had to beat was 3 hours, 43 minutes flat. He ran 3 hours, 41 minutes, 52 seconds, which means that Corbin Lowe of Vancouver is now a Guinness World Record holder unofficially. So if you can hear that story and you think it's pretty cool that someone ran a marathon but also set a record dressed as a body part, give it up for Corbin Lowe. And we're going to keep that energy high at the finish line as well. I'm going to toss things down to my partner, Adam Dunfee, at the finish line with some more giveaways and some crowd excitement.
Thank you, Kate. Let's continue to bring all these runners home. 42.2 kilometers. That's a pretty good morning. And at the same time, as you're cheering, we've got some more giveaways for you. So cheer extra loud. There we go. Yeah. Let's bring them home. There we go. There we go. Who's waiting for?
Haley Claxon.
Hey.
My daughter and her best friend.
First marathon? All right, let's give it up for Haley. Yeah, there we go, yeah. All right, so again, got another big wave coming. Let's get loud again.
Don't forget that he's Adam Dunfee on the mic, and that's his bro.
So who is this?
It's my son-in-law.
Is he running his first marathon today? Is he running his first marathon today?
Yes.
All right, what's your son-in-law's name?
Henry Farm.
All right, so we're going to see Henry really soon, right?
Yes, he's coming in a second.
Now, is this what Henry currently looks like?
He was, 4 years old?
Okay, how old is he now?
27.
Okay, so it's been a while, so let's give it up for Henry.
And again, remember that's Adam Dunfee, the man who's won the Commonwealth Games, the Pan American Games, been on the podium at the Olympics, and here he is, he's going to another Olympic Games. He's at a fourth, and we'll see what he does at the 35K, and of course in the mixed relay. He's the man handing out the goodies right now. Let's give him a big hand, because today he set an amazing time, 1:26 for a half marathon race walk. That is absolutely world class in every which way.
All right, we've emptied the box, but that doesn't mean you can stop cheering. So here is a big group. Bring them home, all right? Okay, who is TJJ?
My boyfriend Tom.
Did he just cross the line? Oh, way to go, Tom. Is this his first marathon?
Second. Yeah.
Okay, what was his first marathon?
It was a couple years ago, but it was in England.
So we're expecting a nice PB today?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not a PB today. You know what? He did it. It's all that matters. He crossed the finish line.
Exactly. If you could come out, you can run 42.2 kilometers, PB or not, that's a good day. So, that's why I'm up there, not out here. So, congratulations, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, you've got a sign as well. Who are you waiting for? Oh, you're just a generic side. Okay.
We have your name on this side.
Okay, what have you got here? All right, so we're looking for Saya right now. Okay. Is this Saya's first marathon?
First marathon.
All right.
She's killing it.
Absolutely. Okay, so looking for Saya. Go Saya. Or just go at anyone. That can work for anybody. Generic. That's good.
Okay. Some of them you can tell, and sometimes you're like, it's not.
All right, folks. Let's bring them home. We see Saya. Can we get these signs up? She's in the zone. All these folks are in the zone crossing the line here.
Yep. Yeah. And they're still
Okay, and other finishers that have just clocked in there. Jordan Avoda, we've got Ross Gilmore, Rhett Wilcox, Harry Yen, Vadim Filipenko, Stacey Roberts, Lauren Rent. Sorry about missing some of those athletes, but we know you want some of those great goodies. And our thanks, of course, to Adam and, of course, to Evan for doing such a great job here today. Vladimir Raymond there, Maiz Nagashi, we've got Salim Al-Ali, Andy Hep, Yen Yen, Chad McDowell, Tom Chong, Courtney Campbell-Nixon from North Band, she's clocking in there, Jessica Sy, Taylor Crane, Luke Murphy, Arshun Kapoor, Gibson Villaflor, along with Gerwell, the two Surrey runners, I believe two brothers, 1 year separating them, but very little in distance as Nia Isom is there. We got Jennifer Burton, we got Andres Manzano out of Seattle, Joshua Slocum, Colm Lafan, Lauren Peterson, Rob Clark is also wrapping up his day with Josh Mann, Munkorgil Pachalum out of Vancouver. We got Mark Coleman there from Chelmsford, nice to see you. Nigel Mitchell, Shanyu Tuo, we got Bennett Mueller, we got 4:19 on the clock, Brian Pilon and Simon Davis. Danny Yoma are well ahead of the 4:30 that he had hoped for. Bainbridge Island's Karen Wingfield, the 64-year-old, heading to the line with Victor Salmon, Alexa Reed, Sean Punton, Nicolette Phil. We've got Powell Pavlak there from Vancouver. Cheyenne Villanagar out of North Bend with Marcelo Gonzalez Gutierrez out of Mexico City. We got with him Vito Chana, Alex Van Leeuwen, Brando Ciccone, Renelle Allard, Shane Trainer, Alicia Clark, Mike Nguyen from Toronto, Javier Castillo, Alicia Sharp, John Lee, Declan Foy. We got Haley Claxon, Esteban Mugica, Joseph Harper from Brian Fancy, Emily Donahue, Kenneth Lau, Catherine Swander, Daniel Hernandez from Edmonton. So Edmonton and Red Deer represented by the two athletes close together. Hikaru Takama. We got Kevin Lee from San Francisco on his way to the line with Andy Wu, Sayodaka Sonju from Richmond, and Selwyn Agdale from Vancouver. Two others out of Washington State. We've got Andy Burnett from Seattle and Portland's David Martin, Alexei Michelenko from Coquitlam, Natalie Vogel from Halifax, Nova Scotia on her way to the line as well. And there's Emilio Lopez Reyes. We do have James Goodman, Sering Lama, Louis DeRochier. We got Kara Kikuchi, Liam Shannon, Etienne Legas from Regina, Saskatchewan, Jennifer Mercer, Jeff Liang, Danielle Pietramala. There's Stephanie Stressing, Patrick Boyle, Ken Hart, Maurice Boyle alongside there. We've got lots of family members who are gathering together during the course of the event. They may start off and finish or do the whole event together. As Dave Marsh is clocking, Carrie Denton, the 63-year-old, came in from Aurora, Ontario, with Kitchener, Ontario's Carrie Denton there as well. We've got Sahar Saini, Shane Darby, Dave Marsh, Elliot Scott, Lisa Lowe, Carly Contorno, Andy Ardell, and I believe we've got Michelle Baker and Kurt Minier there. Michelle Baker from Surrey, we've got Jesse Yang, Zach and Sean Berg. We've got Daniela Fisher, Max Waterman, Sam Hendricks, not the great pole vaulter out of the States, but the good runner who's coming to join us. Jack Speck with Angus Thompson, Kevin O'Riordan from North Down there, Torion, Magali De La Cueva, Aguilera. We got Keegan Winkler, William Henderson, Kwok Fat Lee out of Richmond, Aaron Knudsen also on his way to the line. As we continue to welcome some incredible athletes, hopefully Rob Watson is with us and may join us later on for an interview. If Tom Howard is still around, we'd love to do have a chat with him as well. Your original 3-time winner, 72, 73 and 74. And as we get nearer the 4.5 hour mark, just about 8 minutes away from now, and then we'll say goodbye to one of Canada's greatest athletes who's been a wonderful job on that line with our live stream, and we'll hand things over to her just to wrap things up shortly.
Thanks so much, Steve. Yes, it's been an absolute pleasure joining all of you today and celebrating again for yet another record-breaking event. As you said, I'm going to be signing off now. I'm leaving you in the enthusiastic hands of Adam Dunfee, Steve King, and Dave Dorahy. And thank you to everyone who continues to make this day so special. Congratulations to all of our runners. I'm already so pumped to return next year for the BMO Vancouver Marathon Weekend. Thanks all, and back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Kate. Kate Van Buskirk, ladies and gentlemen, an Olympian. Lady's been a bronze medalist at Commonwealth Games, 1,500 metres, 800-metre runner, now a marathoner, first marathon, and she won overall in the women's division and was second overall, only one-man best. Well, that was with a 2:37. I'm looking forward to a sub 2:30 when she races again. The lady with the golden shorts and the golden voice is Regis Schuller, Adina Marks, Logan Hale, all clocking in. We've got Jeremy Doucette there as well. We've got Perrin Lindelof and I believe Alana Thorburn Watt. We've got Adriana Guerrero Gonzalez, Catherine Chu, Simradeep Kalam. We've got Scott Trowell, Lucas Vinicius da Costa Santana. Some people have very long names. We've got Sam Riley, Mackenzie Owens. Nice to see a lot of people filming their own finishes here. There's Marino Bourdin from Sorrento. That's where you go, obviously, to get some serenity as well. If you've never been there, beautiful location. 4:23 on the clock as Amanda Bamford clocks in. Andy Robertson, Mark Pearson there. Chiara De Bruin, I believe. Janet Pritchard. We got Janet now, I believe, 67-year-old out of Burnaby. Again, when we look at these individual categories, in the women's 65-69, we've got 21 runners alone in the marathon portion of the event. As we can see, Alejandro Rivera from Guanajuato. There's Liam Speaker next up there with Gannon McKay, just 18 years of age, out of Morinville. There's Patrick Ernst. It looks like Daniel Mang, Harsh Sharma, Quinton Deshawn, Danny Lee, Mika Yamagishi from Yokohama, Japan. Kanade Nolade, Kanade. We appreciate you being with us. Satsukurasama, Deshita, Vancouver Marathon, Kansai Gokurasama. Nice job, and thanks for being with us, and we hope you've enjoyed yourself here, and come back and join us sometime in the future. Subarashi Marathon Finish or Medito. There's Joanna Zhao, Yang Yu. We got Reza Saleh from Almere, the 69-year-old. Matt Ross. We got James Warmadam, Victor Horilak, Donald Malchasham, Norbert Jeannot. Next up with Joseph Morales, I believe that is Vivian Yen. Ellen Keefe is here with Danny Weston and Lawrence Nien, Adam Novakoski from Guadalajara. Anna Cardenas is here. Emerson Wanda Silva from Burnaby. Sophie Plasteras. We are now just over 5 minutes away from the 4.5 hour. Good to see the national vest being worn here as well. We've got Daniela San Martin Fini. We've got Matthias Gogol, Anya Boardman, Brittany Gaddy. South Carolina represented. She's out of Myrtle Beach, I believe, is John Kuhn, Christine Robiard Marcel, Sydney Rasmus, Eric Percy, Guy Thrineveld from Chilliwack is there, as well as Andy Ho, David Bradshaw from Richmond. We've got Oleg Matvienko. And again, we want to thank our medics doing a wonderful job for a few athletes that have had some difficulty, but they've got through the line. That's what it's about, and I'm sure they won't regret it. As Kevin Richardson, Gillian Smith, Jessica McDougall, Katie Holbrook, Sharacelli Castillo, Emily Edlin, Andrea Cardano, Sabrina Lee, Atul Sharma, Irene Wong, Shek Chuan Kad, 64-year-old from Poco. There's Alicia next up there, Alicia Saggers. We've got Lindsay Wharton, who's also clocking in. She's out of Austin, Texas. Of course, a great place. Don't mess with Texas. We've got Sawyer Pay next up, Liang Zhang. We've got Evan Robson, Eric P. Mola. Nice to see you, Eric. Please give my regards to you-know-who, two of the greats in the early days, 1983 again. They were out of PG. Erica Lee, Ian Kim, Abigail Reisinger, Sophie Epsery, Sung Yu Park. We've got Margaret Margaret Duffy's. We got Sean Myers, I see, Robyn Lau, Jason Hughes, Han Yang Wei, Danielle Downs, Matt Leo, and now Fast and Furious, Liam Jackson, Jackson Hall. We got Tara Strang, we got Jacob Marshall, Lena Rocky, Pavel Masonovich, Brian Arm, Kelly Tabrinki from Chilliwack, Danny Lee, we got James Ryan, Poco's Michael Branson, Reagan McLeod from Calgary, Kuliakan representing Javier Pina Mendez, Michal Strasovich, we got Melissa Elder, Lucien Peltier, Yan Liu, Alexander Wisbiak from Hickory Hills, Illinois, the Windy City. The flags are not flying, so this is in the favour of the athletes, of course, unless it's a tailwind. There's a happy camper with a 4:26 and change. Anna Suyachinka, Natalie Cook, Zahal Mood, Thomas Markle, Paul Todd, Jeremiah Laurie came in from Winnipeg, which has hosted the Pan Am Games. You may remember we had women in first and third in that games. And Simon Whitfield, who took a bronze medal at those games and then went on to Sydney, Australia in 2000 and became the first triathlete to claim a gold medal at the Olympic Games. He's a brilliant runner and still is staying fit. Omar Padilla, Xiao Tao, Madeline McGuinness. He was actually a teammate of Brent McMahon, of course. There's Sam Bremere. We got Diane Joyce, Madeline McGuinness, Linton Cooper. Sam has got Philip Schultz alongside from Oak Park, Illinois. Mike Carpio from Delta, Sean Evans, Cora Power, Parmjit Shield. We got Brendan Roy Bertan there, Bing Yang, Damir Tresnio, and Tiffany Lee. We got from Fukuoka, of course, a very famous marathon in Japan, Keiko Asamoto. She just moved into the 60 to 64 division and a storming finish for her. She looks very happy. Camper 4:27.30, her clocking today. That is obviously on gun time. It could be faster than that. Carmen Marshall is there. Maria Fernandez Gomez from Estado de Mexico. We got Stephen Caddy, Emily Golub, Diego Lopez. A big congrats as well. Don't forget, we have the legends with us as well. These are people who have done 25 or more of the marathons here in Vancouver with us. They include Lee Blaney. They include Murray Cameron, Jamie Cameron, Joan Cameron, Leith Cameron, Brian Campo, Raymond Chow, Rich Chow, Yvonne Cody, Henry Coates, Rob Dickinson, David Horsfeld, Phoebe Young, Kalior Miyazaki, Lucy Pepe, Cara Peters, Takuya Shibata, Mark Shorter, Carl Sturmanis, Neil Wakelin, Nancy P. Wong, Laurie Wong, Ray Misha, and Iseo Sato. These are athletes that we call legends, of course, because they've done 25 or more marathons here at the BMO Vancouver Marathon. There's Chris Davison, Yosuke Reveal, Ron Mapu and Jack May, Ryan Olsen from Delta. We've got Bridget Chalmers from Manhattan Beach, California. We've got Adam Tiedemers from Mississauga along with Amy Ling. Don't forget two of Canada's all-time greatest triathletes, Jonathan Ragg and Elizabeth Modell. They're together, they have more Ironman finishes than anyone in the known universe. With over almost 300 for Jonathan Ragg and over 100 for Elizabeth. She's out of Surrey, he's out of Mississauga, but they are a couple. They do coast to coast. We got Chris Tran, Sailen Tan, Brian Kennedy, we've got Roman Tagliafieri, Quinn Saibo, Hung Yen, Wei Li, Xingang Ma is also there. We also have Aaron James, Mark Wandy and Gaia. It looks like Victoria's own and Aaron James dropping up with Monica Langram, William Liang from Surrey, the 65-year-old. He's got Jung Jian Lee from Richmond alongside him and James Cooper, 20-year-old Tabitha DeVaughn from Parksville, wrapping up. 4:15 was the goal. That could be a 4:15 again because of those wave starts. We got Noah Leviton, Nicholas McHargy in there. Tabitha DeVaughn is now wrapping. We got Noah Everett closing in with Kate Fox out of Taunton. Mina Goodapati from Seattle closing in with Lily Nichols. Abigail Hale is there. Dave Horsfield. Nice to see you, Dave. 67-year-old now out of North Vancouver, I believe. Todd Johnson, Sibin Fang, Greg Mirth, Ting Yu Chen, Fatima Asif from Dakar. Nice to have you with it. That's, of course, the home of the famous rally. We've got Dominique Francesca Leuk, Suzanne Ellis, Anthony, I believe that's Anthony Marbrett from Cologne. Suzanne Ellis just alongside him with Laurie Herb. Mike Dunn, Kenny Packy, Ashley Martin is also there. We also got Melissa Jackson, Ellie Reid, I believe Tamara Bunny Cohen, Evelina Michniak. We got Pratipa Thakur, Cristiano Sato. We got Rael Raven from Kamloops and Courtney Smith, Erin McDonald, Camden Coleman, Mary Lund, Deanna Saunders. My goodness, it does not stop. So many athletes left on the course. These guys, you can see, they're still running smoothly. There's a few people who ran into some problems, but again, it's all about getting to the line. It's thinking about the months and months of training to be able to do so. Uri Ortiz is there. You've seen 4:30 on the clock go by as Mark Humphries Travis Johnson out of Cobble Hill. We got some famous athletes from there, especially still querying from Vernon. There is Sebastian Stewart, Louise Cook, James Wakelin. We got Rob Pilson, Yewan Lee, Erin Sawatsky from Abbotsford, from Portland, Oregon. Molly Turner is there. We got Sana Ahmad. Don't forget the lady who raced in Portland recently, took a victory last weekend. There's a storming finish there. Marcus Garcia, Zibo Wang, Gordon Nagot, Matthew Pitcher. It looks like Jason Kwan from Burnaby just alongside him with Kayla Hong and Katie Garland. Julie Lumbis out of Castle Hill from North Bend. It looks like Emily West. That's a Washingtonian. Mike Stein there from New York. Again, what a great marathon they have. And Boston, of course, we hope you saw that. Marcel Hugh setting amazing times in the chair. Also winning London, Raphael Bassot. We got Jason Brown, and it looks as though next up here we'll be seeing some more finishes, and looks so. We've got Leon Tam, we had Betty Lou there from Toronto, and again a lot of people filming their own finishes here, and we'll see if anyone gets in the Guinness Book of Records as a result of what's been done today. Deanna Winslap, Arturo Mercano is there, Jamie Allen Castellan, Gonzo Akoa from Portland, Tady Mindana, we got Yoshida Sutar from San Francisco, JD DeWolf from Bern, Utah, we got Jamal Hamoud, Jingtuan Chen, there's Celine Gunter, Kingston Chung, Connor Ferguson, Ryan Jack from Berlin, Jessica Steckel came in to join us here. We got Imran Ul Hoka from Redmond, Washington, Sylvia Georgina Kudo Guzman, Steve Gustafson, and Natalie Chang. We got Sukmi Ching in there, Bianna Blower as well, also coaching in. You look at Gregory Landermark, Sophie. We got our pacers doing a wonderful job for these athletes today, as the next athletes will be trying to go sub 4:30. Remember, some of them are doing that because of their time they started. Rob Daniel, Natalie Vargas, Silverio Mendoza Jr., Quentin Michalchuk. We got Adam Rowan and K.S. Joseph, the 64-year-old. He's about to come under the arch. There's Ryan Lindo, Malik Gush, Shannon Moore, Mohammed Salik, Assam Rushdie. We got Peter Williams, Arla Lesseef in there from Tillsonburg, Ontario, from Minneapolis, Elizabeth Carmian. Mark Shorter, ladies and gentlemen, you heard me talk about one of the legends of the sport. He's done over 25. He often will race in his other hometown in Honolulu, but today the North Vancouverite crosses 4:33 on the clock. We have Jay Kaskoff there at the line as well, as we'll see coming up shortly. We've got more stuff happening here, lots of action happening. As we've got Megan Carano, Kayla Daigle there, Gavin Jones, Natalie Green, talking about Green. Janet Green was doing the half marathon today, and we certainly wish all the very best. There's Joey Moores, Jackie Nidri, Mary Newman, Yisong Park, we're all clocked in. David Doherty, if you're around, David, if you want to come and join us up here at the finish line. We got Ethan Leone closing in with Chris Murray, Danny Wright, Makiko Shirai, Delaney Buchan, Guillaume de Albuquerque Neves from Vancouver. Nice one. Stella Cheered. Again, nice to see so many people that were wearing their official Vancouver Marathon shirts. We're at 4:34 on the clock. As Sarah McLeod, Lian Yen from Katie. That's Katie in Texas, I believe. Varesh Nazari, Amy Yankovic. We got Riley Gann, Taryn Tai, Liam Mamikunian, and Mash Mustafa. There's Ian Robinson, Sydney Gulko, and Ian, by the way, 65-year-old. A great job, as we got many in that category, including in the marathon. I think we had 76 runners in the marathon that were in that age category. When you look at the most senior athletes we have in the field, we've got 5 athletes in the 90-plus division. We'll be seeing some of them soon. Matt Everett is there. You can see this athlete getting guided through the finish line. It really takes a lot if you're suffering out there to keep putting one foot in front of the other, and that's what this is all about. Others who really pace themselves sensibly, and don't forget, it's one of the reasons you have an aid station out there. Christina Robitaille from Yellowknife in Northwest Territories, Chen Lee. We got Catherine Doyle from Seattle, Nicholas Varabioff, Natalie Rampton, Ainera Sains, Durkin Chow, Charlie Hunt, John Dunn, Daisy Huang, Tiffany Zhong, Raj Bansal, Ashley Jordison. We got Windsor, Ontario, represented by Lisa Graham, Damien Leverton, Jamie Hsu, and Conrad Holdenright from Calgary. There's Kristen Colwell, Emma Payne, Rachel Galvan, 19-year-old Bray Price Miskley wrapping up. Some people doing their very first marathon. Our sincere congratulations. If you're doing your first one, of course, we are very proud and pleased and honoured that you would choose the BMO Vancouver Marathon for your inaugural run over 42.2k or 26.2 miles. We got Christine Nelson, Maxime Jablonski, Farham Wazy, Jesse Tang is there as well, Derek West, Mohammed Al Fazwan, From Santa Monica, Dimitri Sizov. We got Lucy Wright, Katrina Church, along with Stephen. They both came in from Squamish to join us, and now coming up to the home stretch and the finish line with Eli McRae, Jenny Trant, Adam Canet, Gurin Legaspi. We've got Majinda Dosange. There's Colleen Roy and Natalie Varga, Paul Jones from North Van. Not the famous Paul Jones, the singer, of course, Manfred Mann, but Paul Jones, the runner. Amy Reed from Cornell is there. Andrea Pongotti. There's Ryan Holland, William O'Reilly, Claire O'Toole, Luke Elliott Chan, the 19-year-old Richmond runner, about to close in and claim a first finish at the marathon distance with Sean Kelly. Mohammed is now there at the line with Jeff Campbell, Alison Clark, Juan Carlos Martinez. Good to see the Irish flag flying there as well, by the way, as the athlete just went across the line. As we got Unionville, Ontario, represented by Pei Ning Guang, Jason Abbott, Garrett Chance, Alexei Slichenyuk is there as well, Alyssa Plant and Pei Ning. We got Andy Plant as well, Dylan Costello, nice to see Houston represented, and McKinney. They're both out of Texas. There's Alison Holm and Koshi Leder, Alexia Liu, Cameron Jacklin, Koshi Leder now wrapping up with Tony Kappen, and Darby Wilkinson, Anthony Cow, Brett Flieger, Wazan Lyons and Alan Hesketh. They're all there as we're coming up to 4:37, about to go over on the clock. Well done, guys. And the stream of runners continues here. And don't forget, we'll be letting you know, we're probably 2 hours away from that, but we'll be letting you know when the final athletes are coming. And very shortly we'll be hearing from Dave Doherty on the exploits around what they can see around this course as well, because he knows Vancouver better than almost anybody. And I want him to tell you about his books in a moment, but also about the course and where he expects people to get support out there on the course, because it's a fabulous run. And you see we've had a number of shirtless runners come through, which suggests that for them, of course, it's been a good day for running. But certainly we wouldn't want to be doing that as we're watching the athletes, including Christina Fedorov, Natalie Varga, Angie Kotsuk Dulay. We got Enrique de Leon Quintana in there, Ryan Legris, Tara, looks like Kayla Turi from Kamloops, and Francesco Madocco from the Okanagan Milky Way. That could be the Keramias Corsten area, of course. Or even it could be Headley, Megan Preddy, Megan Moore. We got Kyra McKinnon in there, and looks like Maeve Carrar. So right now we're going over to Dave Doherty as well. He's going to talk to you about the event and the course, and of course the course we're talking about is the BMO Vancouver Marathon. Over to you, Dave.
Now that it's starting to rain, we need your support more than ever. These individuals have been out doing their best. What a fantastic weekend. The BMO Vancouver International Marathon just keeps on getting better and better thanks to you. Steve, can you believe it's the 52nd year that this event has taken place?
I can believe it because I am older than 50
You can believe it, yeah. And a little bit of rain must fall into everybody's life. And today a little bit of rain fell, but it kind of held off for most of the day. Let's hear it for these amazing athletes. Cheer them on as they make it to the finish of Vancouver's largest, Canada's biggest marathon, the BMO Vancouver International Marathon.
As we saw Jean-Christophe Quintanilla there at the line with Luke Rose, Gilbert Wong, Rebecca Edwards, Jennifer O, Jovy Atkins, Sam Halligan-Fisher. We got Jessie Clipperton there, Natalie Varga from Surrey, and it's good to see so many people. From Berlin, we got Nicholas von Hahn, of course. Berlin is where the world record was set. Kelvin Kiptum, unfortunately, passed away shortly after setting that record. We were very saddened by that, but very proud of for him being 2 hours and 35 seconds. As Charlie Kennan, Nicholas is there, Quinton Hill, Riley Sladish, Leanne Sullivan. Now we have a little bit of rain coming down here as well. And we want to make sure everyone's safe, and we will continue as the athletes will continue, and of course the aid will continue for them out there. All our marshals, our thanks to you for staying on the job. Back to you, David.
Steve, I just wanted to recognize the 3,000 volunteers. While we were sleeping this morning at 2 and 3 in the morning, they were up setting up gantries, aid stations, toilets. Big shout out to the 3,000 volunteers that make this event possible every year. We couldn't do it without your dedicated supports.
That is certainly the case. And don't forget, we had thousands of volunteers helping out 2 weeks ago at the Sun Run. Many athletes finishing there, and so many today. When you've got a full house like this, Blair Miller from Toad River is there. We got, and I don't know if that's Blair Miller, the man who used to be a race walker. He represented BC as a race walker, but if it is, I know he also helped some of the disabled athletes in terms of doing track and field. Carolina Chavez Madero is there. Gary Gill, Jose Fabula. We got Rita Berg, Brenda Berg. They are together from Sedalia, Alberta. We got John Patterson, Ant Kodo is there. Mohammed Kapasan, Shelley Griffiths, Daniel Minnie. We got Camila Schultz, Tatiana Burgos-Mora, and again you can see how happy these guys are as we see another athlete in the 60 plus go through there. Daiwa Bian in the 50 plus, Wayne Gill Martin. And again, some of these guys are happy that it's a little cooler right now. But we do have plenty, someone happy to see a friend at the finish line. Nice job. That's one of our Run Van and BMO workers. Tim Pang. We got Dustin Wu, Timothy Luck, Carlos Imperial, Jeffrey Yasunori Shinoki, Jonathan Aguiar, Patricia Dominguez, Brooke Nelson from Vancouver. It looks like we've got Victoria's Andy McLean and Connor Donahue. Madison Lord is there as well with Laura Hutch, Anderson Silva, Rodrigo Alves. Again, these athletes now coming up to 4:42 since the first of our marathons and the first wave got underway. And don't forget, guys, check out with Sports Stats West. Whoa, that makes me feel cold just seeing that. As we got Diego Lemo there with Jun Lee and Kevin Flynn. Don't forget, you can go online, you can track the athletes as well and go to Sports Stats West to find the results and the breakdowns.
And Steve, as we've mentioned, this is the biggest field that we have had. It's a record-breaking field when we take the half marathon, the full marathon, and the 8K. Over 23,000 participants in this year's events, and we broke every record there is. And I'm also noticing there's a lot more spectators out here this afternoon. It's absolutely fantastic to have the large screens and to have the new grandstands. And thank you so much to each and every one of you with your energy and your cheering. It makes a big difference for the 52nd annual BMO Vancouver International Marathon, an event that just keeps on getting bigger and better, Steve.
It does indeed. As we saw, Royzam Ryan, we got Ian Lowney, Shoei Nagaki there, Jake Fraser, Alicia, Evelyn Bogdansky, Cesar Enrique, we got Shedad McAlpin, Brian Camper, Mariana Jambels, Mark Yang, Braden Al, Sarah Wilson, Mike Pino. Again, I wish I could say a lot about these athletes, but we're just getting a chance to pronounce their names, let alone be able to give you too many details. As Marjorie Bellows, Aïe Barry, Lourdes Santos from Toronto is heading in, with Chris Smith, Mimi Lau, Ting Shi Tan, Ian Cotter. We got Steph Finks out of Mexico City. There's Elena Zakharova, Raquel Gallego, and Eri Yoshida. There is Louise Wright. We got Misal Cuevas out of Ixtapa, Mexico, Robyn Garnardon, and Auckland, New Zealand, represented by Nikki Lydiard. Don't forget the Lydiard running form there. Carmen Hammerquist out of my hometown of Penticton. She's on her way to the finish line once again. Congratulations, Carmen. Don't forget a number of the people do park runs. We had a few people that have been winners. Jen Solomon is there. We've got Pakin Wong, Eckhart Schwalm, Sarah van der Sweep out of Banff is there from Berlin. Eckhart come through the line. Stephen Bui, Christian Okinawa. We got Sarah Neufeld from Maple Ridge, just 18 years of age. At a 4:15 goal, we got a 4:44 on the clock. Don't forget our winners, Sergio Raez Villanueva, won at 2:22.45. Argentina Valdepenas, who set the 10th fastest running time we've seen here before. She did a 2:39.38. We had top 10 women all inside 3 hours, top 10 men with a 10th place at 2:33. So things were fast and furious, and they continue with Garrett Main, Aaron Lynch, Cindy So, Jackie Broom. We got Paul Viegas out of Seattle, the 24-year-old. He too now approaching line with Tiep Tran of Kitchener, Ontario, Ashkan Ale. We got Gaia Uligan from Carlisle, Manitoba, Emma Montron, one of our locals as well, with Ashley Elias, Veronique Ulrich from Calgary, I believe, with Brian Dick of Nanaimo. There's two athletes from Seoul, Korea, Hee Kim and Sang-Hoo Lee. They too are now approaching the line. Under the arch they go together. Looked like they were filming that as well as Jake Mitchell, Yannick Steikhofer. We got Charlotte Silway, Joshua Vaughan from Delta. There's Angus Hugh, Dave Lennon as well as Hill, Brian Campo, Martina Bell. It's getting a little cooler right now. Don't forget, get some coffee or hot chocolate. Stay around. We want you to enjoy maybe a nice cup of tea and a scone, but stay around and support the athletes as they are really, really pleased to find the level of support they're getting from you. Let's keep the cowbells going. Let's keep the drums going. Lena Von Bruin is through. Stephen Lee is through. We are less than 15 minutes away from the 5 hour mark. There's Carly Nelson. Don't forget Carrie Nelson, no relation, but he was one of our Olympians, a man who's won marathon. He's done a 2:10 in his career. He's now would be in the 60-plus division, but not with us today. But Dallin Porter, Leticia Elizabeth Herrera Hernan was, Alonso Guillermo Paez Martinez is there, Anya Ashton, Chia Chifu, Mike Pence, not Mike Pence, the American, of course, but hang tough, as they say. As we got Keith Holmes, Julia Spital, we got Kwok Kwong Cheong, there's Jacqueline Turville, Edmonton's Kaylee Dixter, Joey Victorino from New West is going, Brennan, we got Simon Tremblay from Abbotsford, the 22-year-old, he wanted to go 4:35, we'll find out what that time is, in actual time it's 4:46 on the clock. Katerina Hyman, Rick Bully, Vladislav Zaichenko, Dave Ekbar, we got Kowai Michael Lee there, John Funiak, we got Luke Wheeler, Zhuang Kai Xiao is also up there, we've also got Mary and Jim Hines watching the action and supporting the athletes as they do for BC Athletics time after time. Vintech Gill next up, Kenneth Mugisha, Luis Damian Sanchez Guzman, he's out of Vancouver. We've got Rachel Mailing, Galia Banani, 19-year-old Vancouver. There's Morris Bayways, we've got Luis Miguel Maclas out of Mexico City, Felicia Tanidonias, we got Emma Black in there, Wanim Deng, Angie Waimei, Elisa Hill, Ada Kao, Hing Fei Wong, I believe from Richmond, there's Ashley Forbes, Clefira Ilmakova, Connor Jones is there, we got Jamie Samoilov, Annan Gill, it looks like Kulba Greywell, Amadou Diallo, nice one. Amadou Diallo, that's a famous name in music as well. We got Cameron Ali, Maria Beckett, we got Darren Kemp, Ranil Ingles, Jonathan Pideman, Fernanda Setclaric with Jacqueline Lamprey out of Vancouver, Oscar Graceman, Jenny Gonzalez, Blake Nolte, Fu Lok Palm, I believe, Suravko Laborish there from Vancouver next up. And I believe Emma Rivard is just meters away from the finish. And then Batar Esikau Nyangakur, the 20-year-old, he's got a 4:47 on the clock as he heads towards that beautiful blue arch that represents the finish of the 2024 BMO Vancouver Marathon. Christian Bedetem is there. We've got Emma Rathborn, Georgia McGowan, 70 years of age, out of Surrey, arriving at the finish line. Well done. Big performance here as Kivan Webb, Eric Zhu, Lilia Val, they're all closing in. Anna Bangeris, Agata Martin Oisemek. We've got Shek Him Wan, the 67-year-old Vancouverite, McKendrick Hallworth from Port Alberni, from Zapapan, Andrea Muguia Figueroa, Jennifer Trong, just meters ahead there as they are heading together to the line. We've got this beautiful finish for these athletes as well. Don't forget, we've got plenty of action beyond that finish line, because beyond there, they got the food, they got the drinks, they got the medals, they got the recovery stations and the celebrations that will follow. Don't forget, you can celebrate if you want to go into Preston's. You can get a good meal there, you can get a hot drink there, and then you can come out and join us as we continue to wrap things for these athletes who are on their way to the line with Joey Lee, Leah Jackson, Julie Van Weston, Paul Dillon, Sergio Maldonado, Eric Marino, Michael Marley, Andre Marceletto, Sebastian Melomar, Colton Vack and Samuel Loy. We've got Kevin James there as well as Flavius Ferluzzi. There's Alex Chalice just along with him, and Maura Jennings, Carl Moodley, Alex Barcelona from Westmount, Quebec. He too is on his way with Chris Hastings Pitar, Tony Grang, Tobias Farndreich, along with Simeon and Patrick. Look at that, father and two sons out of Vancouver, Patrick, Simeon and Tobias Farndreich. Nice to have you with us, guys. There's Bruce Kai, Ashling Groom, Shu Shirai. We've got Ann Harris, Yuan Wam. Lyndon Johnson is there as well. Not, of course, the gentleman who left us some years ago as the #1 man in the US, but Naoki Suehiro from Urusoi is there. Jacqueline Foley, Fiona Yip. And again, you can see these happy campers, because even on gun time, they are 10 minutes plus inside the 5-hour mark. It's amazing how quickly time goes when you consider for the half marathoners, they started at 7 o'clock. Over to you, David.
This event just keeps on getting better every year. It began back in 1972, if you can believe it. And just to keep in mind, for next year, the event is always held the first Sunday in May. And we'd like to thank quickly all of our sponsors. Of course, the BMO, Bank of Montreal, have been with us for a long time. What an incredible company, and they just keep on funding us and supporting us, and it is absolutely fantastic. One of our newer sponsors are Turkish Airways, who just came on board this year. And Turkish Airways are giving away a couple of tickets to anywhere they fly. And that'll be happening, and we'll give you the names of those winners coming up in case you entered that contest. But thank you to the province of British Columbia, Via Sport BC, Sport Hosting Vancouver, The Running Room, Brooks, Exact, Noon, Alkis Water, Young Pharmacy, Stance, Garmin, Stay Vancouver Hotels, Marquest, Fitness World, Road Race Labels, Athletic Canada, and Harmless Harvest. The 17 companies that stepped up as partners to help us put on this amazing annual event. It's the 52nd running of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon.
And here we are now, less than 10 minutes away from the 5-hour mark for these athletes. So if we've got athletes back there, maybe a mile, and they realise they're within that final mile, and you want to get a sub 5-hour clocking, especially for the photograph, especially for what it feels like. Your spirit, of course, lifted by the fact that you've gotten through 25 miles plus, and we want you to get a sub 5 on clock time, as we got Paul Cunningham, Rory Sanderson, Darcy Deer, Ayush Singh, Lindsay Surrey, we've got Needy Missouri, Rosie Glass, Young Woo, Oliver Cook, we've got Marianne Poirier from Halifax, Nova Scotia in there, with Brendan van der Veen also from North Van, from Hamilton, Ontario. Justin is alongside, so the two bros finishing off together with Aldo Barrera, Brandon Hart, Kelly Finney, Takeru Nagatsu from Shinjuku City in Japan, of course. And again, it's thrilling to see how many Japanese athletes we have with us. Now, just say on behalf of the Japanese athletes, we have, it is Eric Cheney, of course, we want to thank him. So for them, we want to say Eric Cheney, Reisien, volunteer, no Minasan, sponsor, and Kunki Yaku, no Minasan Kono, Subarashi, Reisni, Sankashite, Itadeke, Arigato Gozaimasu. As we see Graham Beaton, Phoebe Medinsky from Lone Butte, Melissa Smith, Stephen Wu, Daniel Plort, Alexander Hutchins from Kirkland. We got Rich Peters, Sophie Keith, Ethan Chang in there, the 18-year-old from Richmond. Farzad Rajab Ali from Coquitlam. We've got Danielle McLean from Lions Bay. From Hopkinton, that looks like Scott Lennox, a 77-year-old who's on his way to the line as well. Brilliant job. We've got Matthias Brunel from Hamburg, Germany, also on his way to the line with Jackson Sinclair, Kerry Cutler, Jeff Giesbrecht from Clearwater, Man Hong Kwan, Peter Thielemann from Calgary. There's Tina Ching, Ting Kong. We got Cheng Chen and Ashley Felicio, Jordan Shipley, Philip Lublinshis. We got Emmanuel Chianis out of Vancouver, Noel Jensen, Annie Ye, Laura Murphy, Maria Bell and Cepeda Navarro, Leonardo Daniel La Hoya Caro, the two Vancouverites together as they close on in with Tim Rosebush and Carlos Gabriel Cervantes Ruiz. Kathleen Frankenberg is there as well to the line. Nicholas Culver, the 27-year-old. There's Ping Lee from Vancouver, the 6-year-old, with Lima, Peru, represented, of course, by Walter Flores. He won to 4:12. We got a 4:53, less than 7 minutes to the 5-hour mark. There's Carson Choi, and we got Steve in there as well. Steve Goodings from Parramatta. Nice to have you with us. Good to have so many Australians in the field. As Jaden Strong, Kirsten Deasy are there. We got Garrett Kenny, Charlie Lowe, Rachel Lund, Oscar Sora. What a performance from him as Mexico City's Mauricio Vera flew through the line. He's got Alex O'Donnell behind him, Christian Adian, Sandoval Branderby represent. Ji Kun Wang out of Richmond. John Fash from Kimberley. There's Yu Pang, Lee Robinson. He's closing in as well, hard and fast with Corey Weber of Port Hardy, Uriah Sinisa out of Langley. There's Dylan Doucette arriving and from Mexico City. Liliana Cabeza is there with Jaime Gonzalez from Coquitlam with Paul Brooks sandwiched in between them. Viet V Fung Du from Richmond. Killian Ballard from Seattle is there. Larika Taya, Maya Hartleben from Seattle. We got Tom Arang and Hu Ming Wong and Osam Cheng, I believe it is. Osam Kapai from Vancouver. We got Petrino Cheng. We got Andres Lancheres, Huang Van from Mississauga. There's Sylvia Stewart from Laval, Quebec. Sylvia now in the women's 60-64 division. Behind them, we've got, I believe, Dane Na from Milton, Ontario. Fred's right. We've got Sabrina Begley from Bayside, New York. Ross M right there from Vancouver. And Roslyn represented by Scotia Daigle. Don't forget Roslyn. Unfortunately, we lost one of our greatest there as well. Not recently, one of the greatest cross-country runners and cross-country skiers of all time, and a great coach. Unfortunately, no longer with us, but his grandson could be in the Olympics at the 10,000 metres. Derek Lee comes through. Saw Derek yesterday as well. Had a good chat with him, the Burnaby runner. He had a good chat with, of course, Evan Dunfee yesterday. There's Annika. We got Ben Ashcroft, Mimi Zanka, Edward Lefevre out of Ocala in Florida. And it looks like Richard Bitcoin. Not Bitcoin, Bitcoin. We got Caitlin Rhodes in there, Hikaru Marida, Cody Bolduck, Jordan Stroop. We're now less than 5 minutes to the 5-hour mark. You guys who can hear us, if you are now within 1 kilometre of the finish, you're going to really have to motor. If you're within 800 metres, it is doable. We got 4.5 minutes for you to get here with a sub-5 gun time on the clock, as Joshua Balasadas has done so. Charlie Ryan, Edward Lalonde, Steve Smith, Rachel Empson, the 60-year-old. We got William Elkington there. Michaelis Kempfeld Guzzo from Stuttgart, Germany. There's Susie Larada. We got Rosie Lopez, Zypus, Chris Maduda there. Kwok Chow Lee, Dasha Gorakova, Dominic Ellis Gray, Olivia Cuba, Eduardo Esparza, Toby Coyle. They are flying in right now as we are coming up to 4 minutes before we get to the 5-hour mark. Mitch Comu, Jody Caro. We got 2 Victoria runners there, and Vancouverite Renee Yang. She too is moving fast as Georgia Plasteris is closing in with Mark Lafleur, Alan Brankovic. We got Tyler Hansen, Brenton Harris, Nicola Yee. We have more spectators now than we've ever seen at the finish line, because we've got more runners, more loved ones out there, and more finishers inside 3 hours, inside 4 hours, and shortly inside 5 hours, because we are about 3 minutes away from that. As the athletes will look up, we go over to David.
And let's keep in mind that these athletes have been training for months and months, every Sunday, getting up early, going on 20, 25, 40K runs. It is amazing, the determination, the effort, the perseverance, and the focus that they have focused upon. Sunday, May the 5th. This is the day that they've been training for months and months, and this is where they're just digging as deep as they can to pull it out to hit a personal best. It is absolutely amazing. Steve and I will be here till the end. If you are tracking a relative or a friend, don't forget you can track where they are right now on bmovanmarathon.ca/live. And we'll be here, rain or shine, probably rain, for a couple more hours.
And I just saw Michael Woods go through the finish line a moment ago. He's celebrating his 60th birthday here with us today, the man from Vancouver. Congratulations. We've got people like Brenda Cordell and Tiffany Nguyen celebrating their 50th. We've got two people, David Himmel and Ashik, celebrating their 40th, and we'll be celebrating more finishers inside 5 hours here. Sydney Doling, Pedro Shakar, Quintin Chung, Irma Wild come on through. We got Valeria Kolosova, Taha Kijazi, we got Herman Kwan, Brandon Borgart, and Ahmed Marsuk Gabriela. We got Haley Wahlberg, Damon Cholo, Robyn Spence, Suzanne Squires from Boise, Idaho, the 67-year-old on her way through. As ladies and gentlemen, look at the clock. We are now just 2 minutes away from the 5-hour mark, as Tay Sewell, Felipe Gonzalez are closing in. Leo Lung, we got Jasmine Wu, Eduardo Flores Pompa from Mexico, Matt Barrera is there from Langley, Kaylee Muxlow, Madison Mills, Vicky Lee, Ryan Evans from Birdwood, from Penticton, Carmen Nadro, the 59-year-old, nice to see him up there. Camel Nixu, I see often racing and running around in Penticton, of course, training for this event. As we got Katrina Baptiste, nice to see another member of the Penticton Indian Man coming to the line as well. Brilliant job, as we got members of the Osoyas band, also part of the Baptiste family. Don't forget, they used to have a chief, Sam Baptiste, a number of years ago. And we got Tam Albaya, Paul Kochansky, Anthony Grease, Grace Kashiwagi from Amor. There's Genti Lai. Ladies and gentlemen, look, we're shortly going to be 1 minute away from 5 hours. And don't forget, these athletes started at 8:30 because we had a 7 o'clock start, of course, for the half marathoners. Melanie Hennessy is there. Here we are. We're about to go into the final minute before we have gun time of 5 hours. Let's see how many now we can help get a sub-5 clocking for their photograph that represents a big finish. Anna Juarez is there, Steve Shilston, Owen Gibbs, Patricio Zentina, Erin Mactons from Sylvan Lake, that has a great event there on the ice in the winter, of course. That's 100k of skating there. They also have a half Ironman triathlon. Narciso Osorio, ladies and gentlemen, look at the clock as we're about to enter the final 30 seconds before 5 hours. Push, push, push. You can look up the road. We've got the finisher waiting you. Max Creighton is there. Sarah Martinelli. There you go. We got also from Phoenix, Arizona. There's Nina Williams. Zika Trajovic. Josiah is there. We got Christine Mohan, Laurie Struber, Tyler Seabrook. They're about to come on in as we count down to the final 10 seconds to 5 hours. We got 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we are, 5 hours right on the dot for those guys. Well done. Gary Ballard went through. from Bury St Edmunds, Anna Scarf. Bury St Edmunds in the UK, of course, with Victor Wong, Shulian Dong out of Beijing, China, just came through the line. We've got Carly Wilhelm, Maya Oland and Carl Steen, Andy Williams, Cornelius Poon. We got Holly Mitchell from Whistler and Arnie Robyn out of Vancouver with Megan Dubé, Simon Joubert, and looks like Hagensburg represented there. Ivy Strother, nice job there. It's Anna Petchard from Port Moody, Brandon Leong. We've got Curtis Bowden out of Quesnel. I don't know if she's listening. No relation to Roy Bowden, of course, but Mold World Champion at the Ironman distances. We got Marco Lamb, Courtney Trotter, Leah Beamer from LaSalle, Manitoba, Phil Hashi out of Agassiz. Nice to see them represented here. So we got Antonio Imperial, Hang Xion Lin from Maple Ridge, just moving to 60 plus, and Christopher Goldie in the 65 plus from Cheltenham in Great Britain. We also have Claudette Tahandlegate out of Victoria. There's Alan Tam. We've got Brooks Papai. Don't forget Brooks, one of our sponsors. No relation, of course, but Alan Brooks, also a race director of the Toronto Waterfront Marathon. There's Pocky Ho, Madison Albrecht, Chris Walker. So San Diego, Pocky Ho representing Hong Kong. Jan Johannes of Vancouver, Hannah Steigler there, Marianne Astoria, Charlotte Ormrod. Nice to see that. I don't know if related, but Kyle Ormrod, one of our great Ultraman competitors. We have Emi Koda, Arnold Young, Luis Felipe Mendez from Zapopan, Arturo Corona now about to arrive at the line, the Mexican finisher. And again, we're absolutely delighted to see how many of our Mexican friends took on the race here with us today at the different distances. And you look at the sheer volume. We have with us 530 Mexicans. When you look at the countries, we have 57 countries represented, all the way from South Africa to Argentina, Australia, Austria, Belgium, Bermuda, Bolivia, Brazil. We have Switzerland, Chile, China, Colombia, Costa Rica, the Czech Republic, Germany, Ecuador, Spain, Finland, France, Great Britain, Greece, Guatemala, Hong Kong, Indonesia. We have India, Ireland, Iran, Israel, Italy, Japan, Kenya, of course, Korea, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Macedonia, Mexico. We have Nigeria. We also have the Netherlands and Norway represented, as well as New Zealand, Pakistan, Peru, the Philippines, Poland, Puerto Rico. It looks like Russia, Senegal, Singapore, Sweden, Thailand, Trinidad, Tobago, Taiwan, the Ukraine, and the US with a massive number of 2,275 runners.
Steve, you got to consider where these people have come from. You got to consider what time they started. They all started at the same time, 8:30 this morning. And here's where they went. Started at Queen Elizabeth Park, ran up Canby, down 49th west towards Crown Street, up the Crown Street Hill, into UBC, all the way around the University of British Columbia Endowment Lands, through Jericho, Spanish Banks, Locarno, down along Kitts Beach, over the Burrard Street Bridge. They went all the way around Stanley Park, and now they're making their way up Pender Streets to the finish line in downtown Vancouver. Let's hear it for all of our runners.
And that last song you heard was by none other than Chris Rea, the great British rock and roller. And that was Road to Hell. We hope it's been anything but a road to hell for the athletes today. As here we are with 5:03 on the clock. We've got Jonathan Lopez, Jimmy Vu, Jacob Patterson. Nicely Scarborough, Ontario represented, as well as, of course, the host city with Asa Berger and Megan Phillips, Alex Coe. We've got Baron Coe from Woodside, New York. We've got Queenie Young Jun Cheong from Vancouver. Maria Elsa from Salt Spring Island. Nice to have you come over. As we got Casey Lee. Bill Tobin is there from Alameda, California. Richard Young Chong. Chiao Chu Cheng is there. Arsenius Borisov. We got Paul Nolan, the 72-year-old from Jessup, Maryland. Thanks for joining us. As Lisa Patterman, Jason Ong, Jaden Schmeiser from Hastings, Minnesota. Also up with Nicole Jagodka from Langley. We also have Joel Trotter, Sarah Lowe, Alexander Plant came in from Houston, Texas. Jackie Kwok from Kurashiki. That's in Japan, of course, and we are so appreciative. Keigo now at the arch. Look at that, 5:04 on the clock. The man with the pink hair. How bad is that? He looks good. Rick Cooney, nice to see you, Rick. So I'm yesterday Alejandro Rangel Barrette there with Mike Tagami, Sharon Visser, Kevin Marr, Mike Gustafson, 2 Richmond runners. As obviously when we talk about Richmond, you got Ethan, of course, as well, and we've got our great hammer thrower that's from Richmond. We got Jorge Bustamante, we got Gillian Canahan from Trail, the second athlete from Trail we've seen come to line. Arabi Eluderi from Burnaby is there, Peter Kanarek from Maple Ridge, Ganymed Nurgaliev from Burnaby, there's Patrick Ing, Philip Lamb, Rob Gill, Michelle Mosley, Ryan Marr, Lucas Muller, Herong, and there we have a pacer. Look at that flag, nice to see. We've got one of our First Nations runners come through the line just a moment ago there with the flag flying, and let's have these spirit drums going there at the finish line as well. Really appreciate that. And don't forget Ryan Day, one of the greatest Canadian marathoners. He used to be the chief of the Bonaparte Nation up there in Salmon Arm. Not racing with us today, but he sends his best wishes to all the athletes. He was on our marathon camp years ago as well. And don't forget, we've seen, of course, Tommy Longboat, who's won the Boston Marathon before. But the greatest Canadian at the Boston Marathon, 4-time winner, Gerard Coate. He used to actually smoke a cigar at the end of the race. And if you want to do that now, it's okay, just do it outside. But Pamela Carolina Villafani Chabet is there. Doug Path, we got Lise Bosar, we got Jason Osman, Jack Jars, Kim Black from Edmonton, Vanessa Wheeler, Adam Jurgens, Dominic Gurrell, Melanie Pedro, Chandria Martinez, Richard Davis, Riley Lowe, Bradley Higgins out of Victoria, along with Paulina Peraza Maya. Where's Paige Doyle coasting in here? These guys have 4:15 goals. We've got 5:06 presently on the clock. You can see that gentleman there. He's suffering, but look at that. He's putting in effort. Let's get ready to welcome in that Dominic Gurrell, I believe, who's clocking in. He will be with us at the line. He's only got a few meters to go to wrap up his day. Can we have medics available for him? Please get ready to catch him as he's about to come under the arch, and he's made it successfully with a 5:06.43. He's across. Well done, my friend. Excellent job there. As Paulina Peraza Mayo there from Victoria, you can tell he just needs a chair and some support there. What an effort. You can only imagine what it's like, because it's slightly uphill here for the last 800 metres as the athletes make that turn. Some know they've got the sprint left in their legs. Some know, I've got to keep the pace I'm at right now. I've got to keep steady. The last thing you need is to get a cramp here. That actually happened last week in Hamburg to our very own champion as well, previous champion at the half as well as the full. And I'm referring, of course, to Natasha Wodak, who had stomach cramps here. And there's one of our Ukrainian runners I can see going across the line with a 5:07. We've got a Ukrainian run team here with us. We've got Lubna Alazuru, we've got Shauna Delaney. We got Dea Casey, Tucker Roberts coming in from Seattle, Sergio Avalos, Daniel Flores Jimenez from Burnaby, Ben Summerfield next up there with Dawn Whitaker, Bridget Russell, Arnold Sikanani out of White Rock there with Harley Harris. She came in from Cave Creek, Arizona. Elizabeth Kresge is there. And again, the bare-chested runners, I don't know how they can do that on a day like this, but they know what they're doing, and no one seems any worse for wear. As we got Ian Backer, Joe Solinap, Sturgeon County represented there. Nice as G.E. Marr from Burnaby is clocking in with Kelly Felgenhauer from Burnaby. Also with Jade Vance and Adrian Knowles-Love. Melissa Mateo from New West is clocking in with Alexis Torres-Gonzalez and Kunle Adelaide from Langley. It's Kenneth Sin, Johnson Robert Go from Quezon City. Nice to have the Philippines represented here with us as well. Rene Salazar, don't forget Salazar, very famous name, Alberta, of course, who won the Comrades Marathon before. We got Amakuma, we got Tinu Bassi, Nicholas Shearers, we got Mike Searle, Jose Casas, Jose Labelle, both there. One from San Diego, one from Mexico. Teresa Generoso. And if Phil Robinson is around, Phil, I really appreciate what you sent to me yesterday. Sergio Ferrari Filho and Michael Taweliak are closing in with Hazel Peakman is there. Sergio Ferrari Filho, by the way, came in from Brazil to run here in Canada, so we appreciate that. As Dexter Rabias, Amy Scott, Brendan Harder, Viviana Schiffman, they're all clocking in with Luis Sanchez Cardenas from Mexico City, Kimi Hernandez from Oakland, California, Jia Ling Liu out of Victoria, and Caroline Jung from Vancouver. Campbell Rivers and Morgan Healy is approaching Matt Kolb alongside Akihiro Tamasiwawa out of Funabashi Shii in Japan. We got Yui Diao, Whitney Sawyers, and Parisian Beach, represented by Angela Paddock. Whitney, by the way, out of Prince George. That's, I believe behind her is Brian Harapnak out of Vancouver with Micah Ramsik-Jans from La Brocquerie West. We've got Manitoba represented there, Zach Palmer from Lake Country, Brittany Diganova with Sinis Arashlik, Carrie from Nicole Almeida, Leaf and Lee. We got Mike Anderson from Campbell River. They just continue to pour in, and the day still good. There's no one suffering too much, and we hope you're not suffering out there as you watch the action. Please stay warm, get some hot drinks, stay around, because the athletes are loving what they're hearing here, and we're loving what we're witnessing, and we're loving Dave Doherty being back with us once again. Over to you, Dave.
Steve, I don't think that I can recall such a colorful finish line. I'm looking at all the flags we have down here. We have over 60 different countries, people representing 60 countries running in the marathon, and some of the flags are represented here. We've got an awful lot of cowbells. Let's hear you ring your cowbells. And then we've got 4 women standing over there with hamburger hats on their heads. I'm not really sure what they are, but they have hamburger hats on their heads. And we love it, the colorful nature of this. Yeah, what are they? What are you wearing? Hamburger hats? That's what they are, the hamburger head women. Welcome to the marathon. You bring a lot of color and humor and spontaneity to the event. Keep on shouting, keep the energy up. This is when the runners need you most.
And we just saw Nisa Galban from Austin, Texas, through the line with Maricel Lerio, Teresa Zard, Jeanette Leung, Andy Tung, Arjan Lale. And we do want to thank Rocco for once again doing the sound for us here. Great music, great sound. And they were there putting up speakers yesterday and this morning very early. The man needs some sleep later on, and we'll do that around 7-hour mark, no doubt. As Chung Kai Tao is there with Ed Roberts, Matt Pixton, Alex Cheadle, and Pedro Fraccaroli Nader. We got Ileana Di Fabro there from Calgary approaching. Matt Russell. We got Beige Delaney Hurd from Abbotsford. From Austin, Texas, Shalaya Hayden is next up with Vince Chung. And from Renton, we got Sequoia Han with Pan Yu. Mei Wang are clocking in as well with Atlesh Mahrani. As Darren Fuchs, we've got Chad Levitt, Amar Murray next up, a 19-year-old chap. Well done. The Langley runners through with Dave Bailey just behind Bailey Russell and Dave Butler, Chelsea Arden, Colton Zeroni. We've got Minoru Nagaoka, a 19-year-old Matthew Hebert out of Surrey. We've got Sam McFadden Quastel, the 19-year-old. He too across the line now. Shirley Lee, Francis Lenkaya out of Surrey is approaching. Jocelyn Singh. Ian Stewart, the 20-year-old from Comox, he too is on his way. Well done, my friend there. We got Derek Lapoyat and Ryan Emright. Ian Stewart is now wrapped up. There's Kelly Fan Young. We got Sarah Dorsey approaching. Chun Chie Chu. We got Sabrina Shane. Olivia Rumley out of Kelowna from Redding, California. Josh Hoynes is about to join us and come under the arch. He's got company in the form of Chi Man Khan out of South San Francisco. Devi Saini from Surrey is there. Stephen Chong Ni from Vancouver. Katrika Morris from San Francisco. And then we got 3 Vancouverites, Aidan Toy, John Cook, Susan Yui, last year in the 55-59 division. But alongside them, Anish Krishnan, Emily Edwards from Austin, Texas, great city, Manoj Nambutiri from Coquitlam, Justin Pierce from Miami, Florida, Mary Fiennes and Ryan Tut, Courtney in Vancouver represent from Sai Kung. It is Hoi King Louis, Matthew Bridges out of Victoria. Want to go 4.5 with 5:12 presently on the clock as Fatima Del Rio is clocking in with Nathan Lau from Burnaby, Wei Yan out of Coquitlam. From Whistler on the way to the line, we've got Holly King, the 31-year-old. She's got Wing Tai Lee from Burnaby and from Bellingham. 69-year-old Tom Sloan is going to be clocking in here very shortly. He's about 40 metres now away from the finish. Want to set up and thank those people that are here at the finish to greet these athletes. You can imagine how good it feels for them. Here's Tom. Here's Adeline Thames from Vancouver. Leisha Marquez from Vancouver. From Richmond, Jeffrey Liu. Paul Balaban from Markham, Ontario. Justin Nagut from Winnipeg. Chris Matthews from Woodinville, Washington. Song Ann out of Edmonton. Antoine Nien out of West Van. We've got Petros Zabenko, I believe, is clocking in. He's another Calgarian with Tasei Nakajima out of Vancouver. There's Andrew McDermott, Fouts from Pinchot from Zapopan, Mexico. Murray Giuseppe Gueda Cruz. We've got Lauren Bacho, Philippe Fouché, Dawn Walker, Sarah Tarr, Jesse Reeve, Frankie Grinoda out of Chilliwack. Another Chilliwacklite. There is Jose Ignacio Galicia, Mario Mucino Flores. We got Daniel Berg clocking in with Laura Corbett. Diane Bouquet out of Victoria, the 63-year-old with Derek Chen out of Richmond. Lucas McAbeen, Valine Thwaites out of Oliver. Good to see Oliver. They just hosted their 10K race there as well. And nice to see the lady who won that 10K also taking part in the sun run. We got Connie Wong, McEwen Watts, Alicia Tonyes, Alan Nozor is there. We got Charlotte Dudley, Natasha Dudley, Stephanie Piggin is there, John Asher, Catherine Smith. They are still coming fast and furious and in big numbers as we get Marnie Seago, Shuka Farog, Vicky Nikki Schweitzer, Nicole Grief came in from Nashville, Tennessee. There's Dennis Leung, Yaiko Takahashi out of Seattle. There followed Jacqueline Antonieta Herrera Herner. As they continue to move through, I can see John Tomlinson checking his watch. We want to thank the 30 photographers that are here for Marathon Photo. John doing a wonderful job setting up for them. As we got Andy Hale, we got Thomas Lynham, Yi Mo from Shanghai, China. He's on his way to the line. Katarina Schwab is there. Simone Popek, we got Brian Cook, we got Kunal Rakshi from Ottawa, Martha Cosolia Mara, Stephen Brown, Davidson Ramos, Stephen Coleman, Jordan Trotter from Kelowna, Carrera Caldwell from North End, Amelia Ching Young Fok out of Kowloon. Nice to have you with us. Come a ways to join us, as a lot of athletes have, of course. When we say 57 different countries, we're absolutely delighted. And there are some people from countries we've never had race here in Vancouver before. But what a day it's turning out to be. David Hallen, Ashwell Bramley, Lilian Wu, Vijay Mundlapati. We got Huin Nan Ho, Don Wang from Richmond. There's Greg Eschenmuller from Vancouver, Jennifer Reed, Matthew Di Pomponio from Pitt Meadows. Kathy Lee from Boise, Idaho. She's on her way into the line with, I believe, Nemo Zhao out of Burnaby and Coke Williams. Admir Khadredovic. There's Anna Beery from Brighton. I think that's Brighton, England. Great to see that, of course. They usually have that big ultra run, the London to Brighton. I've actually been second and third there in my time. As we got Anna Berry, Leon Sam, Stephanie Hernandez from Oakland, California. It looks like we've got Vivian Young as well approaching line with Yvonne He and Lael Solomon out of Kamloops. Emma Schleitel from Vancouver is closing in with Thomas Hung, and Burnaby's Karsten Cheng, the 32-year-old, looking at 4:45 again. We don't know what these actual times are. This is gun time for the first wave of 4 or 5 waves that started off. Jason Metcalf is clocking in here, the Chilliwack runner, with Sean Baden and Sean Hogarth. North Van and Van represented, both at 25 years of age. Behind them, Luis Azevedo from Nanaimo. Then from Beverly Hills, we got Gina Kim, we got Jinjuja Supamongo Karchai out of Vancouver. There's Tatlon Ho from Coquitlam. Final year in the 65 to 69 division as well for him. So congratulations, it's a big day as he'll move up and hopefully join us next year. There's the gentleman on the far side. Congratulations him. Tatlon Ho now under the arch. We've got Kelly Khan, Lauren Fugetta, Wingsi Sin from Coquitlam, Nicholas Vettelli, 18 years of age. We've got Akari Nakamura, Andrew Dick is in there, Justin Steen, Ricardo Espinosa as well with Nicky Kusnud out of Toronto, Justin Steen also Toronto runner. There's Megan Woods, we've got Matthew G, Katie Plavin from Los Angeles, 21-year-old. There's Spencer Loft, Baron Alp as well as Kimberly Pickett from Delta, Jennifer Fawkes out of Port Moody, El Marquez represented by Irvin Lopez, Ashkan Ranavadi from North Van clocking in here just meters away. Kate Taylor, there's Tegan Johnson from Victoria on her weight line, 5:17 on the clock as Rafael Fabrice Martinez is closing in from Tilsonburg, Ontario. We've got Tammy Carl, Sydney Ferraby, and from Cologne, Germany with Fabian Conan. There's Jamshid Hashimi from West Van, from Langley, Paul Vincent Serapio, Riley Carson from Beaumont, Alberta, from Ajax, Ontario, Urko Abdurrahman. We've got Catherine McCarthy from Vancouver, Suganami City represented by Harumi Kawabata who's approaching. Canada in holiday of Tanashinde. We wish you well as you come to Canada and you run to the line. She's under the arch there. Well done, Harumi. 58 years of age from Suganami City. There's Liz White from Banff, Devon Trowell. We got Lilibet Bagley, Curtis Widener, Gerline Dhaliwal from Hamilton, Ontario. Adam Steyer is here. We've got Chris Hangteal, Giddy Zipori, the 65-year-old from Hot Asheron. Nice to have you with us, Giddy. There's Wendy Watts. We've got Mark Matusco, David Cho, and Neil Kamwar, Tina Chung. Adam, I believe, Seaton, that's 19 years of age. He's followed by Taryn Hill, Matthew Guthrie, Misa Matsuo, Nicole Merrill. We've got Taryn Hill from St. Petersburg, Florida, also on the way to line with Celeste Kai, Trevor White. We got Leah Blackburn from Vancouver, from Penticton, Silke Van Dam. Nice to have you with us, Silke. As we got, don't forget, it's a gentleman who's going to join us in Penticton who took second place there today, a former winner of the event, and we were delighted because I'm referring, of course, to the man who was 8th last year, Chris Balestrini, a very happy camper, Alison Christensen.
Only in a city like Vancouver would the spectators stick around in the rain. Congratulations for all of you spectators for not leaving. We need you now more than ever. The weather forecast is not getting any better. It's 100% chance of rain for the next 2 hours. We'll be here till the very end. We want you to stick around. Don't go anywhere. You're at the 52nd running of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon, in the pouring rain in beautiful downtown Vancouver.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting soaked here. We just need to move our table away, but we don't want to get away from what's happening on the course. As Renato Malabanana clocks in with Daniel Raez. Also there at the line. Congratulations. We're looking now at a time with 5:19 on the clock. And we have Cameron Gansevel from Kamloops, Roberto, Isaac Vasquez Cordova. We got Alistair Booth, Aaron Mitra, Joe McKeegan, Lane Chimichik, Helen Shang, Sydney Walker from Seattle, Junwoo Park, the 68-year-old who's clocking from Seongnam-si. We got Danielle Peltier from Victoria, Kathleen Leach, John Duke, Amanda Thornhill, James Meng, Danny O'Toole, Abner Young. We got Emma Girard from West Kelowna, from Portland, Oregon. Mia Holder is now arriving at the line. Hit a goal around 4.5 with 5:20 at this time. Plenty of action, plenty of people, plenty of time left as Mia Holder comes on through with Siu Zhang. Derek Sayer, we got Chilliwax, I believe James Evans. There's Brooke Lowen, the 27-year-old from Abbotsford, with Josh Nelson just meters back of her, and Asia Lund out of Kamloops, and Portland, Oregon's Landy Villiard. Jacob Anderson, we got Noella Shue from Edmonton, Abbotsford, Jonathan Dick, Jordan Springman, and Qualicum Beach represented by Jeremy Martin. We got Jonathan Maron next up there with Schriemer, Brian Below, Neil Turner, Olivia Ferrara, and I believe from Newcastle, Washington, that is Marie Tobianski, Alison Valentine, Rachel Sorchuk, Devin Beach here as well, as we congratulate the athletes who are clocking in here with Keong Hong Park. You can imagine these athletes want to get here now as quickly as possible because time is going to be a difference for them, but they want to get the fastest time, but they also want to stay warm, and we've got clothing for them. As soon as they finish, they're able to pick up there, as we've got Ed Parfit, Yasunori Akita from Edagawa. There's Madison Bradshaw. We've got Winston Young, Norbert Banyi, Nathaniel Reseda, Gopal Patel, Jose Mauricio Reyes, Gomez Velasquez. Out of Concal, we've got Elizabeth Caddo from Providence, Rhode Island. Nice to see you. Kro Siang Foon is next up there with Liam Gallagher, Pragnesh Patel, Yevgeny Ivinik. We've got Sherry Gonzalez Dosa from Surrey, from Oakville, Ontario. Samantha Farah, not related to Mo Farah, of course, but that man who's won Olympic gold medals at 5,000 and 10,000 meters. Great job from him. But we got Carsten Krause and Murthy Munisawara out of Edmonton, Yasmin Abari, Hasimadeep Makar, Javier Alcantara from Medipech. Carsten Krause came in from Dusseldorf, Germany to join us, as well as Haruko Higo and Jessica Foy. We got Chris Morales there from Burnaby, Eva Chalmers of Edmonton. Next up there from Thurston Feldbrook, that is Michaela Egel. We got Julie Savoy, and again our thanks to our pacers. What a wonderful job they do to support these athletes, as we got some 5-hour pacers and 5:15 out there on the course. Eva Chalmers, Chris Morales, Julie Savoy, Peter Mondry was there, Sab Clifford. Next up with Sina Nasseri, Emma Storymans out of Richmond, and Tyler Suzuki Nelson from Coquitlam. On the way to line, Alfredo Santa Maria from Seattle, a 30-year-old. He's got Rachel Gisbers alongside with Cassandra Hicks of West Van, and Surrey's Renzo Campo. Nisa Moore from Calgary. We got Helen Mann, the 64-year-old Vancouverite, who's going to claim a 4:30 and change, we believe, is what she was after. 5:22 on clock time, but that could well be a sub-5-hour clocking for the final athletes to get underway. As Helen Mann, Emily Desjardins from Langley, Yuan Liu out of Vancouver, and Nadia Snyman of Vancouver, and from Westbound, 26-year-old Thomas Aidan Bates-Smith is approaching lights. He's got Annie Hung from Delta, also about to clock in. And behind Annie, we've got Brandon Monashisi out of Surrey, and there's Caden Bukowski from Latin, the 27-year-old. She's about to wrap up her marathon day. Behind her, we've got Lyndon Lobo from Edmonton with another Edmontonian in the form of Elizabeth Tang, the 34-year-old. And behind them, Shane Rosen-Delman is approaching. And thanks to people like the legend himself, Mr. Mark Shorter, over 25 Vancouver marathons to his credit. Congrats to all those who are doing their very first marathon. What a place today celebrate your benchmark time, your benchmark run over the distance. For others, we had one lady who's done over 300 marathons in her career. That was just, I see the Sills, Alex Sill from Summerland. Nice to see you, Alex. David C was there from Burnaby, Shane Rosen-Delman, and Erin Coquino. Alex Sill, a triathlete, of course. Randy Supecki, and a nice spin finish there, as we got Teddy Bouvet, Herbert Kamat, Caroline Weed, Daphne Mosoletto from Curitiba. Nice to have you with us. There's Teddy Bouvet. We got Casey Clark from Mountain View, California. We've got Alex Alex Martin in there as well from Edmonton, from Wenatchee, Washington, Nicole Hazeman, Steve Prasad, Cindy Martel from Edmonton, there's Akil Krishnan, Sebastian Weary from Belron, we've got Alfredo Diaz Belmontes from Culiacan, out in Mexico, the 65-year-old, there's Jake Cook from Edmonton, along with Kaylee Morris, a 26 and 24-year-old together. There's Alton Bass from Vancouver, Simmermand out of Maple Ridge, and Swamish is, I believe that's Katrina Jamir. It is indeed. It's Jacqueline Sabala right behind her, and 24-year-old Sophie Marshall-Boku, and Xiao Rasafina Croatina next up the line. As we got Emma Kennedy Flanagan closing in at the line. Patricia Lear from Gatineau, Quebec. From Queens, New York, Christian Alcantara. Goran Trinius from Vancouver. And Kelowna's Maria Phelan. We got Adam Bodan Ball from also from Vancouver. And Kelowna's Timothy Phelan. So Maria and Timothy closing in together. Under the arch they go with a 5:25 on the clock right now. Behind them, we got Doug Ross. We got Miguel Leva from. Looked like Doug Ross came in from Caesarea in Ontario. Jeremy Lachance from Toronto. Amy McIntosh is there. Daniel Gaki, Lena Mato. We got George Watson also about to clock in. So great stuff here. As we got Curtis Lupoy from Qualicum Beach, just 18 years of age. He's got Coquitlam's George Watson alongside him as Paul Schattenberg from Markensbergen is also coming up to under the arch. That beautiful blue arch. That's what they've been waiting for from Chilliwack. John Hebine, Consi, Sam Nijapi out of Langley, and from Houston, Texas, Edward Cargbo is there with Yang Wang out of Vancouver. Just moved into the 50-plus division this year. And in that men's division, by the way, we had 360 runners. Jarrett Carlington and Scott Bremer are both there, as well as Nestor Viramontes from Mexico. He wanted to go sub-5. We got a 5:25 right now, and that's only on gun time, though. These guys will be checking out Sports West. Sports Stats West, and we want to thank them. Andre Yell, Lindsay Burns, Darcy Locke, Shaquille Nurali, Abbas Padawala, Adnan Shakir, Tyler Niemvo, Glenn Hill, and Olga Adushenkovich, because they're the ones who are taking the times. They're the ones who are putting up online. We had Loretta Inman wrapping up, Kalia Price, Erin Clark Wing, Cole Verbeek, Chanda Sego from Montreal, Ollie Dolores from Northam, from Guelph, Ontario. We had Matthew Moriarty and Phil Robinson. Phil, I want to say a very, very big thank you for something special that arrived yesterday. The man multi-time at this event, multi-time at the Comrades Marathon, the plumber himself, the marathon plumber, Phil Robinson, 74 years of age. He's there at the line. Matthew Moriarty from Guelph, the 24-year, only 50 years separating those two guys and less than a metre. What a pleasure it is to see him running once again. Chin Yoon Kim from Linwood, Washington is right there with Surya Ambadar, Seattle, and Seattle's Benjamin Meunier. We got Danielle Mann from San Francisco on the way to line with from Michigan, St. Clair Shore, Elizabeth Novak. We got Vancouver's Lily Boston Abad. There's Vancouver, and again you can see there's a lot of happy campers. We got Chris Scanlon closing in, Alexis Navarez from Saltillo, Poco's Chris. We got Kenji Sudo from Bellingham, Karen Hamwis Ashton out of Abbotsford, Josh Gray from Vancouver, and also I believe Connie Wan out of Victoria. Shamili Narashmir from New West is there with Lindsay Welsh of Salmon, Michelle Myring of West Van, Abbotsford, Stephen Abbott Burns, Josh Bullock from Roselle, Illinois, Manchok Kangura from Surrey. They're all proud to close in. You can see arms raised, fingers opposed as well, and of course we got the photographers to capture the moment, and they capture the moment. They hear the cheers, they hear the cowbells, and we hear the drums at the finish line. Michelle Myring went through, Manchok Kangura, Josh Bullock. We got Mercedes Monroy there as well, Megan Rogers, Ayn Mumi from Vancouver, Manpreet Gill and Braden Cannell, two Surrey runners, both 25 years of age. We got Sydney James next up there with Kerry. I believe that's mother and daughter. The Calgarians closing in here together. Way to go, guys. What a wonderful way to go around the city of Vancouver. As we have Matt Holy in there as well. Benoit Belanger out of Surrey. The 20-year-old had Matt Ho, the 56-year-old from Burnaby behind him. As Atom Kim, the 18-year-old from Victoria. He too clocks in. Is Vishwanath Chandramouli from Pitt Meadows is there. Richard Waslinchuk out of Vancouver clocks in with Nino Egot Vancouver. And Charlotte Bundy, the 32-year-old Burnaby runner, who wanted to go about 4.5. We got Sydney Allen from Quincy, West Ontario, right alongside. As 5:28 now on the clock. There's Zach Fawkes from Port Moody and Sydney Allen. There's Matthew Kudal out of Edmonton. Payton Cuthill also from North End, another athlete that will shortly be at the line. Well done, Sydney. She's about to close on, and she does so. Under the arch she goes. You can see for some athletes it's a big effort. It's a big distance. And ladies and gentlemen, there's one man standing here at the finish line in our VIP tent all alone, and I'm a little stunned. Tom Howard, how are you doing, my friend? Here's your winner from
Tom
1972,
Howard, yes.
1973, 1974, still the fastest Canadian ever to finish this marathon. We are so proud he stayed around here watching
Howard,
the action all day long. He last raced with us at the 8K last year, but he's one of our major VIPs. Year after year, he comes back and celebrates with us. And don't forget, when he won the first year, there was only 32 finishers. There were 41 the second year. There were 59 the third year. And here they were, because all those original finishers, nearly all of them finished within 3 hours and 10 minutes. As you got Isabel Garcia, Katrina Pabini, Aaron Stryker, Grace Liang, Barami Sikla-Pipat. There's James McGregor, Stephen Lears, Evan Gandy, Tom Landry, Saskatoon represent there with Levi and Tony. Levi out of Kamloops. We've got Ted Robinson, Deja Ray Kellerstein from Calgary, from Portland, Oregon. Andrew Weresh and Ruth Weresh from Tigard. Nice to have you both with us. As Emily Ignacio from Spruce Grove is here with Conor Donnelly from Garibaldi Island. We've got Del Carmen. Of course, that's the city, Del Carmen. Alejandro Romero was that man. We got Chantel Montanzis from Vaughan, Ontario. We got Ainsley Wolgamuth out of Vancouver. And Montreal's Cynthia Alphonse in her final year as a submaster. We've just gone over 5.5 hours in terms of the gun time. But many of these guys are actually well inside 5 hours. Dave England next approaching, the Richmond runner. We had Hui Meng from Redmond there. Alice Lamb from Northam. We had Cynthia Alphonse from Montreal. Wendy Jones from Portland, Oregon. Chu Yang Liu from Richmond. Brendan Sue is there with John Smithko, and Colorado Springs, of course, where they have the Olympic training camp in Colorado. That's Holly Wilby. We got 70-year-old Charlie Zhu from Langley approaching as well, going in. Michael Emeno from Vancouver. Shihan Irfan from Surrey. There's Cassie Cook from Kirkland, Washington. Henry Nguyen out of Richmond, Eric Fruong from Campbell River, the 21-year-old. He too, and Al Harmon loves to do ultras. We got a lot of ultra runners in the field. Don't get ultras or anything over 50k. And we did have Chris Balestrini with us second today, and he's the man who owns the Canadian record at the 50k distance. There's Isam Banazadeh and Chad Lai of Bodana Benchak of Edmonton, Gene Wong of Vancouver, the 64-year-old approaching the line with Dalton Villa Rubia Silva from Langley. There's Hunter Lang from Port Moody, Elizabeth Gregory of Vancouver, and Jeff Parody from New West. Behind Jeff, we have in the 45-49 women's division from North Vancouver, Fiona Primerano, Melanie Stevens-Franco from Vancouver, Ranji Roa, and we're going to hand things over to Dave at the moment.
Steve, as I watch it it's getting more wet and wild by the minute. As I watch the rain pour down, I think of the determination in all these runners' faces. I think of them training in January, February, March through the rain and the snow, and this is what it's all about. 5 or 6 months of arduous training, commitment, and dedication. A little bit of rain is not going to stop them as they make their way up the Pender Hill to the finish of the BMO Vancouver International Marathon. It's wet and wild. Let's hear it for the runners.
Let's hear it for Abel Chinyeri of Burnaby, Farid Busamairi Vancouver, Douglas Musselman. We had Jada Persson and Angie Manville. And we got Ricardo Torres Cervantes of Burnaby wrapping in with Eric McCoolin of Vancouver. From Terre Haute, Indiana, Donald Edwards, Jonathan Kudal there from Edmonton also clocked in. Another Calgarian in the form of Alan McGrath is arriving at the line, the 48-year. He's got two Burnaby runners, Tien Yen and Aman Sharma. They go under the arch together. Lisa Ha will be our next runner to close on in. The Kelowna runner, the 33-year-old, number 2557. She'll be followed by Kim Bellacloca out of Calgary. He's about to approach the line. We've got Kevin Rood of Kelowna in there. Both those guys in the 60-64 division. Alongside them, Sarah Asiuda of Vancouver, Chloe Fielder. We've got Maria Matos, Aaron Chen, Alona Noka from North End, Seattle's Chrissy DeStop, Gordon Bruce from Burnaby, Pinada Piambodo from Vancouver, the 54-year-old. He too now on his way through to the line. From Rochester, New York, don't forget they have a brilliant New York Marathon there. Lots of Canadians have done that event, but today it's about seeing people like Ben Jacobs to the line. And then from Port Hardy, nice to see top, of course, of Vancouver Island, Chevy DeMalda. She too arriving at the line, the 27-year-old about to come under the arch. And she is followed by Sophia Castellarin out of Vancouver. And alongside her, we've got Samantha Sayer from Port Moody. They are side by side as they run into the final 10 metres. And behind them, Fred Smallwood from Port Moody has got Christine Luscombe of Williams Lake, Zayu Yu from Vancouver, and Michael Luo. We got Todd Dwim of Squamish arriving. He's got alongside him Jessica Buckley, I believe, from Vancouver. Jason Liu from Daly City, California. Saurabh Ganjian of Vancouver. Patrick Legray out of Coquitlam. He too on his way now. Just a few metres to go, and their day will be wrapped up. And again, we hope that some of you will support the sponsors who support your sport, as Saurabh now is at the line. We've got Patrick Legray from Coquitlam, Sarah Cole, Grandinetti. No Pearl Jam today, but yesterday a lot of people in Vancouver were at the Pearl Jam concert. We hope you enjoyed yourselves. There's Eddie Vedder, the leader. We got Rachel Walmsley. We got Maeve O'Flynn, Alexandra Davis of White Rock. We've got Louise Wells from Langley clocking in, as well as Evan Thomas out of Mountain View, California. He'll be with us shortly, as Evan is there. Louise and Alexandra are closing in. White Rock and Langley represented by those two athletes. And again, the time continues to move. Usually we're around 6.5 to 7 hours before the final athletes join us at the line. We hope you can stay around, stay warm and dry. And don't forget tracking. You can go online and track bmovanmarathon.ca/live. That's where you'll get the tracking. You can also find your results, though, on Sports Stats West. They're the people doing the timing with us today. But if you've got an athlete down on the course, check out the tracking as we check out Edmund Lee, Jeffrey Ammon of Port Coquitlam, Nicole Fu, Lia Zhong, North Vancouver, Vancouver represented by Linda Clark-Harder, bonus Jonathan Kang, and from Tokorozawa, Daiki Tanaka. He too now coming to line. Again, Kandade Nolade, Kanashinde Tourdesai, and we wish you well. As athletes continue to clock on in and enjoy their day. Vancouver Marathon, Kanso Omedador, Otsuresama Deshita. Here we go. Jonathan Kang is there. Jasmine Chan, Brittany Savinkov from Chilliwack, Karen Johnson, the 61-year-old out of Portland, Oregon, and Sully Viviana Rengifo Varia from Saskatoon. First time in the Masters division. First marathon in that division as well. Lisa Weaver is also clocking in. We got Thomas Labasoskas to Vilnius. That's Lithuania. Nice to see Lithuania represented here. We got Movin Duenas as well. And don't forget our winner for the grand prize of the Turkish airline, Patricia Melcher and Nadine Finch. Wow. Sincere thanks there and congratulations. Wow, that is nice. As we got Erin O'Flaherty from Vancouver wrapped up. We got Leah Seguier from Petit Lancy next to the line with Matthew Rank of St. Clair Shores, Michigan. Haley Jansen of Abbotsford. Ali Akbar from Surrey, from Tigard, Oregon. Matt and Anna Boyce are closing in together. Father and daughter, I believe, with Julie Delts of Tucson, Arizona. Brittany Laven of Vancouver and Ali Schaefer there. We got Manway Raymond Ching out of North End, and then with 5:36 on the clock, Barbara Meineke from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. From Nanos Bay, Rachel Stockland is about to arrive. Eamon Dodrill is about to close on him. From East Toowoomba, another Aussie. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. Oi, oi, oi. There we go with Rachel and Eamon. We got Mario Recchio from North Van. We got Adalbert Schoening from Johannes Gorgenstadt. Nice to have you with us, my friend, as Lucas Smith from Kelowna is about to close on in. And Aldebert there, 74 years of age. There he is under the arch, yes. We got Camille Velasco along with Lucas Smith. Those two went through the line. Redmond Kiambao from Surrey is arriving. Mario Viesca from Toronto is on his way. The 61-year-old. As we look at the clock, we're now coming up 5:38 shortly. Going to be on the clock as James Shen from Richmond went through from Tepish. Oliver Cuevas, 44-year-old is there. Fabian Martinez went through. Oliver is out of Winnipeg, Manitoba. They hosted the Pan American Games some years ago. Shea Shi Tu from Burnaby wraps up with Tyler Sung and Kyle Sung, the two 29-year-olds there as they come in together. We also have behind them Stuart Wong out of Vancouver, Tim Rodwell from Kelowna, his final year in the men's 25-29 divisions. He's got Port Moody's Andy Roberts meters back in with Jia Hui Wu and David Lemieux from Victoria. From Denman Island, it's Nadine Setzer. From Mississauga, Washington, Dennis De Leon, Miranda Lewis out of Vancouver with Dexian Huang, Bart Janik from Verhoot. Nice to have him with us, the 56-year-old, clocking in with a clock time of 5:38. Malaki McMullen, we got Jeremy Pericu just along with him, and Talia Puak from Mission. There's Tanya Flores from Burnaby. Ilya Shakun next up here to the line, the 20-year-old, and then Laura Ziki. She's followed by Kara Wong, and from Garibaldi Islands it's Keith Canada. There's Adrian Bergen from Burnaby, 20-year-old Anna Dobrogowski there from Toronto next to go through. And again, first-time finishers for many of our younger athletes. We've had 18-year-olds crossing the line. Don't forget, we had a couple of athletes in the 90-plus category. I don't know if they started the marathon, but they were entered. Behind Anna, we got Sharon Young of Coquitlam, Kyle Lepp from Abbotsford, and then some Vancouverites, including Fang Yan. We got Po Son Chen there. What a sprint finish. Yeah, look at that, side by side together. We had Alfindi Yusaji from Vancouver about to clock in with, I believe, Elena Abraham. Kian Luong is there as well. Toronto's Elena Abraham. We got Erin Disdale from Los Angeles, California. From Port Lincoln, out of Saskatchewan, we got Catherine Matson. North Van's Mike Versati is on the way to the line with Wendy Liu from Calgary. David Lewis there, Matt Purgus from Burnaby. And out of Brooklyn, Ontario, we've got Matt Ouellette, Christian Pecci, Saskatoon's Derek Nicholas closing in with Cesar Ryan Luna, and Diane Santos Chu next up from Burnaby in the 41-year. We've got Kevin Greaves from Coquitlam, his final year in the Sub-Masters division. Another Coquitlam runner along with him is Amelia Powell. We've got Nadine Finch of Prince George. Takashi Tatsumi, 75 years of age, from Osaka, Japan. Well done, my friend. And that is a brilliant run for him. Takashi-san, Subarashi marathon finish or Meditor. We do have behind him Claudia Teresa Espinosa Ramirez. We got Mina Scott from Surrey, Emma Gelfi, Cooper Pargy, Andrew Lamboff, Chris Weens, Dominique Ramos, Lindsay Chalmers is there as well. Heading home, the Manhattan Beach, California representative. Behind her, we got Ismaka from North Vancouver, the 63-year-old, and then Senwishima Bakuru from Seattle, the 29-year-old. Right alongside him is Allison Mack from Union City, California, and also about to clock in as well from Union City. We got Shirley and Allison. So Allison Baker, Shirley Mack, Apeshia Shresha out of Calgary. She too about to wrap up, the 24-year-old. And behind her, we got Kate Nasato from New Western, Sydney Boyacek. Great job there. She too is about to clock in, the 26-year-old. Many of these athletes are first-timers at the marathon distance. Many are first-timers here with us in Vancouver. And again, what a day it's been. We've been so pleased to see what happened online. A lot of people tuning in to listen to Kate, to listen to Adam. The great interviews and great updates on the course and what was going on out there. And interviewing our top 3 men and women in the marathon, in the half marathon. As we had a moment ago, Sydney Boyacek went through. We got Scott Watson from North Van, Evelyn M from Port Moody, Jordan Dessar from Abbotsford clocking in here, Hans Joshua Presto. He's going to be out of Burnaby, I believe. So there's Jordan and Evelyn under the arch. We've got Alana Barry's on her way towards the line, the 28-year-old from Vancouver. And then in the men's 70 to 74 division, a division in which we have, I believe, 15 athletes in the marathon, and that is Doug Neumann who's approaching, and then Xiao Peng Shi next up here from Langley. We got Fiona Spahiu out of Vancouver, and then Carla Gonzalez Uribe, Vincent Padula from Brampton, Ontario, another Ontarian in the form of Orangeville's Kani Burale approaching the line. They're followed by, I believe, Julia Morel from Vancouver, and then Soyuz Quinn out of Port Moody. Nice Irish name there. As Christopher Lozano, nice see hand in hand, 2 athletes across the line, crossing with a 5:42 in clock time. As we saw Christopher Lozano from Irvine, California. We've got Andy Smith and Nicholas Dent. Andy Smith from Kelowna. He moved up to the 60-plus division this year. Manisha Kaul just went through there out of Delta. And we got Lixian Lam from Hong Kong. He too approaching that line with Sam Spartano out of Burnaby. He's got Avery here. She's right behind as well, the 21-year-old Vancouverite. And then from Nausea, Jeremy Ferber, at 58 years of age, he's got Miki Sugiyama from Vancouver meters back of him and about to cross that finish line with Isabel Casey just meters away, 22 years of age. Again, many first-time finishers here.
Steve, the alarm clock went off for these people at about 6 o'clock this morning. They had to make it down to the start at 7 for an 8:30 gun. They have been running since 8:30 this morning. I mean, this is an amazing accomplishment of endurance through sunshine, through clouds, and now a little bit of rain must fall into everyone's life. I'm sorry. Let's hear it for this edition of the 52nd annual BMO Marathon. Let's hear it for our runners making their way up Pender Street. Yeah.
And our congrats to Kanisha Mauawa with Rebecca in there. We got Brad Ayford, Falk Surkar, Rosalie Ross, Emily Keeley, Raina Mitchell-Rose, Devon Bihari from Stouffville, Ontario. Max Hagenauer now approaching the line. We've got Dara Atul Mungra. She's out of Vancouver, 27-year-old. We got behind her, Dara Atul, is Eric Duong out of Union City, California. Michael Montecalvo from West Van is there with Jacob Elias, Camilla Schulte, Natalie Coronado from Seattle. Don't forget they have a great race in Seattle. In fact, the weather we're having right now is usually what you find that happens in Seattle. I did the race about 4 times, and every single time it was wet, it was cold, and it was windy. We got Alfred Lemon out of Vancouver on his way through here. Natalie Coronado just missed up. We got Abdul Ghani Popal from Vancouver for Kamloops. Lubomir Magdalene is also heading through the finishing area. Looks like a little bit of Amir has got Judith Matska from Salzwedel just behind him with Paddy Walsh out of Vancouver. So some great stuff that's happening as I believe next finisher we got Paddy Walsh coming through. Judith Matsker also has clocked in. That is Paddy from Vancouver. We got Mitchell Ngai next up here in the men's division, the 52-year-old Vancouverite. 2 other athletes from Vancouver, one in the same division in the form of Karis Hebert, one in the 60-plus division. That is Yanan Wu. He too on his way through. And then from Parisian Beach, it's good to have, as I said, some Aussies in the field. We have Zena Boakes arriving. Yanan is arriving. Karis is arriving. So here we go. 3 more athletes that are shortly going to be under the arch that represents an official finish. 5:45 now on the clock. Serena Harrop will be joining us next, another local. And then from Rolla, Missouri, I believe we have Heather Petrenko and Sasha Petrenko. They are together. Remy Lafleche is there from North Van. Erin Fife from North Van is also clocking in. Raquel Chan from New West. We've got Danica Lavazis out of Burnaby and Jiang Qiao from Beijing, China, also approaching now, just meters to go. She's 36. Liz Jericho from Langley, 72 years of age. She'll be at the line as well in a moment. Behind her, Tom Shepard from Vancouver in the men's 35-39. We have Roberto Valdez. We have Andy Cheng from Vancouver and Daniel Verhagen, Emma Gilsonen, Roland Nien and Puneet Chamu, William Huang. We got Ferdinand Buen Camino. Don't forget the El Camino, no relation, of course, but we got people who do that 800 Ks in Europe, of course. In Spain, France, we got Ravik and Torbun from Vancouver. Francisco Xavier Sanchez. Hernando is here. Another one of our Mexican finishers, of course, as Kenny Lee and Mike Serby. You can hear the screams. That means someone's a happy camper. They've seen family, they've seen friends, they've seen their loved one, and their specific runner who's taken on the big challenge of the marathon. This being the 52nd year. Here we have the pineapple coming time. Well done. Kenny Lee, Mike Serby, Galway, Susan Poon from Calgary, Benny Chick there from New West, Gwen Doe from Vancouver, Stephen Wang from Richmond, along with Karen Butchkis. We have Valerie Lowen, Peter Lee, the 68-year-old from Vancouver. He too across the line as Valerie Lowen of Vancouver and Christine Naby for Calgary. A couple of Coquitlam runners here as well, Maria Karashi and I believe Doug Myers. We've got Rodolfo Torres from Portland, Oregon. Dylan Winchester, Sammy Lee, he's in from New West and now under the arch. And others that are going to be under the arch momentarily from Toronto. Renelea Balderas is going to be one of those athletes. Francisco Cano Herrera from Vancouver is going to be one of those. Scott Robinson out of New York in the men's 30-34 division. He'll be clocking in as we're getting inexorably closer to the 6-hour mark. Again, don't forget, these athletes took off at, I believe, about 8:30 this morning. 7 o'clock was the marathon start. As we got Francisco Cano Herrera, we had Scott Robinson, we had Jackson Chu there approaching. Michael Jianju Shi out of Edmonton from Dallas, Texas. 38-year-old Tassia Perez is about to arrive with, I believe, Alana Davis of Edmonton. Javin Postel there from Courtney. He's wrapping up his day. Marianne de Boer from Courtney will be at the line very shortly as well with Shotaro Wada and Yevgen Stolyarenko. He's in the 30-34 division. Just moved into that division today, or at least his first time taking on this with Mike Doyle of Surrey. He's meters away from clocking, the 43-year-old. And then we have Olivia Saville out of Cambridge, Ontario. Her final year in the women's 25-29 division. Behind her, we have Jeremy Liang from Richmond. We have Jacqueline Benito from Edmonton. Chris Wu from Richmond. From Whitehorse in the Yukon Territory, we have Lucas Tribala. out of North Van, and another one from Whitehorse in the form of Louise Genthorst. There's Don McKecken between them as well, the 29-year-old from North Van. We've got Taisel Stallard and Andy Ardell. They're both clocking both hope for around 4.5. We've got 5:48 in the clock. Andrew Ardell and 19-year-old Faik Kami of Vancouver. He's about to arrive here at the line as well. And behind Faik, we got Andy Ardell alongside. Then we got Gregory Traynor from Edmonton, and then Yellow Song out of Coquitlam. She's not far away. I can see maybe 40 more meters to wrap up her big day, 42.2k. And Yellow, just 21 years of age, from Aram. Right behind her, Eric Ekval, the 63-year-old, and Anna Ramsa out of Coquitlam in the women's 45.49. Over to you, Dave.
This is it. This is where the rubber hits the road. We're coming up, 5 hours and 50 minutes, coming up to 6 hours. These athletes are as important as our first place finishers. These athletes have trained just as hard, and these athletes, these tremendous individuals, deserve your enthusiasm. Let's hear it for them. It's the 52nd annual edition of the BMO Marathon, and these are our true road warriors.
And a big thank you and congrats to Megan Molnar, a great cross-country skier, of course. And don't forget her parents, Pauline, and congrats and thanks to Kate. And so Peter and Pauline will be happy to see Megan arrive. We had Anna Ramsa there, Sian Chen. Thanks to Kate, what a job, and we wish her well in her marathon career now. And thanks to Adam, as we got Ken Wong, Caitlin Agda, Casti Lim. We also had, I believe, Jordan Parashnuk Buhat there. Nicole Verdiel from Powell River is there. We got William Wilcox, Samara Saleh, Cole Edwards, Vancouver, Seattle, represented by William Mees in the men's 60-64. We had Miriam Sorensen out of Squamish also in there with Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, represented by Monica Siebert. Cesar Solis from Guadalajara also clocked in. And he looks like Philip Wong. Next up there is Mason Gardecki Browett, the Coquitlam runner. He's through the 25-year-old, and Winnie Liu, a 33-year-old Coquitlam runner who had a 4:45, hopefully gold, to be Divine Trinidad from Toronto. She too now approaching the finish line, the 47-year-old. We got behind her from Moscow, Anna Bocharova, the 34-year-old. She too now at the line. I think it's Rachel Park who's now approaching the finishing area. The 34-year-old had a 5.5-hour goal, and she could have achieved that because would have been one of the final wave runners to start off. Well done.
We are not going to wrap up till the last runner comes in. We will be here, and we're encouraging you to stay around. Please don't go home. If you have to have your umbrella out, so be it, but this is what it's all about. Running in Vancouver means running in the rain. We just think of the rain as applause. We're prepared and ready for it, and this is it. This is the Vancouver at its finest.
So Nicholas Slocum there from Ramsbottom, who just went out to the arch, the lady in the orange strip, and we'll have some more athletes, including our next runner, number 7702 from Delta, and that will be Jeff Liu, the 36-year-old. He's got a Seattleite out of Washington, of course, behind him in the form of 28-year-old Molly Fisher. She too now about 40 meters away from coming under the arch and collecting that medal and getting a photo taken. Again, our congrats to people like Annika Gill, who signed up in 2017 to do the event, but things got a little nasty there.
So we're coming up to the 6-hour mark, and boy, oh boy, these people have to dig down deep. 6 hours is coming up in about 8 minutes' time. You're all going to break 6 hours. Absolutely fantastic. We've had a record-breaking year this year, over 23,000 runners for the full marathon, the half marathon, and the 8K. And we look forward to doing it again next year. It's always in the first Sunday in May. This is the 52nd annual BMO Vancouver International Marathon, the largest marathon event in Canada. You're participating in a record-breaking year, and it's so wonderful to see you cross the finish line with those big smiles on your faces.
So great runs there, as we saw here. Mayonio, Tyson Shen, Calvin Wong, Joanne Schutz, Shubneet Singh, Mike Beveridge, Aidan Jones, Ali Anderson. Nice to see 18-year-old Mike Beveridge there. Well done. We had Hamamatsu represented by Hashimi. We got Nicola Brooker. Ali Anderson was Edmontonian. We got Elizabeth Wharton out of Edmonton as well. Gabriel Lewis Isida from Medipech in Mexico. Jennifer Green from Puyallup in Washington. and Christian Kirster from Vancouver. There's Anita Kisner-Juhasz out of Vancouver, and from Kopsal, Louis Emringer is closing in. We had Ajit Sandhu, Anita Kisner-Juhasz and Louis are there. We got Ajit Sandhu from Richmond, Shro Ansau out of Austin, Texas, also arriving with Mario Small from Hyattsville, Maryland, I believe. And again, we're great to see some Aussies. We had, I think, 55 of them in total between the 3 different distances. Anthony Best being the man from Dalgety Bay, by the way. So great to see that, as we'll continue to call the action here as we continue to show appreciation to the athletes who are yet to come on through the line. Some people will be walking out there as well. They just want to get to the line safely and securely and make it a day after going all the way to this particular point, and spending the money, spending the time, putting in the distance, and knowing the hard work is going to pay off as long as they continue to put one foot in front of the other, as Jackson Lai of Vancouver is doing, Jorge Su from Vancouver is doing, Kate Featherston from Seattle is also doing, and from Lima, Peru, Jorge Luis Carranza Escalante is on his way to the line as well. Again, you can see it's a tough day for some of these athletes, but we sure appreciate the efforts that they've put in here to make it a successful day. As some people say you're crazy, you just heard that song, that was crazy. But a lot of people say, no, this is how you find out more about yourself. As we get ready to welcome Anne O'Toole from Calgary, Alicia Pillar out of Exshore, Alberta as well, and Courtney Hall of Vancouver also on their way. And 2 more athletes out of British Columbia, including Surrey's very own Nico Sam Felix, the 37-year-old, and Aline Vicks from Squamish, of course. There she is, arms raised. Let's have a big smile for that photograph. It's a 28-year-old now, goes under the arch, 5:55 on the clock, so less than 5 minutes away from the 6-hour mark. And again, this is on gun time that we're referring to right now, as we'll hand things back to Dave.
And Steve King, what an amazing year it's been. We've broken so many records, and here we are in Vancouver, ending in the rain. What a surprise.
Yeah, indeed. As Amrit Tawana from Delta Clocks, Milan Deep Bra from Abbotsford, Mary Senese Maya from Lake Forest Park, Washington, from Brackendale, the home of the Eagles. 61-year-old Chris Hardwick is there. Kirby Leifer from San Mateo, California. King Ming Lam out of Richmond. From Surrey on their way to the line. Andrew Hang is there as well. We got Chang Lung Ning out of Vancouver. From Innisfail, Alberta, it will be Jamie Williams, who's about to clocking. And then from Richmond, 77-year-old Sherry Graf will shortly be at the line as well. Well done. As we have behind Sherry, it looks as though we got Andy Ardell, just 18 years of age. He's in the yellow strip on the far side there. Nice job. So only some 59 years separating those two guys, as Tanya Newcutt is also clocking in. Man, that makes me feel cold. There's Andrew Ardell, Cherry Graf, Jamie Williams, and we'll see who's next up here.
I'm just looking down. There's a large crowd of runners coming in right now at the bottom of Pender Streets. Absolutely fantastic. We're going to stay here till the end. Please don't go home. Your enthusiasm, your cheers, and your support is needed now more than ever as our runners try to break the 6-hour mark. And look at the looks on their faces. Congratulations to all of you. You're all winners.
Including Ian Buxton there out of North Van. He just wrapped up his day. Including, of course, Team Mai Huang Bush Truong out of Flensburg. She is coming to the line there as well. The 50-year-old. We got Justin Powell from Seattle arriving. And out of Burnaby, I can see another couple of athletes. One from Coquitlam, one from Burnaby. The Burnaby runner, 65 years of age. But that looks like we've had Tate Chan there from Coquitlam with a storming finish. And so 2 more athletes, Michael Campaign from Burnaby, 65, Kate Chan of Coquitlam, Trina Pryor from Vancouver, also hit the finishing area. Well done. Here's Michael Campaign. He wraps up his day, 5:57 on the clock. Trina Pryor is about to wrap up. Zhubao Wang from Vancouver is wrapping up. We've got Bellevue, Washington, represented by Kan Tien Tran, the 49-year-old. She too is on her way to the line. And then just behind her as well, on the right-hand side, just alongside Grace, there we go, Grace David from Las Piñas, the 44-year-old. And then 4 more athletes inside the final 80 meters, of course, from North Vancouver, Morgan Hansen, from Georgetown, Texas, Cheyenne Morris, from our capital city of BC, from Victoria, Lara Akub, the 24-year-old, with another 24-year-old alongside.
2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go till the 6 hour mark.
So Jody Tanner alongside Lara there as they both cross together, as a 22-year-old is also on the way in the form of Gabrielle Ramos from Calgary. Again, nice job there. You can see enjoying the day. Lots of athletes taking pictures along the way and video. As Dave said there, less than 2 minutes, and we'll be calling that in. So athletes, if you know that you're close, if you're within maybe 400 meters, you can start to really wrap things up if you want a sub 6 hour gun time. Here we go, a few runners here. We got Gabriel Ramos, Adam Francis is here. We got Jennifer Stevens from Bellingham, Lindsay Utes from Edmonton, Washington, Stanley Yee from Surrey, Chesna Bellamino from Surrey, from Burnaby, Georgiana Petrou, Jiwa Tan out of Port Moody, Alick Brouillette from Seattle, Deborah Hailworth. Look at this, it's fast and furious. That is Port Alberni runner, Kazuhiro Yoshitomi from Sano, Japan, the 67-year-old. He's on his way through.
1 minute to go. Okay, Steve, if they can hear our voices right now, they can break 6 hours. They've got 1 minute to go. If you can hear my voice, you will be breaking the 6 hour mark.
As Aditya Singh is doing so, Ikyok Gurgla from Langley is doing so, Heather Piwawa from Vancouver, from Hong Kong, that was Wei Lam Young, Ksenia Smith from Vancouver did so, Janelle Gregorio and John Gregorio from Surrey did so, Tyler Harper from Nelson is in there as well, as we are coming down to the final 30 seconds before the 6 hour mark. Genevieve Gillen is there, Dana Atolpico from Vancouver, from Richmond, Davidson Sai, Krista Sai, they are together, Nadia Usilis out of San Diego, Eduardo Olano, Peter Yosevich out of Redmond, Washington, Darcy Moynihan from Seattle, Christian Gonzalez from Richmond, and 69-year-old Peter Van Diepen from Vancouver. Look at that. Is he going to be the last person as we count it down? Come on, push there, Peter. We got Dan right behind him, but it looks like he's going to be right on the mark with 2 seconds left. Look at that, 7. There we are, 6.
Congratulations.
Well done, Peter. The Vancouverite, who's done a 4:19.59 before. Diane Wright is next up here, the 61-year-old from Langley. We've got Ryan Barkley and Andy Cross there on their ways to the finish line. 2 North Vancouverites with Leonardo Isla da Silva Bezerra also in there. So 3 athletes from North Vancouver, one after the other, and just seconds over 6 hours. But my guess is that's well inside 6 hours based on the fact that they would have started in one of the final waves. We'll keep the music going, and we'll keep the sounds going, and we'll keep the athletes going as you're helping them out today. As New Westminster's Tiana Gerchian is next up here as well, the 31-year-old. She's got 2 more athletes behind her. In fact, one from Vancouver in the form of Stephen Quinn, the 63-year-old. In the form of Victoria's Megan Quast, the 43-year-old. In the form of Bernie's 18-year-old Clodagh Dressler. Nice going there, setting a benchmark and a good sprint finish as Greg Stevenson of Bremerton is arriving. Diane T from Montreal is arriving as well. Out the line, that's the 27-year-old. And then Zhang Bongsafan out of Abbotsford, the 57-year-old. He too now makes his way through to the finish lines. Michaela is there. Michaela Little, that is, from North Van, the 22-year-old who's approaching. We've got behind her Moscow Amin Torabi out of Vancouver in the men's 50-54 division. And behind Moscow, we've got another gentleman in the 35-39 division. His goal was 6 hours. My guess he's probably done that because of the wave that he would have gone off at, and that would be David Powell. Behind David, Anton Afanasiev out of Vancouver, the 26-year-old. And behind Anton, it looks like 27-year-old Cody Lee is there. Well done. As Mosgan is now under the arch here at the line. Well done, Cody Lee from West Van approaching the line. Cody, a 27-year-old. He's got 25-year-old Brian O'Neill from Vancouver. And Rosie Morano, she too, inside the final 40 metres now. Here we go. Brian O'Neill about to close in. Rosie Morano closing in. And obviously a gentleman here about to clock in. We'll get that.
Steve, I just wanted you to know that we just registered our 5,800 finishers coming across the finish line for the marathon. And we reckon approximately 125 runners are still out there. So we are getting to the tail end of the race. 5,800 individuals have crossed, and we have about 125 to go. And we want you to stick around until they're all through the gantry and through the finish line. It's the 52nd annual BMO Vancouver International Marathon on a rainy Sunday afternoon.
And amongst those 125, Riley Byer, Ming Cow, Heather Middleton from Campbell River, Erica Roth out of Toronto, Gareth Roth right alongside. And that is father and daughter, I believe. So great to have you with us, Gareth and Erica. We had Ashley Kroner behind them, the Seattleite. We had Dylan Montgomery from Courtney arriving, the 27-year-old, with Jessica LeGray from Coquitlam, Lawrence de Guzman out of Vancouver, Kamloops is Bart Cummins, Shelby Aziz from Kamloops. They two alongside each other. Behind them in the final year in the 55-59 division for Surrey's Minky Yang. He's about to clocking. Amirali Sabre Azimzadeh from Vancouver next up there as well, the 22-year-old. They continue to move on in. Well done. As we're looking at Noor Sheraton, I believe she's the next athlete to go under the arch there, the 37-year-old Vancouverite. She had Anton Zeladinov just ahead of her. And another runner. Look at the finish here from Fremont, California. 29-year-old Ji Xing Su. She's about to come under the arch. You see, she's a happy camper. 6:03.35 in gun time. Again, that could well be a sub-6 hour clocking for Ji Xing Su. We have another young runner who's about to clock in the black strip now with only about 40 metres left to run. Looks like a happy camper as well. From Surrey, it is 19-year-old Tyler Niven who's about to come under the arch, celebrate. Medics doing a wonderful job. Don't forget the athletes get their medals. They get their gear later on. They get food and drinks. We need to keep these athletes hydrated. So behind Tyler, we've got Jason Leung of Burnaby approaching the finishing area. Maggie Larocque from New West along with True Dancy. Those two guys looking at 5 hours. Hope for times that we're recording here. But you can see that clock. We've got Randy Christie. Nice to see you, Randy. Triathlete who's done Ironman. We've got Yubi Kim from Coquitlam in there as well. And we've got Carol Ann Christie on her way to the finish line. There they are, side by side. By Sondheim, and they're about to clocking together. Well done, guys. Randy and Caroline. We got Yubi Kim just ahead of them, and Jisoo Kim from Coquitlam will be our next registered athlete. He's in the 30-34 division. Then Sasha Williamson from Squamish, she too on her way to the finish line. And again, we're delighted. Don't forget, we have the Bob McIntosh Triathlon right there in Squamish. They also have, obviously, pedal to the metal stuff that they have, including lots of great mountain biking, as well as an 8K run. Jisoo Kim, Sasha Williamson, Paige Maddie from Dawson City out of the Yukon Territory, the 29-year-old. Brett Halicki. Brett, my dear friend, thank you. This is running in honour of his great-grandfather, a dear friend of ours, Gordon Rogers, who sadly we lost on December 16, 2023. There he is at the line, and Gordon was one of our Run Van race directors for many years. He was also a member of the Association of International Marathons, and our love goes out to Anne, to Kevin, to Tommy and Amani, and of course our sincere thanks to Brett Halicki for taking on the challenge today. He wrapped up his day, the 41-year-old from North End. Brandon Maher wrapped up. Emmanuel Alejandro Narvaez from Tortilla. Pablo Mendez Salas from San Luis Potosi. Jory Abad from Surrey along with Samantha Aspirin. We have Saoirse McCaffrey of Vancouver and Tiffany Home out of Victoria, also about to clock in. Carrie Yerkew out of Kelowna. Nice to see you, Carrie. You see him often on social media as well, the 54-year-old. We've got Prince George's Rodney Anderson, also who's coming up to the home stretch here. And then two Vancouverites in the form of Jose Javier Barranco Barrera along with Sarah Ilas. They are side by side as well. It's nice to see partners take on the big chat and a sprint finish. I think that might be Erica Arden. We wait to see if it is or not. Wow, it's nice to see people really hammer on through there as well to the line. Don't forget, we saw Kerry, Rodney, Matthew, Jose, Sarah, Erica, and I think our next gentleman in the grey strip. A lot of people took out their own camelbacks out there with them, but we had plenty of aid stations, as James Natino is next up here from Coquitlam. Eri Akiyama is closing in as well. Jeffrey Lee is on the home stretch. Jeffrey's got company in the form of Langley's Vanessa Desjardins. Sarah Dethridge from Coquitlam is there. Jocelyn Wong, who's just moved into the 60-64 division this year. She too is now on the home stretch. And behind Jocelyn, we got from Okotoks, Katie Boyd and Steph Parkin. And those two running together in the black and the grey strip. Here they come on the right-hand side. They can see the arch. It's going to be a 6:07 on pure gun time. But they were in a later corral, and so they're going to go well inside, I believe, the 6. Sabrina Lauser from Bowen Island blew in and comes to the line with George Lauer, the Vancouverite. And Cynthia Witterich is next up there. The 52-year-old Vancouverite goes under the arch at 6:07:30.
And once again, we want to remind you this event is put on by the Vancouver International Marathon Society. We're a non-profit, also known as Run Vancouver, Run Van. And every year it's our pleasure to host all of these runners from around the world.
And don't forget, we had 5 women in the 70 to 74 division. One of them going through there is Laurie Wong out of Vancouver. We had Charlie Lee next up here as well, the 44-year-old from Langley. Samantha Thompson of Vancouver. Michelle Burke from Surrey, from Chicago. We got Natalia Brown. That is the Windy City. Today it is wet and a little cold, but a great day for running. Many personal bests. Amy Hanks of Seattle clocks in from Surrey. Tae-Hugh Kim is there. Atlanta, Georgia, represented by Derek Villuan, who's next under the arch here as well. He's followed by Sophie Pugh and North Sanish and Shalini Singh is on her way. She is a 37-year-old out of Surrey. So Sophie Pugh from North Standish, Jane Thompson from Coquitlam. And we do want to congratulate first-timers here. We got Julie and Chelsea Sherman with us as well. Did their first 8K in Vancouver. We were thrilled because I know Julie celebrated her 52nd birthday yesterday, and she was born in 1972. And don't forget, this event began in 1972. There's Tommy Fung from Vancouver. Ho Yin Wan out of Hong Kong, the 56-year-old. We got Ariane Chang from Vancouver next up there, the 23-year-old. And Maureen Harrison came from London, Ontario. And it's her first year in the women's 65-69 division. When we look at that division, we had 21 runners taking on what is, of course, the marathon. As we also look to the next gentleman there, Canada Day no Holiday o Tanashinde Kodasai. We are referring to Kazuhiro Nakatani from Katsushikaku in Japan. 67 years of age, and here he is up the line. Congratulations to you. We really appreciate the effort that he put in there to get to the line safely. He has done so. Behind him we have Jared Smith, who wrapped up, the 20-year-old. We had Lucas Bourne at 21 years of age. These guys flying through. We got Sophie Chan out of Vancouver on her way with the Ilhei Kang there as well. Xiao Liao out of Langley. Waukesha, Wisconsin, represented by another athlete in the 70-plus division, and that's in the women's division as well, as I mentioned to you. 5 athletes in that division. One of them is Cindy Behrens, and she now approaches. As we also have Pius Chan from Surrey clocking in. We've got Eric Wang of Richmond. Rico Lerio from Surrey is heading in. Aman Purawal, happy camper there. Yes, indeed. He's got the official BMO gloves on there as well. Aman is through. We've got Emily Nutch, I believe, next up there, going through, the 38-year-old Richmond runner. We got Edmonds, Washington, represented by Emily, and Sarah Bird of Nanaimo next closing in. Not the same lady, but Sarah Bird, the same name, won an Ultraman in Florida a couple of years ago. And do want to thank so many people who are very much involved. If you do have to leave us and you're one of the runners and you're still around, please don't leave without saying a word of thanks to the incredible organisers of this event.
Now we have a break in the runners. I have to ask you, Steve King, how do you do it? You are just as enthusiastic right now. You know, you've been doing it for 8 hours. You're a machine. You don't stop. Steve King, what a legend. What an honor to be announcing with you. The man is so enthusiastic, so professional. You're the best.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dave. It's always a pleasure to be here. This happens to be the 36th year that we've been fortunate enough to be part of the action for this great race. I love Vancouver. I love British Columbia. And we are thrilled to see marathoners, half marathoners, 8Kers, some the first time, as Min Song Vuan of Surrey, the 39-year-old, approaches. We have 2 more athletes behind Min Song. He's about to come under the arch with a 6:11.26. And behind him, we've got Chloe Cow from Vancouver, the 34-year-old. She's got 2 other athletes meters back. Roy Nagasan of New West is one of them. Ho Chung of Surrey is in there as well. Mike Advincula from Vancouver. And I see another Vancouverite just down the road a little ways, the 33-year-old who wanted to go 6 with 6:11 on the clock. Freya Darrell Hewins is the name. Rebecca Ruth Down of Chicago, Illinois. Her final year in the women's 45-49 division. And behind Rebecca, we've got Momoko Oishi from Singapore, the 30-year-old. One of only 2 athletes from Singapore in the event with us today. Manyam Lau from Vancouver is next up. From Henderson, Nevada, where they've hosted World Long Course Triathlon before. We do have Thomas Christensen and Lynn Christensen. They are coming to the line together. Congratulations, guys. They're delighted to see you. As Kavita Singh, she's about to approach the line. From Auckland, New Zealand, please welcome Dolores Wan. Dolores, a 65-year-old, now about to clock in here. We have Megan Fong from Kamloops. We have Arnab Hassan also about to clock in. And don't forget, we've had a gentleman from New Zealand before, who's actually won the race with us many, many years ago. And that was Adrian Wellington, the Aussie. We had Aussie Brian Morgan, Gary Henry as well, as won with us before, but we get to continue to call them in. So John Malafanti, Doris Wan, Megan Fong, Anna Bassan, Sam Pratt, Simon Smith from Gainsborough, Daniela Becheril from Langley from Burnaby. We've got Perry Cook, Ramona Cook from Montreal, La Belle Provence, represented once again by the 56-year-old. As we've got Navneet Dinsa from Surrey, Jessica Chloe Turan from Berkeley, California, Felicity Fenton out of Vancouver. Another Burnaby runner, a nice name for a triathlete and a marathoner in the form of Winawaka, the 25-year-old. He's coming up to Joseph Kaplan of Edmonton. We also have Grace DeYoung out of Calgary, Vanessa Chan from Surrey, and it looks like Lukman Zakir, the 21-year-old from North End. He comes under the arch here. There's Lukman. We got Becca Young, the 19-year-old from Coquitlam. Behind them, Gabriella Russo, the 28 from Calgary, arriving here. They continue to head on in. They continue to hear us maybe 800 metres to a kilometre down the road, of course, doing a wonderful job. As always, as we congratulate those people who have wrapped up their day. Stay warm, stay around, as we congratulate Gabriella Russo there, the Calgarians through. Pavlo Tishanok is through. Christina Dorinetti from Maple Ridge is closing in here to the line. And beside her, Savi Kalua, she too, the Delta run, is about to clock in. We have Julia Ramos Pujalil out of Vancouver. Also coming up, 4 more runners inside the final 50 metres. 38-year-old Bertrand Ong out of Vancouver has got a fellow Vancouverite in the form of 65-year-old Albert Tom. He too now just metres to go. Keep it together there, Albert. And then from Calgary, making up some ground, they are together. Mary Fried and Adela Chen, side by side, and that's our 5:45 pacer. Thank you so much, Adela. Appreciate that. As she's coming on through, you can see that 5:45. And again, we don't know the times between the first wave and the final wave, but what we do know is we got Esther Uono from North End about to close in, the 24-year-old in the blue strip. Behind her from North End, Frank Savino is arriving. We got Sayadashi Atoliat from Burnaby. And then 5 more runners. Vancouverite, Surrey, Burnaby representing. Sayadashi Atoliat, Kirsty Vogel, Jasmine Wallace. We got Samuel Esteban from Surrey, the 22-year-old in the black strip. There's Paul Jourdain out of Burnaby next to be arriving. He's got Jacques Ribier from Angus alongside him, the 60-year-old and the 31-year-old. And then next out from Burnaby, running strongly inside the final 40 metres as well, 29-year-old Edwina Lynn. She's about to come under the arch. Took her camelback out, big smile on her face as our photographers from Marathon Photo clock in. Colin Polak, he's done a good job. He's a happy camper as well. He comes under the arch and wraps up his day. And another North Vancouverite. It looks like a 22-year-old there. We had Colin Polak at 34. We had Irfan Hakim. He's going to be clocking in. He's got company in the form of a friend here. As we say a big goodbye to 2 people who do such a magnificent job for us, Mary and Jim Hines. And Jim, a brilliant drummer, good friends of all sorts of superstars, rock stars themselves, not only in the sport but literally in music as well. They look after so many people at Athletics BC, including of course the lady who's won here a number of times, Natasha Wodak, and we congratulate her. She just recorded a 2:30, by the way, in Hamburg when she took a 12th place overall. Anish Rawat, he's a happy camper, the 34. Keith Gordon is coming out, and Bernadette Rafer, what a nice run for her in the final few metres. There's Keith Gordon, 66-year-old Vancouverite. He's done around a 4:45 before, 6:16 clock time for him today. As New Westminster's Bernadette Rafer made a big push to the line, as Katrina Parsley is also doing likewise. 31-year-old Natalia Anzeda on the far side there, about to clock in and come through, the 24-year-old under the arch, 6:16.46. Again, these times will be adjusted. If you are following your athlete out there on the tracker, don't forget, stay around. There are lots of umbrellas coming out now. We've got plenty of shade. We've got plenty of open area there if you want to be alongside us at the finish. But stay under the arch. We'd appreciate that because we want to see as many people coming together with their loved ones at the finish. There's nothing like that to have your loved ones see who's who. Here we go. We've got some more athletes that we're clocking in here. Again, it becomes a long day for some athletes, and you can imagine how pleasing it is to finally see that finish line. Shirley Masson of Russell, Ontario, I believe, won the athletes. Is next to arrive. She's got Walter Beach from Coquitlam alongside her. Shirley, final year in the women's 55-59 division. And then, as we said, Walter Beach, he's in the 40-44. He wraps up 6:18.15 gun time. 3 more runners, including a gentleman in the 80-plus division. Please welcome, we got Henry Wang, the 34-year-old from Burnaby, and then from West Vancouver, Andrew Chang at 80 years of age, and that looks like Claire Cook going through under the arch, the Langley runner, the 28-year-old. But look at this, a nice performance there. Well done, Andrew. He wanted to go around 6 hours, 6:18 clock time, so congrats to him. And when we look at the men's 80-plus division, it looked as though we had, I believe, just 2 athletes in that division. We also have registered 2 athletes in the 90 to 94 division, but I'm not sure if they were actual starters with us today. Claire Cook went through. We had the 28-year-old from Langley. It's nice to see so many people who have joined us, some for the first time. Don't forget, Fort Langley hosts a half-marathon distance race there. I believe Jeff Simon still holds the record in that particular one. He did like a 68-minute clocking there. As next on, we got Danny Burmark from Gig Harbour approaching the line. Claire Cook from Langley went through there. And Danny Burmark from Gig Harbour, Washington, the 36-year-old. And then Kathleen Swenson out of Vancouver, the 27-year-old with 6:19 on the clock. We'll find out shortly from Sports Stats West just how many people may be left on the course. If you're doing a tracking, you may want to zoom through to the last person to see roughly where they are, what sort of distance they've got to cover, and we can give you some sort of idea as to what's going to happen time-wise. But right now, time-wise, we can see a gentleman from Coldstream near Vernon moved into the 40-plus division recently as well. Genesis Magat is the man, and there he is under the arch. Well done. He's wrapped up his day. We have another athlete inside of the finish line. Again, I don't know what it's like. I haven't run up this particular finish line, but don't forget the course has changed over the years, and we were so pleased that Tom Howard stayed around to join us. That course was 5 times around Stanley Park, but this course, a new one over the years. We've got Jessica O'Hara, the 21-year-old Vancouverite. She's about to close in. And again, so a lot of people set in benchmarks, and it's always a privilege when you take on a distance for the first time. It's a privilege for the host city and the host event and race director for that to be their particular race, because it creates a benchmark. Hopefully it makes you want to come out and do more events at the distance, as Neo Ruiz from Weehawken, Alberta, our 37-year-old, he too now about to clocking in and looks very comfortable, therefore well done, Neo. He's got a couple more athletes behind him, one out of BC, one from Coquitlam, and one from Weehawken, New Jersey. From Coquitlam, the 42-year-old, it's Frances Chi who's arriving from Weehawken, New Jersey. She's in the 35-39 division. That's Asa Munoz. And then looks like from Burnaby also next up there in the 50-54 division. And we had a big contingent in that men's division, by the way, 291 runners. But it's Benji Feng who's going to be our next arrival, the 53-year-old. He too now under the arch. Could we ask that 2 athletes from Australia please come and join us? Julie and Chelsea, if you would. Come up here as we got Eric Steele, Tyson, I believe that's Tyson Jameson from Vancouver, the 33-year-old. 3 more athletes. Eric Steele is there as well, another 33-year-old from Burnaby. Then we've got Prithvi Singha from Victoria. Andrea Tarbo from Surrey is also on her way here. Jimmy Song I see next up. He's out of Seattle. A great marathon there, by the way. That's in the men's 25-29 division. And then a lady out of Vancouver, the 24-year-old, number 6240. That's Sao Young Elicit. Behind them, 2 more athletes, one from Chilliwack, one from Surrey. The Surrey athlete, 26-year-old Manjot Yohal. What a sprint finish. Nebiu Udagini out of Chilliwack was the other athlete, and then two more that will be with us shortly from Bellevue, Washington. Micah Chan, the 39-year-old, and then from Prince George, we had some great runners over the years from PG, and don't forget that's where the 18-miler used to be. There was a Boston qualifier that Terry Fox did, of course, and that's Andrew McDermott Fouts, the 39-year-old. Micah Chan, Andrew, they are both now coming under the arch. Well done. We got two athletes about to walk in through to the finish line from Gig Harbor, Washington and Seattle, Washington. Margaret Barrette and Marie Zorns. Here they are, side by side. Well done, guys. Both now moved into that 60-64 division and enjoyed your walk around town. Don't forget, we saw a brilliant walk earlier today from our very own gentleman who's going to be at the Olympic Games. We are thrilled. He got interviewed, but we also got another athlete in the Raghav Mathur from Vancouver, the 24-year-old. We're in some of the run band strip here. We got Joachim Bongo, Raghav Mathur. He's about to come under 24. Joachim Bongo, the 19-year-old Vancouverite, in the black strip with the run band gear as well. Look how happy he is. He knows he's got it made in the shade. 6:24 gun time. Here we go, another soon-to-be finisher coming in. We have Zoya Nari there from Burnaby. She's got another Burnaby runner just meters back as well, with less than 30 meters to run, I believe. Our next runner will be Elga Maru from Burnaby. We got two more on their way, but we'll find out. Wow, this next runner is our 6,000th finisher, so excellent job, Ryogo Maru from Burnaby. And then two more athletes on their way to the line from Kerrville, Texas. It is Butch McCracken. And then from Takamatsu, Japan, I believe we've also got Satomi Nakata, who's about to clock in. So well done, Satomi. She's in brilliant form there as Colleen goes through just meters ahead of her as well. Canada de no holiday o tana shinde kudasai, Satomi-san. We say goodbye to our Aussie visitors. We say hello to some more finishers. We had Rabinda Sangha, Satomi Nakata, Jeremy Sieg, Mitsuo Yonomori from Kyoto, Fabrice Roche from Vancouver, Sim Kirk from Vancouver, Lamia Tamui out of Vancouver, Daniela Morales Galvanduque from Mexico City. We also have Paul Young from Burnaby approaching as well, and it looks like Christina Leved from Burnaby. So how about is Daniela, Christina? They are side by Sondheim and wearing the Mexican flag there. We appreciate that. Daniela Morales Galvanduque under the arch, 6:26.23. And look who's coming next up here as well. Calvin Wynn, I believe. Hitoshi Ito. We had Christine Leved. We had Paul Young. Now from Koriyama, the 60-year-old himself, Hitoshi Ito, wraps up his day. And we just want to say how grateful we are for our Japanese athletes being with us throughout the day and celebrating in style as we'll celebrate with them. Calvin Wynn from London, Ontario went through, and Hitoshi-san, we thank you so much. Subarashi Marathon finish on Medito. Here is Dennis Renata from Garibaldi Islands, the 50-year-old. We got Patty Newman as well from Lake Stevens, Washington. From Dillenburg, Nicole Ryan is also there. Dennis Renata, Patty Newman, Nicole Ryan about to clock in, and from Limburg, Michael Seafree. Again, we're thrilled to see people who have taken on the course together as partners. We had parents and their children here with us, and we also had, as I said, an athlete that was running in memory of one of the greats, a gentleman who was a very dear friend of the sport, Gordon Rogers. Sadly, we lost him in December of last year, but we celebrate his life and celebrate his involvement specifically in the Vancouver Marathon and the Association of International Marathons. As we see another soon-to-be finisher here, we've got Koji Nakata from Takamatsu. And this gentleman, of course, 69 years of age. Let's bring him on home. Otsukaresama Deshita, Vancouver Marathon, Kanso Gokurasama. Nice job from my man. There he is. It is going to be Koji-san, Subarashi, marathon finish Omerito. We have Jennifer Alam there, the 31-year-old. She went under the arch at the same time as Koji. Here we go, more soon-to-be finishers here. We got Kim Conway from Abbas along with Jennifer Bernier, Kishan Nagaswaran there from Vancouver, Bianca Grossu out of Coquitlam. Ling Chow will be eroding shortly. He's out of Burnaby. Bianca Grossu about to close on in as well. Nice job there for the 26-year-old from Coquitlam. Here's Ling Chow, the 64-year-old from Burnaby. And then another Prince George runner that will be shortly under the arch, a 28-year-old in the form of Charmaine Roa. Again, excellent turnout and great Canadian contingent, but 57 countries, all of our provinces. And again, we are so grateful to the Americans. When you look at what we saw there as well in terms of their taking on the challenge with us, in terms of the sheer volume of athletes as well, it's absolutely amazing. And our thanks, of course, to the Run Van directors. They are Jeremy Pennington, Joyce Chiang, Luke Lee, Max Sulimov, Rob Watson himself, Scott Rintoul, Tanya Roth. Don't forget they put on the Turkey Trot amongst other events, as we got Tyler Chin from Burnaby arriving, the 18-year-old. He's at the line, 6:29.52 on clock time. Behind him from St. Augustine in Florida, we'll see our next arrival, and that's racer number 146. And that is 29-year-old Ivana Aguirre. We do have three more athletes, two, I believe, from Medipech. So we've got some Mectons. We got Burnaby's Joshua Lynn also on his way to the line, the 33-year-old. And then Gabriela Zita and Pablo Sandoval. They are hand in hand as they come to and come under the arch together. We appreciate that, and we hope you had a good time. Bienvenido a la Línea de Llegada Marathon Vancouver. And one other athlete I can see from my vantage point on the right-hand side of this finish line. It's another Seattleite in the form of 33-year-old Tyler Martin, racer number 4315. He's ready to rumble over the final strip and the mat there to get his time, 6:30.46. That is gun time. Don't forget, from Seattle, we had 557 runners. When I'm talking about the support from people from the States, it's big time, and we appreciate it very much, and we reciprocate by many British Columbians going down there to races. We've got more athletes here. Look at this: Brandon Steele, Amir Martin, Daz Stevens, Paul Jourdain, Jacques Rabier, Alain Jourdain. Just a reminder, by the way, we support great causes here in terms of charity, including the BC Cancer Foundation, Canadian Mental Health, Canuck Place, Heart and Stroke Foundation, Kenneth Gordon, Maplewood School, Surrey Food Bank, the YMCA BC. So much money has been raised over the years, I think $16 million. And don't forget, the first half has also partnered with Variety, the children's charity, and they've raised $800,000 since 1995 for that charity. You've got the Run for Hope, and again, Run Van and Run for Hope charity has helped runners raise over $16 million since 1996. So thank you very much. Other charities include ALS, Autism Speaks, Big Sisters, Down Syndrome, Habitat for Humanity, Kids Sport, Learning Buddies Network, Mamas for Mamas, MS Canada, Ovarian Cancer Canada, Richmond Centre for Disability, Special Olympics BC. And some of our other charities include Athletics for Kids, Big Brothers of Greater Vancouver, Centre for ADHD Awareness, Covenant House, Habitat for Humanity, Prostate Cancer Foundation, and the Urban Native Youth Association. So don't forget, if you're looking for other runs to take in, you got the Turkey Trot amongst other events that they put on. Then we get the first half, a great event as well that they also enjoy, and we enjoy taking part in these events.
I just want to point out that this event is put on by a non-profit. Every year we come together. It is the biggest marathon in all of Canada now. Here, let's cheer these people on.
And we got Erica Corbin there from St. Albert wrapping up. We got Ali Duke from North Van, Carlos Cabañas there from Mexico, the 49-year-old. Felicitaciones. We had Anel Campos. She went through the line as well. It's one athlete here getting some support. Again, congratulations. Ali is about to arrive. Erica's about to arrive. And another athlete we can see meters away from this line. So you saw St. Albert, North Vancouver, Mexico and Langley represented. And another athlete from Surrey. A huge contingent from Surrey. We had 1,121 Surrey runners, and this is Wutak or Robyn Chung Young, the 33-year-old who's about to clock in. He's got the official gear from the Vancouver Marathon 2020.